Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV and joining us for Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity for you to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. We're excited to see all of you tonight, even as we start out our discussion. We invite everybody to be on board, even as we look keenly on every statement and every issue arising from our politics to ensure that every Kenyan is fully informed and they are making an informed decision come August 9th, 2022. This is our own season for general elections, and we require that everybody comes to terms with the issues bedeviling this country and the appropriate solution to the same. Well, DP Ruto on record today, ravishing the governorship as village gossip. Well, I don't know where he stands on our current constitution, although history has it that he was opposed to the same. So we would want to look into the same. Of course, Mada Karua was in Homabay today, given a great reception, and it seems like the ground is ready for Baba and Mother. So let us all look at it keenly. Elections countdown is 40 days to go. You better get set. Make sure your voter's card is ready and your ID or your passport are valid and up to date. Don't prepare to go and use an expired passport in the pretext that you are still the same person. If it's expired, it will not be valid. So please make sure that everything is up to speed, even as we get down to talking. I want to appreciate everybody that is set for the discussion tonight. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to talk face to face. And if you're able to get us, make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse. Share that link with everybody in your life. Invite your WhatsApp groups and your Facebook groups. Everybody around the world. Tembe TV can be accessed by anybody who can connect to the internet. So let's get busy even as we get down to discussion. Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Anna Kanini, you're welcome. Salome Mbone, karibu kwa show. Martin Mark, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Esther Anindo, we salute you. Kuna Flo Makoha, asante sana. Aline Wabomba, you're welcome. Thank you so much. We appreciate every one of your support and your commitment. Maureen Adega, you're welcome. Meril, karibu kwa show. Mohamed Nyamawi, yes, karibu kwa show. Join Joki, karibu kwa show. Simba Omar Said, you're welcome. Favor Akita, Chi Nyamigori, you're welcome. Robert Opilu, karibu kwa show. Kuna Patel Seboka Manyi, you're welcome. Kuna Miele bin Chaki, I tell you. Alafu kuna Briwat, Preside Juma, hiyo imenishinda, nimekubali. Milton Mills Pogoni, you're welcome. Anani Catherine Okiru, you're welcome. Cosmos Owino, you're welcome. Robert Opilu, huyo tumemuona. Akengo Mwangu, karibu kwa show. Karis Official, we appreciate you. Evans Otwane, kuna Esther Kwamboka Nyaundi, you're welcome. Azimio One Kenya Kilgoris, karibu kwa show. John Kevin, karibu kwa show. Kuna Vincent Owiti, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Those of you that are coming in fast and furious, we salute and appreciate everyone who has made a date with this show, joining us from all over the world. Please make sure that you don't watch alone. Let us invite each other to share into the discourse tonight, even as we look at different angles of the pull and the push of politicians, so that we keep all Kenyans informed to know what they ought to do come August 9th, 2022. Well, Mama Selina, you're here. How are you today?
Bernard, kama kawaida, mambo ni poa sana. Nitaanzia ile ya muhimu ya baba mama wakiwa IEBC, the style they match. Maswali mama aliuliza, it was impressive. Na niliona cha kawa yenu, sijui anaitwanga nani. Sio mtu ingine msema hata jina yake ingine. Chakoya.
Anaitwa Wajakoya.
Yes, tulimwona. But naona IEBC wana maintain ya kwamba wangetaka kutumia IEBC update. Tuliona vile wanaongea stakeholders. Anyway, Penat, kulingana na vile maswali Martha aliuliza kuhusu register na IEBC wanataka kusema hawataki kwenda manual, lakini nikaona pia UDA wakakuja wakasema hata kama Ruto anasema I maintain hata kama ni brother ya Raila angekuwa chairman ya IEBC ana shida, si ati wamekataa. Anyway, hii ni mchezo ya paka na panya, but 40 days now hiyo watu wamechange pena. The only thing naona baba anaanza kushine, mafuta inaanza kuteremuka kwa uso. Naona watu wengine wanakuwa nyeusi, hata wakioga na wapake Vaseline. Imekataa kushika penat. Wow. After that, wakati UDA wanaingia, naona Martha anaamuka anasema we have hata Achen mothers, akaenda Homabay. Wow, nataka kushukuru wa mama ya Homabay. Record, kuna mama ametuambia amezaa watoto 6. Ameongea, anyway, it was very nice, very nice. All those members, Kesa, everybody Homabay, mother amekuwa welcome, warm welcome. Mpaka akasema I wish Kirinyaka wangeona. So today naona Martha amekubali she is part of Homabay. Amekaribishwa mpaka hata yeye sasa amekuwa msichana ya Homabay. Na mkutano hiyo ilikuwa mzuri na nimeona wamefanya mpaka usiku penat. And then Martha akaenda kuwapatia ile style ya kutembea. So nimeona wame walk in the street, the Kirinyaka style. So mambo ni mzuri. 40 days hii inakuja, we are happy. Hiyo tu penat nataka kusema, otherwise nashukuru wa mama bila wamekumbuka hii election ni yao, watoke kwa wingi, wa make sure wameenda kupiga kura 100%. Tena nashukuru wa baba ya Homabay, wanasema Grace Onyango ndiye alitoka hiyo Homabay na sasa watapata the first woman. Somebody say something?
No, just carry on. It was a feedback. Carry on.
Okay. So otherwise, ninashukuru Gladys Wanga, campaign amefanya, it is like never before. Hiyo ndiyo tunataka penat, you work for it. Si ile ya kupatiwa, hiyo ni ile kasi ametoa chasho kulete hiyo watu yote, vile hiyo mkutano ilikuwa. Hiyo ni mzuri. Nimeona mkutano ingine huko ya Wamalwa, naona Watangula analia, mambo inaumana huko Pungoma. Well, 40 days, that is what we want. Kenya kwisha kwanza. Naona leo tena walitaka kudanganya vijana Kiambu. Ati Moses Kuria alikuwa na launch, sijui campaign yake ama alikuwa na launch nini, lakini still uongo ni ile na hakuna watu kwa kiwanja. Imeteleza, mlima imeteleza. 40 days mlima wameenda penat, wamesema kwa heri. Hapo naambia Nguru, naambia watu ya mlima, as always that is their secret. Wewe ukikimbilia mlima bila kujua, wataenda na wewe vile unataka, but hapa utani yao hata saa hii patu ni mingi, hii 40 days patu, lakini ikipaki 2 weeks to election, ukisikia wasee wameongea. Oh, ninachirudia haya.
No, don't worry. Somebody is not manning their microphone.
Okay.
It's okay, just carry on.
Nyandarua nikaona vijana pia walisema kwa heri UDA, kwa heri, wakasema hiyo maneno biashara imeisha. Those are the boys. Hao ni vijana wa mama sasa wanaamuka. Wanachunga nyumbani na kuchunga wasee. Unajua Bernard, unaweza enda fikiria vijana wamekupeleka, lakini wakipenduka wanarudi kwa baba na mama, unakuwa stranded. Nilisema ya kwamba baba mkate wakati imeisha, na sasa baba mkate aweke tena for another 5 years, aone kama this next 5 years atajaribu. Pengine vijana ya Western wakijaribiwa wanaweza enda, wajui kurudi. Bernard, lazima mjue style ya Central. Nyinyi mkipatiwa mkate mnaweza katalia baba ya wenyewe mkifikiria ni yenyu. Asante sana Bernard.
Thank you Mama Selina, we appreciate that utangulizi wako mzuri, tunashukuru. Kioski zinafungwa, wanunuzi wamekataa kununua bidhaa, ama wenye bidhaa nao wameamua kuvilazimisha. But all in all, changes happen. Politics is dynamic, but this is our country. We must take good care of its resources and securing it with a good and right leadership. Naomba wote ambao mnatupata tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu ili mtazame kwa pamoja, tukamakinike kisiasa kwa kujifunza kutokana na contribution ya kila Mkenya ambaye anapata nafasi ya kuongea kwenye hiki kipindi. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru kila mmoja. Please let's keep it clean on the comment section, but don't relent in subscribing, following and supporting the channel even as time continues. Mr. Wangira, habari ya leo?
Niko salama Bernard, how are you?
I'm well, karibu.
My regards to everybody in the studio. Okay, let me just start with the IEBC stakeholders forum that was held today at, I understand it was at the Windsor Hotel. Bernard, first, you'll discover the way William Samoei Ruto treated that particular stakeholders forum with contempt. Before I understand he had decided not to even attend, and Chebukati was not happy about that particular development that forced his team to call him, and he later on arrived very late in that meeting as Raila Odinga and Martha Karua were leaving. There are issues that were raised in that particular stakeholders forum, especially by the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya side. There's this insistence by Chebukati that they are going to rely on the electronic voter register, and that they are going to be identifying voters purely electronically. And Raila Odinga and Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, are insisting that Chebukati must stick to what the Elections Act says, especially Section 44A of the Elections Act 2016, which is very, very clear that there must be a complementary system in case one particular system fails. And for the first time, I even came to understand that in 2017, almost 2 million people were not able to be identified by the schemes kit. In fact, there were 2.5 million people who were not able to be identified by the schemes kit in 2017. So, Azimio la Umoja were asking that if you are going to rely only on the electronic system, then what will happen to people who cannot be identified electronically? And that's why they were insisting that there must be a complementary system that can be used in case one other system fails. And as much as Chebukati was adamant, but he agreed that this matter is already in court, and that we are likely to have a ruling on the same on this particular matter on the 18th of July. And so he said that we should wait for the 18th of July, which is just another 3 weeks from now, so that we can see what the court says. If the court says that we must have a complementary system, then he said he'll have to abide by that particular issue. Then there's the other issue that Martha Karua also raised, the issue of agents, because she said that party agents are very, very crucial at the polling stations. And she said that, those badges, the badges for agents must be out at least 2 days before the elections. And she said, so long as there's a letter appointing an agent to serve as an agent of a particular political party, then the IEBC should not interfere with the independence of this agent to operate within a polling station unless that agent has committed what is an election offense. And even in case where an agent has committed an election offense, then there should be a leeway for that particular agent to be replaced with another agent. And even where the IBC purports that there's an election offense that has been committed by an agent within one particular political polling station, then the police must be involved to ascertain whether the claims by IEBC are true. So those are the two things that I picked from that stakeholders meeting. Finally, finally, Bernard, this is 40 days to to the D-Day, and now we are seeing Kenya Kwanza clinching on anything that they can clinch on for purposes of getting popularity. Today, now they have told us that that Uhuru Kenyatta sold the port of Mombasa. That's what they have told us. He also sold the port of Lamu, and they have told us that Uhuru Kenyatta sold the port of Kisumu. That's propaganda according to Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and they are saying that this sale was disguised in what is called an economic cooperation agreement between Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. And they say that something funny, that they even purported that this particular agreement was sealed during Raila Odinga's birthday party. So how can a government engagement be sealed in somebody's birthday party? This is looking very, very funny, you know and we'll understand that these are the last days, 40 days to the general election, and having discovered that their popularity is not there, and they must now just clinch on anything that will perhaps give them popularity. And that's why they are now clinching on the issue of the port of Mombasa by purporting that that particular port was now mortgaged to a company, in Dubai. We will understand, that these are disparate times, and being the silly season and being the disparate times, we are likely to hear more of such a propaganda as we move closer to the 9th of August 2022. Finally, this boy called Bahati, you know, he needs somebody to mentor him. He has become another useless one. One thing, today he was purporting that they wanted to bribe him 50 million so that he can step down from running for the Madare parliamentary seat. Does he know what 50 million shillings look like? 50 million shillings. Kwani, how much was he going to earn if he becomes member of parliament for Madare? Even today, if he's elected member of parliament for Madare, will he earn 50 million shillings in the next 5 years? For him to purport that they were planning to bribe him 50 million shillings. I think we need some people to mature. And I agree with those people who are saying that, it will be an abuse to Kenya to have people like Wakina Bahati, in the same chamber debating with a person like Otenda Amalo on the same subject. It will just be an abuse of the system. And that's why perhaps people of Madare should be thinking better than perhaps having Bahati as their next member of parliament, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Wankira. We appreciate it. Interesting times, silly moment with politics, but we thank God that at least Kenyans are sober enough to judge between who is telling what where. I still hold the same position. People like Bahati needs to be taken back to home, then to be given home training before they are even allowed into that public world where they seem to think that they can lead the way, where it's not possible for that to happen. Let him in my opinion, actually aende kwa ballot, will be humiliated there. I think it will teach him some humility. There is how to configure, just housekeeping, how to configure your camera and your audio. You allow StreamYard to do that for you. If you disable any of the items it's asking for, you will not be able to be added on the screen. And if you arrive here and I'm not able to mute your mic, that means your configuration is not right. And then when you're on the screen, you keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Any mic being on provides a feedback that irritates and distorts the broadcast. And we don't want the broadcast spoiled or messed up by anyone. So please, let's adhere to those standing orders. And if you want to interject any matter, you lift your hand, you'll be picked, and then you will interject. But we are not yet at that level of interjection. We are only giving our opening statement. So please, let's keep it brief so that we don't keep the queue too long. Shadrach Onduka. Your device is not well connected, so we can't add you. Get out and get back. If you're using phone, restart the phone from the beginning so that it will be able to be configured with the app for StreamYard. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Mr. Guru. Mr. Guru, vipi?
Mzuri Bernard. Habari yenu?
Tuko salama. Mama Selina anasema kiosk imefunga. Imefunga kabisa ama bado tunaweza pata mkate?
Nilikwambia watu yetu they are complicated. Si watu rahisi vile. Usiwaone uso ukafikiri hiyo ndio umeona. Kuna ingine ya ndani zaidi. Wanaangalilia mtu kwa 18. Na when they make up their mind like now, I think what is remaining, we are just remaining with that 9 days or thereabouts. The decisions are concretizing, and it takes time. It takes time to observe, listen, and also debate. And I think that has been taking place. I told you long time ago, is a debate that has been going on everywhere in the families. In a family of 10, you find they sit down and debate on why this one is supporting the other one and not the other one. Especially now that we don't have somebody at the very top. Although mothers coming in is taken to be almost the same as if it were our own at the top. One thing that will shock the UDA people, they are underrating mother. And they do not know that many people made up their minds the day she was picked as the deputy president in the mountain. And most of those people don't talk much. They don't even attend those political rallies. But they were able to make up their minds. And what they are waiting for is the voting day. Sasa, that's why you can see there is a lot of desperation. Today, you saw the deputy president come to Kiambu and promise people 3 billion shillings in form of Hustlers Fund. I was purporting to be launching the program. He was also visited the Rakanidhi. So you can see somebody who is not very sure of himself and the kind of support that he has in the mountain, because I think let's give it to him. He's not also stupid. The deputy president knows the Kikuyus particularly are not people that you can easily put in the box. They will be with you, they will eat with you, but they will make their decision at the very crucial time. I think he knows that. And now he has to try to see if he can salvage some of that support, especially in the rural areas. Because what has happened is that his deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, is somebody who does not seem to resonate very well with the community. In fact, there are those who think that he's a sellout, could end up being a potential sellout, kwa sababu yeye kazi yake ni kuongea mambo ya sahani ya mchere na nyama na uji na nyama choma na kanywaji. Whenever he is talking, that is the only thing that seems he can tell the people, that you construct a house. But anyway, we shall continue giving him the mic. I think he's doing very well. The other day was in Moro, and he left having told the Karajins that they are actually cattle rastras. And I don't know how many people you offended by that. Then you are aware that sasa anafichwa kama Mbangi. When the others came along with their deputies to the IEBC, the deputy tagged himself with the Kidiki, Kidule. So you can obviously see that actually one of the greatest mistakes that Ruto made was to pick Gachagua as a deputy. He lost it completely in the mountain. He lost it because that is not the future of the community. He doesn't inspire anybody, not even people of his age. And therefore, he's going to suffer the consequence. But maybe it is God working his way to cushion the country from a possible bad leadership. You are aware that, I don't know, maybe she's a sorry, she is called who? Chep. There is a video that is going on. I don't know whether she saw it, which purports to tell us what the deputy was talking about when he chased away the journalists. I don't know whether, Bernard, you have seen it. And the statement, if it is true, it is very telling of the kind of reasoning that this man has. And it's not healthy at all. It's not healthy. I would wish that was what I heard is not what he said, and it's a distortion. Because if that is what he said, then I am doubtful whether this person has a good heart. I would wish. I think I'll have to look for a friend who is coming from that community to tell me whether that is exactly what he said. Because you see, people can also distort languages that you don't understand. But what I heard and the interpretation therein is something that is scaring. It's not a language that indicates somebody who would want a good relationship between communities, or it's a way of taking advantage of the others. I hope that is not what it is. I don't understand the encouraging, but I hope the interpreter is not trying to distort that information of what he's saying. Otherwise, wacha kwanza nisimamie hapo.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru. We will verify and see whether the video is the real or the other one. But all in all, political mistakes, some of them are redeemable in terms of when they are committed and how much time is left, either to correct them or leave them the way they are. Right now, from all indications, Kenya Kwanza and UDA have a lot of crisis management to do, of which I don't think they have enough time to revert the campaigns, because the campaign inaonekana imewalemea. Kama vile nimesema, wamelaliwa na lori na sioni wakiweza kuinua. Hii ni ngoma kali. It's tough. It's tough, and it's going to get tougher because as we approach the home stretch, things are going to get tougher for them. I just hope that they will be able to survive this, but sioni matumaini mingi huko sana. All in all of you that are able to get us, please make sure you are subscribing to Mtembei TV or following us on Facebook. And then make sure you're inviting 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. This is one peculiar show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about our latest political issues. And so if you are not yet here, please get here. And if you want to be part of the panel, you will follow the link that we are sharing in the comment section. And then you get into this space and air what you think and feel about our politics. I want us to follow that mkururo. Tumsikilize Nelvin. Nelvin, vipi?
Poa sana Mr. Bernard, nimewasalimia wote, amjambo.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asante sana, nimeshukuru. Leo ningependa kuongelea mambo ya hii Kenya yetu, na Mr. Bernard pia utukumbuke kwa maombi. Nimeona wenzetu wanaomba, yani wana quote Biblia vile ifai. Kama leo ungemsikiza daktari amequote verse nyingine hapo, mpaka nikashikwa, ni kama naona ni kama si yuko Kenya. Alafu pia Madhakarua ametuonesha ya kwamba anaweza. Hakuna siasa zenye huyu mama anapiga. Niliwaambia juzi, nilikuwa kwa hii debate juzi na nikasema Azimio si lazima baba apige siasa kila siku. Hatuwezi fuata vile kina hii chama ingine wanafanya. Sisi tulishajitengeneza kitambo na tuko pale. Na kitu ingine na waomba, isifike mahali mtuogope sisi kama Kalenjins. Unajua saa hii ukiona Mkalenjin mahali unaanza kumuogopa. Huyu anaweza kuwa mwizi, anaweza kuwa nini. Tunawaomba mkiwa mahali msituone sisi kama wezi. Si wote, sisi wengine ni waaminifu, sisi wengine si wakora. Wengine wanatumia jina hiyo. Sisi mimi ni Mkalenjin, lazima nipigie mwenzangu kura kwa sababu yeye ni Mkalenjin. Hapana. Tunawaomba tu mtusamee kwa hiyo na mtutoe huko kabisa. Sisi tulishatoka huko kwa siasa za ukabila. Sisi ni Wakenya, sisi ni wazalendo. Tunataka pia wengine wakipewa heshima tupewe hivyo hivyo. Na tunaombea Mungu Baba Raila Amolo Odinga aweze kufika hiyo wakati, tumpigie kura na aende mbele. Unajua vitu zingine nimesikia Guru akiongelea hapo, Gachagua anaenda kutaja vijana wa Kalenjin wanaiba ng'ombe, muache kuibia jamii zingine ng'ombe. Hiyo ni kitu, Wakalenjin wote si wezi. Na Wakalenjin si wezi. Ni mmoja, wawili wenye wanataka kuharibia Wakalenjin jina. Na hiyo kitu haikufurahisha watu wengi, pia ilitukasirisha wengine wetu kwa kusema tunaiba ng'ombe. Sisi tunalima, tunafuga ng'ombe, tunajitegemea sisi. Hatutegemei ile ya wizi. Kwa hivyo Gachagua mahali yako aambiwe Wakalenjin sio wezi. Kama yeye anatembea na mwizi mwenzake na anamjua, asione kila mtu ni mwizi. Haya, ingine. Wanasiasa, kuna wanasiasa wazuri Rift Valley, ukiangalia kama kina Isaac Ruto ni watu wazuri, watu waaminifu. Alfred Keter, hata Mandago si mtu mbaya, ni watu wazuri, lakini sasa pahali wameshikana ndio mahali pabaya. Wakalenjin si wote wako hivyo. Kitu ingine, William anafaa achunge sana hii mdomo. Mdomo ni kitu ingine mbaya, inatengeneza ama inaharibu. Akisema atatupatia internet sisi wote, watoto walipatia laptop. Nimesikia akisema mahali watu wote watapata internet kwa kila soko, hakuna kutumia credit. Watu watanunua credit. How? Watu sasa wananunua unga 200. Niko Nairobi, natoka Rift Valley, Molo. Nimeishi na Wakikuyu na wapenda sana. Lakini ukikuja kutudanganya shilingi ati credit utanunua tena. Hiyo ni kusema nini? Mungu amsamehe sana huyo. Na siku yenye atashindwa tumuombe, tutaweka crusade kubwa. Tuombe William, tuwekee mikono. Tumuombe awache uongo kwanza, kitu ya kwanza, na ukora mingi. Anaongea hivi. Na kitu kingine, Musalia ni mtu mwingine amechanganyikiwa. Mbona angeongea mapema huko mbele? Anakuja kutuambia sijui. Kwani anabeba Raila ni kama nani? Raila ni kiongozi, national leader. Anapendwa na kila mtu. Ukienda Rift Valley anapendwa, ukienda hata Rift Valley, ngoja utashangaa, utastuka. Rift Valley kuna kura mingi sana ya Raila. Mingi. Ni vile wanaogopa kuingia kwa media kama sisi wenye tumejitambua. Wanaogopa, lakini kura ziko huko mingi. Na tunaomba Mungu amlinde, amweke vizuri, ampatie afya, na watu waache kuwa na uoga. Kuwa direct. Watu wajipende, watu waache uongo, na tuwaombe. Ni hayo tu kwa leo, Mr. Bernard. Mungu awabariki.
Okay, asante sana Nelvin, tunashukuru kwa umoja wetu ndio nguvu yetu, na Kenya ni yetu sote. And I've always insisted that Kenya is only safe when every Kenyan is taken care of. Not a section of Kenyans, not the chosen few. Every other Kenyan must be safeguarded for all Kenyans to be safe and for Kenya to be secure. And so every section of this country is important. Mama Selina, iko nini? Hiyo ni kuinua mkono ama ni kunisalimia?
Hapana, nataka kumwambia Lemenjit kongoi missing onge ng'ololji biik kyok asikobit konai kimyonikab Kenya. Kongoi Lemenjit. Chang biik chemokonye komwa iman, lakini kimeche kemwochi bichu kelechi biikab Kalenjin komelen ile kimeche kemutech taban. Kikimi serikalit betusiek alak ako kitomechi, lakini makimeche kepushenech kimutech timin. Ongetonon ak keng'ololji biik koyai iman. Ngot ko kakobir kura biik tugul, kikimwochi chichi kelechi makono kama makura, kolenje ine kolagen. Sasa kokoba ko ameche amwochi chi age tugul nebo Kalenjin alenji kaikai ongetonon sikosobe emenyo. Kongoi missing. Asante sana. Lete watu wengi, wacha watu wajue msimamo yetu kama Wakalenjin. Kweli sisi we are not thieves. Sisi hatujaiipa kitu ya mtu. Wakalenjin walikuwa napenda haki yao, lakini mmoja asikuje kutuharibia. But again wanasema viazi moja ikiharibika inamaliza viazi yote kwa kunia. Alituweka kwa kunia 2013 akasema amefunga Wakalenjin akatupepa. I think this time round tunataka kujitoa kwa hii nia, tutembee na mkuu yetu. Naona Taraitich iko, wacha tusikie vile hata yeye atatuambia kama tunaweza ongelesha jamii ya Kalenjin ama tutasema nini? Pena, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mama Selina. Na inaonekana tutaongeza channel ya Kalenjin kama Mount Kenya chapter. Ndio tusikilize hiyo lugha ni tamu. Nitajifunza baada hii elections. I think I'll go back to class to learn that language so that tuendelee na kubroadcast kwa Kalenjin. Now let's move forward. Nani alikuwa amenua mkono? Toroitich, unataka kusemaje? Inaonekana mitambo yako iko na shida. Yes, carry on.
Leo naona pia Koske, we are okay in the house.
Naona leo kila mtu amekuja. Nashukuru. Yes, Toroitich, sema.
Habari ya kila mtu. Hebu jibu kwa sababu yao ili nijue niko salama.
Tuko salama.
Asante sana. Na ni mzuri sana, ninafurahia sana mjadala ambayo inaendelea kidogo kwa sababu ya itilafu ya mitambo ama sijui niseme mtandao. Itabidi nikiwa ninawasikiza mara nyingi nikiwa niko nje ya kwa hapa hivi kwa face nitakuwa niko nje kwa sababu ninaona ni kama kidogo niko na chini, mtandao yangu haiko poa sana. Lakini nataka niwaelezee before nitoke ya kuwa tukiongelea kuhusu Wakalenjin. Hapa hivi naona niko na Sally, nimeona niko na Lemetu huyu mwenye ameongea nyuma kabla yangu, lakini nataka niongee mimi ambaye tumekuwa clustered as Kalenjins. Nataka ieleweke kuwa tukiongea kuhusu Rift Valley, pale hivyo tuko makabila mengi sana, nyingi hazikui clustered kama Kalenjins, and which is a good thing. And in fact kama mliwahi sikia ilikuwa forum ya ile wakati walikuwa nenda economic forum ya Azimio, of which was the true forum by the way. Hii ingine ni shambolic. Sisi as Pokots, we said and we decided that we want to be identified as Pokots, because unless we are identified as Pokots, this stupid thing, this very small thing, very small thing that has a solution. Ukiuliza Mpokoti yoyote, ukiuliza Mkalenjin yoyote ambaye anakaa kwa boda, anajua shida kabisa. Mimi niko diaspora, no problem. But kila Mkalenjin mwenye anakaa kwa boda ya Sengwer, ya Pokot, ya Marakwet, wanajua shida ya insecurity. It does not lie in security deployment. No way. No. This thing lies in the goodwill of our leaders. And we are going to make a very fundamental change in the Pokot political arena. We want to make a very firm political statement so that we are going to have political leaders and not influential. We want to have leaders this coming elections. So sad I'll only choose a president, but in my family, we've discussed, we've talked, and many other people that I talk to, we've been talking and we've been deciding that we are not going to be electing old people that are going to make politics out of security issues. We do not in fact have a security issue in Pokot borders. We only have political interests, and we're going to kill it. Like once, we're going to kill it this time, unless we don't have enough numbers, unless we don't mean to kill this thing, unless we really don't have goodwill for Kenya as a unit, unless we come willingly to say that we as Pokot, we want to be part of Kenya. By the way, by all means, we are torn in between. We are torn in between Uganda and Kenya. We chose to be Kenyans. That's why Pokot is in Kenya. It was not just divided to be in Kenya. In fact, Pokot was very stubborn even to the colonial powers. We were very, very stubborn, but we chose. We saw that there is more liberalism, there was more democracy this side, and we thought, by the way, we thought that democracy was a good thing. And then we said, okay, there is more of good in Kenya than in Uganda. Now that we chose in Kenya, and now that we are here to stay in Kenya, any Pokot that is thinking like me, any Pokot that is thinking of peace in Rift Valley, we're going to make a standpoint. And this standpoint is, we are not going to elect somebody called William Samoei Ruto. In fact, Samoei is not a real name of Ruto. Ruto is called William Kipchirchir Ruto. That is his name. These are things that just for, I don't know, political mileage. He's just trying to call himself something close to Samoei, the legendary Samoei. But we want to
Torochich, you seem to, your network is hanging on you. Sorry about that, but I think you've made your point. Let's leave it there. Twende moja kwa moja kwa Stephen.
Yes, Jambo Bernard, good evening.
Sijambo, good evening to you. Hali vipi huko?
Nashukuru ni mzima, na sijui wenzangu katika panel, Mama Selina, Guru and the rest, how are you? Okay, Bernard, I want to start with this issue of the port, Mudavadi first. Kwanza nataka niombe msamaha kwa niaba ya Mudavadi kwa nyinyi kina Bernard, watu wazuri kama nyinyi, anawaharibia sana because he had a chance. Mudavadi had a chance to be the president of this nation. He was a very good person. He was articulate. But what he's doing now, kwani alichukuliwa na Cambridge Analytica na hatujui? Amekuwa master of propaganda. So it's so sad. It's so sad to see what Mudavadi is doing. Why is he being used like a dog? Kwa nini anakuwa unleashed na mwenye huyo umbwa yuko wapi? Tunataka mwenye umbwa. Is he not bold enough to come and read his statements himself? Because we know this thing is being propagated by Ruto. Why is he not so bold enough to come and stand there himself and do these things? So sad, so sad. Alafu unaangalia Mudavadi, mashavu imetoka, yuko serious, anaongea vitu hakuna. By them telling us that this thing happened in March when they were celebrating birthday for Raila. Tunajua birthday ya Raila iko January, tarehe 7 huwa. So what are they telling us? Kwani hao watu wanafikiria watu akili zao zimeungua kama zao, ama wao wanachukulia Wakenya wako aje surely? Anyway, wacha tuachane nao. They are practicing opposition politics. It's the way to go. Let them practice. Kitu hawajanionyesha, sijawaona kwa uwanja wakijifundisha kukula tear gas. Hiyo ndo sijaona. They need to go to Kasarani, Nyayo Stadium. They need to go and practice that. How they'll consume tear gas kwa wingi. Tena ile ime-expire ile ya 2012 huko. Wakule hiyo kabisa. Okay, I saw Martha Karua in Homabay. She performed well. She's blending well with the women. She's blending well. It's a good progress. We really underrated her at first. Myself, I had doubts in her, but by the performance she's giving, I think Raila can now sit at home and relax. Huyo mzee, unaona Bernard, it's so shocking seeing a Kalenjin talking passionately about Raila. My friend here next to me, Guru, they talk passionately about Raila. You see, how is Raila going to lose this election? How is he going to lose this election? Like the people, it's organic love. Hawajalipwa, hawatalipwa, they are there. You see? Because they know he's been there, he's been fighting for this country. Unlike the other person who has been eating from this country, he's been stealing from this country. You see? So when the love and when the organic people for Raila are told to come out, just like the guy who was Lemengate, I don't know, the guy, you will be shocked. Even Rift Valley, the real numbers on the ground, they'll shock people. This election is going to shock a lot of people. Watu watashangaa na ile kura Raila atapata Rift Valley, ile Raila atapata kwa Kikuyu, because he's real. He doesn't give fake promises. He doesn't need to entice us. What for? He's been there. We know his manifesto. We know his agenda since then. Ni vile tu hakuwa na bahati wakati huo, but he's standing for things that they make sense. Ukituambia hatutanunua credit, sasa ndio iwe vipi? Kwani sasa hapa tuko Mtembee, nani ametununulia credit? Give us structures, empower us so that we can have Wi-Fi in our homes. But if you tuwekee Wi-Fi kwa wiki inafanya mara moja, itatusaidia aje? So I think this hogwash that they're trying to give us, mimi nashangaa kwa nini hata wanapewa airtime. Surely, kwa nini wanapewa airtime hao watu? But I'm happy the media has given a wide berth the meeting they were having, the press conference Mudavadi was having. Sijaiona kwa media. I'm happy about that. We should not give people who don't have anything to tell us propaganda. They give us propaganda and nonsense. We should not give that to media coverage. Sikuangalia mambo ya IBC, but one thing I want to say is this manual register, I think if it's in the constitution, let's go with it, because hata hapa Mtembei tunaona you have 4G Wi-Fi in your house na saa nyingine na kutupa nje. So what will make the systems at IBC not behave like that? It's a wide thing, you see. So we need a fail-proof system, but we also need the backup system on it. So I think by having the manual register, everybody who is eligible to vote, everybody who has an ID card can walk in a voting polling station and vote that day without being returned home because register electronic may fail. So why is Ruto opposed to us having the manual register? Ama kuna ameleta kina Arturo waje wajaribu kupenetrate hiyo electronic? It won't happen. Let him know it won't happen. Haitafanyika mwaka huu. Kina Musheru wako macho, pia sisi tuko macho, na the real numbers will be just like the IBC opened the avenue of people taking the results on the polling station. It's not going to happen. So let him not go against everything Raila says, because kama si Raila kusema we need that manual, hangeongea hiyo maneno. Is just trying to be rebellious. Wacha niachie hapo kwa sasa. Ben, tarudi tena baadaye. Thank you.
Asante sana bwana Stephen. Maswala ya Chebukati na IEBC. Chebukati is always a man under siege.
Hey, Bernard.
Yes.
Naona kama Bernard ameanga hapo.
You're not able to get me? I'm here.
Otieno, continue. I think Bernard has a system issue. Endelea Otieno,
Is it me or is you people?
No, Bernard is okay. Bernard is doing on fine.
Stephen, wewe unataka kupindua serikali yangu. all the same. I wanted to say that Chebukati and team can only work, and
your system is bringing some issues,
It is your end, it's not mine. It's your end, Stephen. It's not my end. All the same, I'm saying that Chebukati and team know what they are supposed to do. The manual backup system has to be available, except they are looking for how to bungle the elections and create a constitutional crisis, of which will be the beneficiary of the same. So let Chebukati prepare to exit office if he's not willing to carry out these elections the way it should be carried out. The supplementary manual backup system has to be part and parcel of these elections. You cannot carry us as fools simply because you got cornered in the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court asked hard questions that you could not answer. Just prepare the answers to the questions, not the issues of this failed or the Kims failed. You did the mock election transmission just a week or so ago, and all of it flopped 100%. You shouldn't be talking to us. You should be setting your house in order. Not talking to us about the law and the other madness. This Chebukati man needs to be, I don't know. I don't know why we give greater responsibility to incompetent people in this country, except we are hell bent to just make the country not move forward. Because somebody like Chebukati, I don't care whether he's a graduate from which school of law, in my opinion, he seemed lost and unable to do what he's supposed to do. In this behaving like a comedian. 50 million Kenyans' head are on your desk, and you think that we're having comedy with this? Somebody warn Chebukati for me. Tell him if he loves himself and he wants to be part of the good history of this country, let him prepare to do these elections the right way. Hiyo story ingine ya kupokea simu na kuchange goalpost every evening, every night, it is not going to work this time around. We are fed up with this incompetence. All in all, we thank God the Supreme Court ruled that 3 of the commissioners constitute a quorum. We have over 6, we have 9 of them. So we can send away 6, we remain with 3. Hakuna Chebukati can go with these incompetent people. We remain with 3 people who can give us free, fair, credible, verifiable elections. Hizi game zingine hapana. Enough of that. Bwana Otieno, karibu.
I think Chebukati has really annoyed you this evening, but it's a long time. How are you been doing?
Great. Wewe ulienda kusikiliza ground ukakwama huko.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So for me, I can't overemphasize the incompetence of Chebukati because he seems not even to have the right answers. He relies, and the commission relies on somebody called Professor Gulie, who has got the arrogance of an ant. And this kind of thinking that Gulie thinks that he is the most intellectual, the best intellectual that we have in this country. This Facebook professor has nothing to show of. He was in Egerton forth as his intellectual infrastructure that he'll come to lecture us in every sense. If you look at his interviews in the TV, he brings out that arrogance and he has nothing to show of. You see the way he responds to stakeholders with utmost disregard of the contribution that can be made by these particular stakeholders. Also, you see the way he treats, even when people raise concerns, he becomes very fiery, he becomes very upset, and he is depicting certain character that he must know that pride comes before a fall. And the way he operates is the same way the competitor of Azimio behaves. He goes in the middle of a meeting that has got people with decorum, and just having an iota of the respect of the space that he has to be able to behave in a mannerly, in a respectful manner where people are. He exports his ignorance. Having said that he was a chicken seller and God gave him grace to become somebody in this world, it's not a ticket for him to be able to depict ignorance in public spaces. The space that was there is a shared space where there are several stakeholders that were at play. Therefore, it requires you to have some minimum level of discipline to be able to interact in an intellectual manner that depicts the stature of his PhD that he needs to understand that the space that he was in requires him to be able to be humble, to be able to engage in an intellectual manner. Let people see that school went through you, that you didn't just go to school for the sake of it and left the school without the school going through you. The people whose school have gone through, like Martha Wangari Karua, you saw the way they presented themselves in their discussion. You saw the way the representative of the other presidential candidates presented themselves like people whose school went through them. But these people who got chance, and chance have been on their side throughout, and they misused and abused the chance that they had in those particular public spaces, have got this arrogance. But this pride will come before a fall, and a fall is awaiting for him on the 9th of August, and that we must tell him politely in a manner that he will be able to understand. So something else that I must be able to say is that I am very happy to be able to be associated with the people of Homabay, because Karua, and I've seen in the comment section they have given her name Achieng. So Achieng came to Homabay, and Achieng got a reception of the people, associated and mingled with the people. And I must congratulate the Homabay people, because the Nyanza region have shown leadership for having given us one of the first women MPs in Homabay County, Phoebe Asio, and also giving us other women MPs, Ogot, Grace, among others, and also giving us other women MPs like the Rangwe MP, Millie Mabona, among others, that have been able to represent that region. And when a woman leader comes who has been given the high responsibility of being the deputy president as a running mate, comes to that region, then our people resonate. Our people relate to that particular kind of act of good gesture. We understand as a people and as a party and as a coalition party, we understand the place of women. They cannot only exist one gender of monopoly and chauvinism as characterized by Gashagwa. You heard Gashagwa say that he will build a house in Kieni, a big house, and this house will only attract people whose main job is dancing for his wife, and for some people who would share some roasted beef. And this person, his job, he thinks about beef, rice, and and dancing, and he knows, according to him, the place of women is actually dancing for men, and that is how he reasons, and that is what exactly he said in Kieni. You see, this is the kind of thinking and mentality that we have in Kenya Kwanza. We must be able to rebuke and reject this kind of mentality, because he was a Dio in that era where people danced Nyayo Moja, Nyayo Pili, Nyayo Tatu, all through. That is, Nyayo is Baba na Mama, it's everything. And the place of women is to dance along the roadside together with the children. And the men would be able to loot everything. We want, if we let this continue, then we risk this country getting back into the KANU days, where the job of the public and the citizenry is to sing for the leadership while they loot and plunder the country and leave it wretched. So this is something that we must say, that when they come on board, they give you very good policies and manifestos that are just on paper. That's why we have 6 months promises that will never be fulfilled. And we don't see anything different. What he says today, that he'll be able to give us free internet, he said it in 2017, that every market center, and that is where Itumbi came in, that Itumbi's job was supposed to help put up internet hubs, and he said this in Nakuru. We see this being replicated again, and we are not sure whether this can be able to be realized by these people who just give promises. They give promises, and then we have got this kind of things that are not being implemented. We don't want to associate ourselves with this kind of utterances that demean the state of women, demean the role of the citizenry, that the citizenry's role is to be able to go and eat in the homes that belongs to the leaders that we have elected. So in the countdown to the election, we must be able to be vigilant and be able to also help sell the agenda. The manifesto was rolled out. We need to simplify these manifestos to the people so that the people can better understand what we want to do for the country. I strongly associate myself with the comments that have been made by Nelvin, that have been made by Sally, and we hope that we'll be able to have one united country. The comments that were made by Kauncheri, who was talking about a certain regional representation in the appointments that were made, even in the spirit of the constitution itself says that we must have the face of Kenya in appointments. And that is not something that we must be able to take in a pedestrian manner. We saw the deputy president dismissing this, and in an act of defiance and arrogance, just say that the brother of Raila can be the commissioner. He doesn't really care. we did not say that in that simplistic manner. We don't have that kind of myopic thinking. We are not in a children's play. We are in a very serious constitutional moment, because issues of appointment and issues of the face of Kenya being reflected in appointments was legislated, and it is in the constitution. But he does not understand it, because even in his first term of government, when they were having a 50-50 share, his side of coalition, he didn't understand that constitutional provision. He is talking about competence. The constitution knows that there's issues of competence, but also acknowledges that we are more than 42 tribes, and each tribe has got a stake in this country. We are not visitors. We are not sojourners in this particular country. So we need to be able to be accorded equal space in terms of representation. And that is what was being talked about. He doesn't understand the constitution. He opposed it. And therefore, I don't blame him for thinking like pedestrianly in the manner that he did. So the other thing that he must also be able to learn, that you'll be able to learn from these other people, is that the Mio is correct. They're talking about the manual register. The manual register is something that was litigated, and we talked about the rights of the people who their biometrics are deformed, have got deformities, their biometrics cannot be captured, and therefore the constitution says that they have a right to be able to participate in the voting process, and therefore that right could only be assured through a manual register. So the Azimio team is right, and when they say that that provision must be there, is because they understand the constitution provision, and they understand the court declaration. But the people who do not understand the rule of law, do not understand the constitution, would be able to say that they can be able to go through this particular election with only a digital register. So something that we must be able to know is, in terms of systems fail, and therefore we must be able to have a parallel system, which is a backup system, to be able to complement the primary system that is supposed to help run this election. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Otieno, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Tunashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha. Tafadhali tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Kuna huyu anaitwa Drogba, lugha yako chafu. Tafadhali mind your language or vacate the space. This is a public platform. You must respect every participant in this show. If you can't, go and work using your own platform to propagate your hate and your limited understanding of what Kenya is and what Kenya should be. There is no provision in the Kenyan constitution that says Deputy President William Ruto must be the president of this republic. The presidency is there for anyone who can win an election. It's not hereditary, and it's not a right of anyone. It has to be put on the ballot, and whoever wins gets the seat. So if something is there for people to compete for it, to get it, and then you begin to hate people, call them names because they have said something against your candidate, that makes you very limited in your understanding. And I don't think we are ready for that kind of level of reasoning here. Thank you very much. We are going to play a video before Joshua comes in, at least for everybody to be brought up to speed. Several videos around, but we'll play one.
Made a U-turn on the manual voters register, clarifying that it will apply both the physical and electronic copies in the identification of voters in the August 9th election. Now, this came during a meeting between the IEBC. All the presidential candidates where Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga, differed with the UDA candidate William Ruto on whether or not to use the physical copy or a complementary electronic one. KTN's Emmanuel Talk kicks off our broadcast tonight.
1 week after inviting the 4 presidential candidates for consultative meeting, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, Wednesday moved to tackle the pertinent issues including the voter register and the transmission path of results in the presidential contest. For the first time, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga, UDA's William Ruto, Professor George Wajakoya of the Roots Party, and Wahiga Maore of Agano Party came face to face after being cleared to vie for presidency.
I think nobody is saying that you use printed registers. We are saying that system should be in place. The law requires you to have that system in place.
During the meeting, the IEBC appeared to have made an about-turn about the critical issue of voters' register. Contrary to its earlier stance, the Commission announced it would still use the manual register.
We are not saying that the physical register should not be used. We are saying that if we are to use a physical register, it should be the last resort, whereby all the other methods have actually failed.
What we shall do as we wait for the hearing and determination of that case is the Commission then will proceed with the ballot printing as well as printing the register for each polling station.
IEBC had initially announced that it had done away with the physical register in this year's election. However, determination of a case that challenged the IEBC decision will be made next month. It is the basis of this that the two leading presidential hopefuls differed, with Ruto saying he is okay with doing away with the physical roll.
We do not want a manual register. If you give us sufficient safeguards that an electronic register will function without any chance of failure, then we are good. I am on record, Mr. Chairman, saying that even if my competitor's brother was the chairman of IEBC, I would have no problem, so long as he is competitively recruited.
Yes, to do electronic identification through the biometrics, but there should also be that manual register. We are saying either that or never. We will not accept anything different from that.
The candidates also raised concerns on the clearance of their agents on the polling day.
Officers must not have the right to send out agents unless if there is an incident recorded by the police.
The Commission is now on the last steps of clearing the printing of ballot papers from a new and better firm that has been contracted.
We want to know who is printing the ballot papers, where they are being printed.
The company that has been given or awarded this contract is Inform Lycos. This is a company owned by a Greek national. It had procured over 31 tons of UV dull security paper with custom-made watermark as per IEBC requirements.
IEBC has also revealed that 55,000 KIMS kits had been procured for this election. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission will now have another stakeholder engagement with all the 4 presidential candidates on the 11th and 12th of July to discuss matters that will be arising before the August 9 polls that is only 40 days away. Emmanuel Tor, KTN News, Nairobi.
And most of those issues that were raised today by the presidential candidates will form the substance of our discussion tonight. My guests are
Bwana Joshua, karibu.
Yes, habari yako Bernard?
Niko salama. Namna gani?
Niko salama. I want to start with the issue of IEBC. Actually, we are sensing this time around IEBC is going to mess up even more than what they did 2017. Because this thing is something that they are planning before. Like the issue of returning officers. Out of 290 constituency returning officers, 100 are coming from we are not talking about issue, we are not ethnicity, but now 100 are coming from Kalenjin nation, and then the remaining 190 are other tribes. We are more than 44 tribes here in Kenya. So we are a bit worried. Why have they taken almost 100 from Kalenjin region? And then if you go to county returning officers, out of 47, 10 are from the same region, Kalenjin. So these are concerns that Azimio is raising, that we need a face of our country. We at least, if they could pick at least from each and every tribe, so that we can have this training officers from each and every constituency. But now you realize that out of 290, 100 are coming from the same tribe. So that is a little bit worrying. And then at the same time, this time, the returning officers are permanent, not like the other years where they're being employed under temporarily. Now they're permanent in the office, and they started doing the work, and they could be doing the work. So, and what I know that for election to be bungled, the returning officer do play a big role in bungling election. So if IBC continue like this, I'm expecting that you're going to have a serious and a worse election this year, because I'm sensing there's something fishy the IEBC is playing. And then if you talk about issue of the manual register, I don't know why they're refusing manual register, because if they're saying that the manual register, they're talking about issue of electronic, why don't they just why should they just allow the manual register to be there? In any case, the KIMS fail, then the option is the manual register. But now they're saying that it won't be there, and then you realize that Ruto is supporting it. And the rumors, these are the rumors. People are saying that Chebukati is a man from somebody. He was brought by Ruto. So I'm a little bit sensing danger with this IBC. If they're not careful, they want to bungle this election. And this election, if they bungle this election, then they're going to put this country in a big mess. So they should be careful with how they handle this election, or else it will be worse than what happened in 2017. Because they are trying to talk good terms, but there's something fishy that they're doing that you're worried about it. And then on the issue of Wanga, Homabay. I mean Homabay. We had Karuas today in Homabay. It was received well. I was there. I was on the ground, and the reception was well. But the analysis, the reason why Wanga went there, Raila could go there, because the last time Raila went there, Kidero and Wanga, they're neck on neck. So the last time Raila went there, people were not happy with it, the way he talked. So this time he wanted to send somebody who is neutral. Tomorrow they'll be in Migori, Raila will be in Migori, where the ground is not bad as in Homabay. Homabay, there's a little bit, Wanga and Kidero, the supporters of Wanga and Kidero, they're a little bit rowdy. So the only person who could make the crowd to come down was Martha. That's why they had to send Martha, and realize Martha was trying to endorse Wanga, he endorsed Millie Mabona. So he was trying to endorse, and people were very happy with Karuas. But if Raila could have gone to Homabay, I'm telling you, it could be messy. That's why Wanga was sent to go and quell the situation in Homabay. Right now, I'm seeing a little bit, people are now started seeing the sense, and they're trying to go back to ODM. Before, people repel and they wanted Kidero, but now the ground is a little bit shifting, and people are now started seeing that now the only person that can now help us is Wanga. So likely Wanga is going to beat Kidero in Homabay. However much there's still some regions that are for Kidero, some regions are for Wanga. But from statistics, I'm seeing Wanga is going to beat Kidero. And then the issue that I want to add more is the issue of the issue of IEBC. The IEBC should just be serious with this election. And then the engagement that took place today, it was not a serious engagement, because we realized Ruto was a little bit arrogant. Raila was there by 9, and then Ruto came late. This forced Raila to walk. They had to walk out. They when you could watch because I watched everything that was happening there. Raila came and they were talking, and when they realized that Ruto were coming in, Raila was the first person to left, and then later Martha Karua left. So they realized that Ruto was a little bit he was trying to pretend that he was a little bit stronger than them, or he wanted to be seen as superior than Raila. That's why by the time by 9 a.m. they send this governor from Turkana, Nanok, and Nanok was trying to give an excuse that I don't know what was happening. I don't know what with the candidate, but that time Ruto had some, I don't know what they call it. I don't know, economic what in Meru. So Raila saw it that the Chabukati and the commission, they were not serious, because they ought to have told Ruto to come there as early as possible. Raila came there early, and then Ruto was coming kama saa 5 ama saa 6. So this engagement that they're calling it, and I'm hearing they're going to call it on 11th and 12th. It won't happen as successful the way they're thinking, because Ruto want to pretend that it's more superior than Raila. That's why, even the way he was talking, it was not that in a good faith. He was trying to pretend that he's more superior than Raila. So IBC, they should pull up their socks, or else they're going to put this country at a mess. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante bwana Joshua, we appreciate your observations and your givings. We'll play another video before we move to the next person, but I will say that Ruto's worst mistake is to assume that he is Raila or superior to Raila Odinga. That's why he's overrating himself, thinking that he will have these elections tilted in his direction. It is every person that has a seeing eye and a hearing ear knows that Ruto is trailing. In fact, the greatest challenger to William Ruto is Wajakoya. It's not in a, Raila is far ahead of him. So the slot that is left for him to fight for is number 2, of which he can easily lose to Wajakoya if he does not take care. So this business of him trying to elevate himself and to pose as if he's is equal to Raila Odinga, he is not. He is not in his age, not in his experience, not in understanding of national governance. He has not demonstrated anything that makes him fit to be a national leader. And so it's wrong for him to pose even that way. And for that, he's going to lose badly. And if he doesn't take care, these elections can make him go to oblivion as far as the future of his political career is concerned. Let him accept his size, then grow to the proper size. This deceiving himself to think that he's equal to Raila Odinga is a huge deception that will mess him big time. You can't run somebody, you are running for the first time against somebody who has run 4 times, and you think you know what it is to run a presidential candidate, a presidential election successfully. Wajakoya will give you a run for your money, and he will beat you if you don't take good care. That's not prophetic. That is just a normal observation. If William Ruto wants to be significant in this election, akubali size yake, aende akue kwa size ile inafaa. Lakini kujifanya kwamba yeye ni size ya Raila, anaweza kubeat Raila, Raila is going to beat him even in Uasin Gishu if he doesn't take care. The women constituents in this country, in this 2022 election. It's not something to play with. And so if William Ruto does not take good care, now he has a bad deputy president designate, Nanieli tuambia tumuite namna hiyo Kashagwa. And now he's running his mouth against the women. When all the women gather together against you, it is a war you will never fight and win. And so he has a lot against himself. He needs to go slow. Even if Chebukati wants to help him. Always saidia mtu yule amepata 02 kwa mathematics umfanya apate 98. It's impossible. You can't turn those things, those two figures to turn into 98. It's very difficult. So please, let's take it easy. And as we analyze, let us understand. William Ruto only leads against Raila Odinga on Facebook and Itumbi's wherever polls and the other polls that are sponsored by them. But kwa ground, everywhere I've been in this country, hata ukipiga kura kwa soko tu ilikuwa Nakuru juice. Soko tu wale wamama wa soko na hiyo tu kienyeji, William Ruto will still be beaten. So if you are beaten on the market by usual market women, ndio mama mboga umepiga debe for 4 years, and you get 9 votes, Jakoya gets 10 votes, and Raila gets 50. So if you are able to get 9 when somebody gets 50, that gives you the margin of how well you're going to perform or how badly you're going to perform. Okay. We'll play a video alafu tulete Mike alikuja, lakini Mike alikuja kabla nani, Hillary alikuwa hapa. So Mike tulia hapo. Tutamsikiliza Hillary kwanza alafu tukuje kwako. Wacha tusikilize jamaa.
Capital, hiyo pesa pia itakuwa available. Na tumesema hivi kama Kenya Kwanza, vile tulitengeneza last mile ya stima, sasa tutafanya last mile ya internet. Tutatumia kila nyumba, kila soko, kila shule, mahali kuna stima ya grid, pia sasa tutaweka last mile, na tumefanya hesabu, tunahitaji karibu bilioni 38 kusukuma hiyo stima, kusukuma internet iende kila nyumba. Na sasa wale mnafanya biashara pale sokoni, sasa pale sokoni kupiga simu hautahitaji tena bundles. Unajua watu wengi wanahangaika na bundles, bundles. Kwa sababu tumesema vile tunatengeneza barabara ya kupeleka mali yetu, lazima tuwe na barabara pia digital ambayo inatengenezwa na serikali, ili usilipishwe kutumia barabara, unalipishwa ile kitu umenunua. Nyinyi mnanielewa? So biashara katika masoko yenu, kwa sababu sasa tuta deploy internet, simu utakuwa unapiga free of charge, simu haitakuwa inakatika kwa sababu sasa tutakuwa tumedeploy internet, na utakuwa unaweza na vijana wataweza kufanya biashara online, na tunaweza kuendesha biashara yetu kwa njia inayofaa. So this is a wholesome, hii Hustlers Fund itashughulika na watu wenye wafanya biashara, mama mboga, bodaboda, wale wengine wote, watu wanaotaka biashara kidogo ya startup kwa internet na mambo yale mengine, ndio tuunganishe kina mama, vijana na kila mtu tuweze kwenda mbele. Jambo ambalo mmefanya leo hapa, kuja kuonyesha ya kwamba you are Hustler Fund compliant, muko tayari, mumeweka structures yenu, na mjue hiyo fund haitakuwa inapatianwa kwa county, haitakuwa inapatianwa kwa constituency, tutailete mpaka ward. Hapo kwa ward ndio hiyo fund. Wale officers wetu combined ambao watatoka national government wataungana na wale wa county, na hiyo ma-application yote itakuwa inafanyika wapi? Kwa ward hapo. Hakuna mahali ya kwenda mbali, hapo kwa ward. Na kutakuwa na business incubation, mafundisho hapo kwa ward ya maelezo ya vile unaweza kufanya biashara kwa njia ambayo isikuletee hasara. Tunaelewana? Na wale watu wanafundisha ni watu wanafanya biashara tayari. Mafunzo ni ya masaa mawili na kila mtu anajua vile ya kuendesha maneno. Tumekubaliana? So mimi nataka niwapongeze kwamba tayari, na nataka niambie Wakenya wengine waanze kujipanga. Na kujipanga ni kujipanga na sako, kujipanga na cooperative, kujipanga na groups ya soko, ili tuhakikisha kwamba the day tunamaliza uchaguzi, first spot yetu ya call ni kila mtu kuinua biashara yake. Tumefanya utafiti na tumesema tukiwasaidia kupunguza ile gharama mnalipa mashailok na ile gharama mnalipa mafuliza, ile gharama hawa wangwana wa bodaboda wanalipa zile kampuni wamewapatia pikipiki kwa sababu ya interest. Yule mtu anapata shilingi 200 kila siku, ataanza kupata 500 kila siku. Kumaanisha we have doubled the income just by making sure that we sort out credit and the credit bottlenecks and the credit challenges and predatory lenders. We can double the earnings of people in the micro and medium enterprise space. So that's the direction we want to go. Hivyo ndivyo tunataka kuelekea. Na tukiongeza mapato ya watu hapa chini na tuwape nafasi vijana wetu wengi wanaofanya kazi katika internet, ili pia wakuwe na pesa ya startup, tutainua uchumi kutoka chini. Na ile viwango yote, wale watu wote wanauza bidhaa katika manufacturing na industry, watakuwa na market kubwa ya kuuza mali yao, kwa sababu wananchi wengi watakuwa na pesa mfukoni.
Wote tunaagiza mambo ya viti, tunaagisha nguo, tunaagiza viatu, tunaagiza, tutasimamisha ndio hiyo nguo na viatu na all wood products iwe manufactured katika taifa letu la Kenya, na vijana wa taifa letu la Kenya katika ile mpango ya kuzalisha mali, tuweze kuondoa umaskini na tuajiri vijana wetu wote. Ninyi mnanielewa jameni?
Okay, I missed it. Let's hear from Hillary first, and then we move on.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Nashukuru. Wakati huu ni wakati mwingine ambapo ningependa tu kuzungumza kidogo kuhusu siasa ya leo na vile inaendelea tangu kampeni ianze. As we can see, my dad always tells me that if you have children na upate kwamba kuna mmoja muongo, an example is Ruto. Yale maneno anakuambia 0.5 out of 100, 0.5 ni ukweli, lakini 99.5 they are all lies. Kwa mfano angalia hiyo mambo ya internet. He tried to promise people in before in 2017 when they were looking for presidency. Amekuja tena ameanza kudanganya. Kumbuka ile ya barabara, anasema walitengeneza, ikifika mahali anasema yeye sio wa serikali. So Ruto is just a lie. Ni mtu muongo kabisa. I would like to thank my fellow colleagues wale wanatoka huku Rift Valley. I'm from Kapsabet, Nandi. People are changing. Wanaona yale maneno ambayo yanaendelea kwa Ruto mengi ni uongo. Hata ukiangalia kwa uso yake anapoongea, you can just see he's just lying. Then the issue of Mudavadi ameanza kuona watu sisi ni wajinga, kwa sababu ukiangalia vile anaongea na vile anasema, we should know that we have a constitution and everything that is done in Kenya we follow the rule of law. Hakuna kitu ambacho kinaweza uzwa mahali ama kupeanwa mahali bila bunge kupitisha. Kwa hivyo hiyo story ya Mudavadi ni propaganda na ni hali ya kujitafutia kura. Alafu huwa wanasema the complainants, wale watu wanapenda kucomplain, they are always failures. Na tumeanza kuwaona kina Mudavadi, they know they are going to fail. That is why they have a lot of complaints. Ndio unapata kwamba wanasubiri tu ikiwa Raila ataongea kidogo, they start complaining. Uhuru akiongea kidogo wanaanza kucomplain. But now Kenyans are brave, wanajua kile kitu kinaendelea. We know very well the president will be Raila Amolo Odinga. Na ile mambo ya kusema mambo ya ukabila saa hii, hiyo imeisha. Na watu watajijua hawajui na hatupangwingwi. Hiyo story wanasemanga hatupangwingwi, lakini raundi hii Nandi sisi hatupangwi. Sisi ndio tutapiga kura na sisi tunataka viongozi. Hatutaki mtu wa kabila ambaye hata hasaidii chochote. Ukikuja hapa Nandi, Kapsabet, the headquarter of Nandi County, very miserable. Na mtu anajiita Mnandi. So we don't care who will be the president. We care most about peace. We care most about our lives. We care about our children. Not people who come and loot, wanatuibia kisha baadaye wanakuja kutupigia story. So Ruto kwanza apige siasa. He's a good opposition leader. Atakuja tusaidia. Atuangalilie vile vitu zenye labda makosa itakuwa inatokea kwa serikali, lakini kwa sasa bwana hatupangwi. Hiyo tumekataa. Mambo ya kuja kutishatisha watu, wanasema this pigie huyu mtu kura ni wa nyumbani. Mambo ya nyumbani tumengojea. Nyumbani Moi alikuja 24 good years. Hakuna kitu alitusaidia watu wa nyumbani. Ruto tena ndio huyo anataka 10. Hiyo that is 40 50. Mabarabara huku Nandi imekuwa shida, matope kila mahali. So we don't care. Watakuja watupigie siasa yao, lakini Wakenya, mimi Mnandi nimeamua Ruto nyumbani Sugoi, aende huko na wakate miti mapema. Vile Atuoli huwa anawaambia mkate miti mapema, sababu kunakuja mtu atajihama. Gachagua hiyo mambo anaongea kuhusu Wakalenjin, achunge sana. Kwanza hiyo ni njia moja ya kupoteza kura, kwa sababu akianza kusema sisi ni wezi, angalie vizuri. Wezi ni politicians kutoka huko West Pokot na wanajijua, hata serikali inawajua. Those people who are cattle wrestlers wanajulikana. Kwa hivyo Gachagua angalie mdomo yake. Kama anataka kuongea aongee huko kwao, lakini asilete huku Kierere. Na ataona kura kwanza, ahesabu, ataona 50% tutapatia Raila. Na tunajua Raila ni kiongozi mzuri na ninamwamini, sababu niliona mfano wake ni wa marehemu Magufuli. atatufanyia kazi na vijana watapata kazi. Mambo mengine mengi hatuna haja nayo, tuna haja na amani, watu wapige kura, tukae chini celebrate baba akipiga kelele vigelegele, na wale wanahang huko wakijihang sugoi, shauri yao, na nimeenda.
Asante Hilary. Lazima tujali, tunakata miti ili tuzuie watu wasijihaki. Wakuwe na shock absorbers, but no doubt there will be the elections results are going to be shocking. Some people are not going to believe the results. It will take a long time before they internalize it. So mabishop wale na maskofu wote wale wameenda mlima kuomba. Nimetumiwa video ingine hapa, watu wamejifunga magunia ati wanaomba William Ruto akuwe rais wa nchi hii. Yani watu wanacheza na Mungu sana. Wanaona kwamba wanaweza kulazimisha Mungu afanye mtu akuwe rais. Mimi ni mhubiri wa Injili na mwalimu wa Biblia. Maombi siyo mapenzi ya mwanadamu ambayo mwanadamu analazimisha Mungu kujibu. Kulingana na Biblia, maombi ni mapenzi yako yatendeke. Yaani mapenzi ni ya Mungu, wewe mwanadamu unaingiana na mapenzi ya Mungu. Siwe ulazimishe mapenzi yako Mungu akusaidie kuyafanya. So hiyo story yote, hata kama mmelipwa kwenda mlimani ama mmefanyiwaje, there is no prophet who can prophesy something until God joins that thing when it was not God's initiative from the word go. And there are people who are out to mislead people by misquoting scripture because they lack understanding of biblical truth. It is important that everybody understands. Nations have destinies and nations have callings. Those callings are divine, but there is a process upon which they get fulfilled. David was anointed to be king of Israel, but it took 17 years later before he became king of Israel, after kumiminiwa mafuta. And then wewe unaenda mlimani kuomba, waambia lazima ikuwe 2022, lazima ikuwe 2022. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't meet biblical threshold. Watu wengi kibiblia, hata kama umeitwa na Mungu, hauitwangi na Mungu leo alafu unajibu mwito the following day na unafanyika mfalme the following day. It doesn't work that way. So msitishike nao manabii wa uongo ambao wanasurura hapa, wataanza kutembea hapa na magunia wakisema ni nini. Now we have seen them. 2002 they were here. They told us mkichagua Kibaki inji imeisha. Mungu amemkataa. Kibaki ni Sauli, Uhuru ndio Daudi. Manabii wa kwanza hao maskofu. Mimi nimekuwa hapa 2002. They preached that, we went and voted for Kibaki. They never came to apologize that they were false prophets. They came up with another prophecy for 2007. Beware of such people. The truth is, if William Ruto is going to be the president of this country, he doesn't have to hire people to go and prophesy it. God has his divine calendar he's working with, and he will fulfill according to his will, not according to people's prayers included. I respect prayer, I pray, and I teach the Bible, but my bishop says prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. Prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. Hakuna mtu anaenda kuomba mpaka Mungu anasahau neno lake, anasahau principles zake, mpaka anafuatana tu na maombi kwa sababu huyu mtu ameomba. Kuna watu walienda kuomba wakafia huko, na Mungu ataendelea tu kuwa Mungu. Wewe kataa kula uone kama utakufa, na Mungu hata adondoka kutoka mbinguni kwa sababu tunakufa njaa. The God of the Bible is one stubborn person. I know him. So he will not check because of Kenya is going to have an election and somebody has to be president. He's not that kind of God, I know. So naomba to relax sasa, na I think there's a video I should play before we move further. Nani next ni nataka wala wajaongea kwanza.
Did you
Wangira alikuwa hapa.
did you just call God a person?
God is a person, yes. Wait, don't start that, Mr. Wangira, because hiyo tutakuwa hapa mpaka saa 3 asubuhi. God is a person, yes. In fact, it's 3 in 1. His Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. When we start that theology, let me play the video, please. We'll play 2 consecutively, so hold your horses.
Tuoya ikihingũrĩrwo ciakĩhingũrĩrwo rĩ mũke hana gĩake mũciĩ harekeni nĩgetha mũkae wona tuoya thirikari nĩ thirikari ĩno itũ nĩ yahingĩrĩirie mbeca ciakwa rĩu tuoya ikĩhingũrĩrwo ciakĩhingũrĩrwo rĩ mũke hana gĩake mũciĩ harekeni nĩgetha mũkae kũnjerera na ndimũ mũgamie kanyũmba kega hau na kanyũmba ga thuri ga gũcina nyama makinyua kanyamũ karĩa manyuaga tũkĩaragia katiguo na watimia tũmabangira marĩ gakwara nyina gacagua ĩ makinyuaga ũcũrũ makĩinaga makĩgocaga na iwatimia tondũ mwendete rwĩmbo mũno rĩ ndĩmwĩkĩrĩre nginya kĩnanda nĩ ũndũ wa gũthũngũra nĩ ũra mwendete rwĩmbo inyuĩ nĩ ũra mwendete rwĩmbo.
Mmoja kutoka huko Western, muoga, hata sijaona kitu chochote, hata mnyama aliyeumbwa na Mungu muoga kama Musalia Mudavadi. Yeye ndiye anasema bei ya unga imeenda juu, tutarudi. Election inayokuja ni ya kurudisha unga chini. Election inayokuja kurudisha sukari chini. Nani aliangusha kiwanda cha Mumias? Nani aliangusha Nzoia? Nani aliangusha Pan Paper? Katika Western Kenya hakuna kiwanda chochote, na unaenda kuungana na wale waliangusha, wanakuambia unaimba kama parrot. Rudia hii tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Ninataka kuambia nyina, mimi sisemi uongo, mjiunge na Wakenya wengine. Saa 4 kamili kiongozi wa Kenya awe Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga wakishirikiana na Mama Martha Karua, wakishirikiana na Daktari Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, watu ambao najua ni upright leaders. Ruto aliiba mpaka hata akamuibia president rafiki yake Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeye ataibia nyinyi na anaweza kuibia hata mama yake.
Huyu ni mzee Atuoli, anatoka katika kijiji inaitwa Huisero. Huisero means at the skin. MC.
Yes, Bernard.
Endelea tafadhali.
Sasa tunasikia vile huyu mzee anasema eti aliimba mpaka kaiba mama yake akiwa tuli naye. Anyway, asante sana Bwana Bernard, nadhani tunaendelea vizuri. Nimekuwa offline kidogo, tulikuwa tumeenda kung'ang'ana. Unajua nilisemanga mwanzoni hapa, mimi natoka Migori County, mimi ni Mkuria. Tulikuwa tumeenda kuongea na wale Wakuria wa Tanzania, at least wajipange wakuja tupigie baba kura. Hatutaki kwenda mara mbili, mara moja tu tumalize hii story. So I was there, tumeng'ang'ana. I was in Tanzania, so tumekuja. Hawa jamaa wanakuja wote kupiga kura pande. Unajua kuna Wakuria wengi around 100,000 from Tanzania, so they are coming to vote baba. That is it. Wacha ningia kwa mjadala siku ya leo. I think kuna mambo mengi ambayo yamefanyika siku ya leo, as we start from IEBC leo. Kwanza kabisa Martha Karua, ninapenda sana huyu mama. Ameona ni ujinga, ameenda IEBC mapema, wakazungumza, wakamaliza story zao. Jamaa mwingine anakuja amechelewa, ana expect aweke watu hapo. Yaani huyu mama, I respect huyu mwanamke, ninamheshimu. Akaona no, hatuwezi kaa hapa, tuko na vitu zingine za kufanya, akaamuka akatoka, yuko Nyanza. Kwanza kabisa kuna baadhi ya mambo ambayo tulikuwa sisi tumeyaorodhesha kama Azimio. Hasa kabisa, ingawa tu Ruto anajaribu kujiekeleza na kuweka viegezo vingi tu katika uchaguzi huu ambao kama mnaweza angalia, anakuja na hii leo, kesho anakuja hii. Saizi anasisitiza kwamba kila kitu kikuwe kidijitali, kutambua wapiga kura iwe kidijitali, bila kusahau kwamba sometimes hizo digitali zote, hizo vitu zote za kielektroniki hufail. Raila anawaambia hatutaki mlalamike, tuweke alternative way yenye itatusaidia sisi wenyewe. Baadhi ya hia saizi wanajaribu kusema hapa, in fact wanajaribu tu kudildal, but wanashajua ni nini ita happen. So mitandao inaweza kwama, ikikwama tukuwe na hiyo alternative way yenye itatusaidia kupiga kura. Hatuwezi vumilia ama hatuwezi subiri tu kwamba lazima kimskiti zifanye kazi. Zinaweza fail kwa sababu kwanza kumbuka kwamba tutakuwa na zaidi ya vituo 10,000, 3,000 I mean. Tutakuwa na zaidi ya vituo 3,000 ambazo zitakuwa zinafanya na kimskiti zitakuwa zinatumika kila sehemu. So probability ya hizo kimskiti kufail iko. That's why baba anawaambia badili mulalamike, mtoke na kiegezo kingine kwamba sijui nini ikakuwa. Let me give you another alternative, but they are here arguing. Hiyo nao tunajua wanajaribu tu kutafuta kiegezo cha kuendelea tu kupaka IEBC matope. Wacha tukuja kwa rafiki yangu Deputy Rice Mchele. Huyo namuitanga ni Mchele Rice. Huyu wa Kenya Kwanza. Huyu jamaa ameshindwa na naomba tu aendelee kupewa microphone. Enyewe huyu jamaa ukweli kama tumescore na kama tumescore kama sisi wananasa. I'm telling you tumescore kwa huyu jamaa wetu Rigathi. Yaani yeye kazi yake tu sijui ni kuropoka, nitasema ni kuropoka na ropoka. Jamaa amekaa anatuambia eti sisi ni nyama. Kwani anaonanga wa Kenya kama ni nyama tuna miss? Unajua kama sisi wa Kuria, kama mimi siwezi kula, kama leo I've been taking supper here, siwezi kula bila nyama. Wa Kuria sisi tunakulanga nyama, hauwezi kula mboga mara mbili kama hujakula nyama. So wakati anaendelea kuwa anatukumbusha kwamba sijui atakuwa ameweka chakula hapo, nyama choma, sijui uji itakuwa inakuwa. Huyu jamaa in fact inafaa Ruto tafadhali, wale jamaa wako wa Ruto waende wamueleze apeleke huyu jamaa mentally hayuko vizuri. But tunaendelea kuomba sisi kama watu Azimio kwamba Rigathi aendelee kupewa microphone, aendelee kuzungumza zaidi tumfahamu. Kumbe jamaa amekaa kumbe kwa Kenya Kwanza kusaidia tu kwa kukula. Yeye hata hana maendeleo ya Wakenya, hajui Wakenya tunapitia nini, hajui ni nini na affect Wakenya. Yeye anafikiria tu chakula, mchele, nyama. Rigathi tunakuombea, endelea kupewa mic, na tafadhali bwana Ruto popote huko, na najua hizi vitu zitamfikia, endelea tu kuwa unapatia Rigathi Gachagua muda wa kutosha tafadhali. Wacha kuna mkatia muda, akianza kuzungumza unaanza kuambia MC wako amkatisha. Hapana, please give enough time to Rigathi aendelee kuzungumza. Nakuja kwa hii issue ya zoning ambayo pia nadhani imeaffect kila sehemu, but nilikuwa naomba tu watu wakuwe patient. Azimio we are working on that. Serikali yetu iko sawa, hata sisi natuaffect kwa sababu kesho baba yuko Migori. Hapa pia tuko na issue ya zoning ambayo inaendelea kusumbua sana, lakini baba tunajua kwamba palipo na jawabu itapatikana jibu. So watu wakuwe patient, ingawa iko kwa madate, lakini watu wa zoning tafadhali tusikuwe na haraka sana. Ukiangalia kama aka kijana kako hapa kanaitwa nani, Kabahati, akajajielewa vizuri ndio kametoka na siasa, lakini tafadhali nilikuwa namwambia kwamba akuje chini kabisa, tuelewane, kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Ndio ninajua kwamba baba akishaamua kwamba wewe basi achia mtu fulani, akona penya atakuweka. Nikimalizia nakuja kwa vitu zenye huyu kichaa alikuwa anazungumza leo. Mudavadi nadhani amechanganyikiwa. Hii pesa ya Ruto ukipewa, sijui unarudi unakuwa kichaa. Unajua sisi Wakule tunaitanga pesa ya wizi huendaga kwa wizi usiku. Yani tunasemanga kwa Kikure kirigichirubutiko kuringa kirubutiko bonde. Means ile kitu imekuja usiku kurudi tena usiku same night. Sijui nyinyi wengine mnasemaje, tuko wengi hapa. Hii pesa ya Ruto imechukuliwa kwa njia mbaya na imekuwa ikifanya vitu mbaya ndio hiyo pesa ipatikane. For instance, hizi kuna scandal mingi sana ambazo zinaendelea kutukumba sisi kama Kenya. Na hizi pesa zimekuja zimepea huyu jamaa anaitwa Mudavadi. Unaona sasa Mudavadi vitu anaropoka. Ningeomba tu niulize Mudavadi, waligundua nini kwamba hizi pots zetu zimeuzwa? Waligundua lini? Ni jana aligundua ama ni leo aligundua ama walijua mapema? Kwa sababu Ruto have been here anakimbia kila siku akisema kwamba mimi niko serikali. Kama Ruto hadi sasa hivi ako serikali, ni serikali gani iliuza hizo ports? Unajua kuna vitu zingine mnajaribu kuongea mkitafuta kura za sympathy. My friend, hamtapata hiyo. Wacha tu muendelee kusumbuka, hamtapata hiyo. Rusheni maneno. Lakini kinachonifurahisha ni kwamba tumebaki na siku 40 kwanza 39 na masaa 39 na masaa na lisali moja. So muendelee kujipanga vizuri na propaganda za kutosha. But mjue kwamba Wakenya si wajinga. Jana baba amezungumza Raila, yani Raila anaongeanga mpaka saa zingine nasikianga tu kitu inatoka sijui niseme nini. Jana Raila ameuliza swali. Mnakimbianga hapa kila sehemu mnasema kwamba Raila kwa serikali yeye amesababisha uchumi umeharibika. Raila sijui amefanya nini. Akauliza, between me and you, nani ndo analipiwa nyumba na serikali? Nani ndo analipa mshahara na serikali? So Raila anaendelea kuscore. So mimi kitu tu ningejaribu kusema kwamba bwana Bernard, nisikue mrefu sana kwa sababu naendelea kufuatilia, ni kwamba jamaa wameshindwa na kazi ya kufanya. Kazi yao tu ni kurusharusha maneno, kesho aseme hii, leo aseme hii na kesho kutu aseme hii. Sitaki kuona mambo mengi. Bernard, tafadhali kwako.
Okay, asante sana MC, tunashukuru. That's a good one. Na ni muhimu kila mtu aweke kwa mizani akaguliwe. Njia ya muongo ni fupi, wahenga washasema. Hauwezi kutumia uongo ku succeed all the time. Unaweza kutumia wakati mwingine, lakini sio kila mara. Na uongo ukizidi sana unakufanya unakuwa mmoja wao. Kwa hivyo you cut your links with the truth becomes your enemy, and so you will always use lies to try and keep afloat, but at the end of the day, kama imekataa. Mr. Wangira, what is it? Unainua mkono?
Unajua, nimemsikiliza ndugu yangu mapema na pengine watu wanaweza mchukua kwa ubaya vile alivyosema kwamba walienda Tanzania kutaka Wakuria wa Tanzania wakuje kupiga kura. Ni Wakuria wa Kenya wanaoishi Tanzania au ni Wakuria wa Tanzania?
Bernard, naweza jibu hiyo?
Jibu tafadhali, usiseme tuna
Asante sana bwana Wangira. Kuna Watanzania, kuna Wakenya Wakuria ambao wanaishi Tanzania. Kama mimi kwetu kabisa ni Migori. Niko na ndugu zangu watatu ambao kwa sasa wako Dar es Salaam. So tumeenda kueleza kwamba tafadhali, time is up, kuja tupige kura. Yani tunachofanya tu Wangira ni kwamba hatuwezi rudia huu uchaguzi. Hakuna runoff my friend. We are going to win it clean 70%. So wenye tulikuwa tunaeleza Wakuria kutoka Tanzania ni ambao wanaishi Tanzania lakini ni wa Kenya, my brother.
Okay, they are Kenyans and they are already registered because there's no more registration for voters. I don't think if they are foreigners they would be eligible to vote in Kenya. So mtu asiye shaka. Wale watu wana numbers, tafuteni numbers kama mtaweza, lakini sioni kama mna uwezo wa kupata numbers sahi, hata kama poti ziliuzwa. I know the target is the cost of vote that they want to try and convert as much as possible. I don't think so. Ongeleta hiyo mapema saa ingine, lakini saa hii siku imeenda sana. I don't think it's Yeah, there is time to overturn that. It's very difficult to do that. Aya, Wahana. Wahana. Wahana, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Bwana Wahana, don't panic. Just you unmute once, then speak. Bwana Wahana, it's like we can't get what you're saying. Sorry?
As my gadget,
You just unmute once and then speak.
You can hear me now. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone, whatever time it is. Yeah, I think I want to touch on just some few issues. And I think the first one is about Chebukati. Because to me, Chebukati all along, it looked like a joker somewhere. Somebody who is supposed to be very, very serious, because he can either save that country or throw that country to the dogs. And you were just about to be there in the last general election, that's 2017. And this time, if he's not very, very careful, if he does not behave like the chairman of IEBC, with all the authorities he has by the Constitution, he can throw that country to the dogs, never to come back anymore. At this time, we are on a very, very serious election, and we must take it very, very, very seriously. So Chebukati needs to know that he needs to play by the rule. There is no two way about it. He must conduct those elections just like it's supposed to be. The issue that I used to have with Chebukati is how he recruited his team, because I believe Kenya has got over 40 tribes, and IEBC is supposed to show the face of the country. But when you have got 100 people, 100 persons from one place, and it just happened that from that place there is a presidential candidate, that worries me a lot. It worries me a lot. And these 100 people is something which has been happening without our knowledge, because once we conduct an elections, it's like we forget about what happens with IEBC. But because IEBC know that that's how we are as Kenyans. Once we once we complete an election, we forget about everything, and they could be doing their own things. And that's why I'm worried about these 100 persons. I don't want to mention their name or where they come from, but that is worrying, because IEBC is supposed to reflect the face of the country. The other thing I would like to touch is the Ruto arrogance. And we have seen him showing his arrogance today, his usual arrogance. This is somebody who received communication from IEBC that there was a stakeholders meeting today, presidential candidates meeting today with IEBC. It was to start at 9. But Ruto found it very good and very convenient even to come some minutes to 12 when other people were there by 9. That shows how that shows who Ruto is. He's arrogant. He does not follow the law. He can do what you want when he's given authority. And this is a very good reminder to Kenyans that they should be very, very, very clear of the person they put there at the helm. Because if we put there by mistake, we have to wait for another 5 years before we can remove him. So we have to be very, very, very careful. And we must do the right thing now. We must cross the Rubicon together. So people should know Ruto is arrogant. And even the way you had him, even when, and Chebukati, I still bring Chebukati because Chebukati should show authority. In fact, he should not even entertain Ruto for coming late. He should not have entertained him. He's returning office of the presidential candidate. Yeah, he should be a person such that when he sneezes, even those presidential candidates get cold. So that's the other thing. The other thing is the empty promises by Ruto when he was in Kiambu today. That is going to about this 50 billion and the way they are going to start this cooperative movement. That you know some lies, please. I think we need to be very, very serious sometimes. You are given 50 billion because people probably thought this 50 billion they'll come and be shared among you. There has to be some structures in place of this money because it's government money. There has to be some structures, but these are structures which have not been defined to them. But now it's like before this, you can get this money, people have to register cooperatives. So how long does it take you to apply for that money and get it? This is something which is a white lie from Ruto, and it cannot happen. That is one thing. That is nothing can happen because how many people are there to apply for that 50 billion? This is a way of stealing money from Kenyans, and I think that 50 billion will just go to a few cliques who have been supporting Ruto and Kiambu. That's my own presumption. Now, the other thing is I think you have, Mr. Bernard, you have just played one of the clips there where Ruto is saying that one is going to stop this importation of clothes so that the textile industry can grow. What is the difference between what he's saying now and what Ryder said? It's one and the same thing. So this man has got no issues. He got nothing to provide to Kenyans. And I believe his manifesto tomorrow will be almost a copycat to that of Azimio. So I think that is my contribution for now, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Wahana, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, na ni vizuri kwamba kila mtu aangalie masuala haya kwa kina, ili tukifanya uamuzi tunafanya uamuzi unatokana na ufahamu ambao ni wa kweli, wala sio uongo wa wanaotafuta vyeo. Thank you so much for that contribution. We will play one video and then we bring in the MC Jazz. Sorry, one video.
Why? We don't know. Maybe Rigathi was about to say something. Deputy President William Ruto kicked journalists out of a meeting that he was holding. Why? We don't know. Maybe Rigathi was about to say something.
Okay. MC Jazz, vipi?
Yes, poa Bernard. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to
Thank you,
you.
Bernard, and the rest of the panelists for giving the opportunity to give my short submission about whatever the discussion today, whatever we're discussing today. Let me talk briefly on the IBC, then I'll go to, I'll talk about something small about Ruto, then later on Martha Karua, then I'll close it to that point. About IBC, I just want to echo whatever my colleague has just said. I think there's some sort of unpreparedness or some sort of failure of leadership by Chebukati. Chebukati has been messing the commission even from the last elections, 2017. If you are keen, you are seeing some disorganization which he was causing. In fact, it was reaching a point where the Chiloba, the CEO, former CEO, was totally in control of the IBC. At one point, Chebukati could come out and say, when he was answering the question of the hacking of the server, at one point, Chebukati came out and said there was an attempted hacking. Then later on, Chiloba comes and addresses people and say there was no total hacking. Then Chebukati comes back again, says there was no hacking. It means there's some sort of failure of leadership in the IBC. Even currently, it's playing out. And this is the time that Chebukati needs to be so much careful with Kenyans. If he really cares about Kenyans, he needs to be so much careful. I heard that they even closed, they even attempted to suspend the media from today's meeting. So I think the same behaviors we are seeing from the Sugoiman is being portrayed by the commission. That's very wrong. Now that is like the breaking the rights of the media from accessing the information. So I got to understand that there are some media houses who are suspended, but later on with the Martha Karua chipping in, they were able to be rescued. On the same note, about the voter register, this issue, I think to some extent, Azimio Wing is very right, because these systems, these things sometimes do fail. You must have an alternative way in case something happens. You have to fix that problem. The voting continues. What if in a certain polling stations, some people, the system, the technology fails to work for them? What will happen? So applying the manual way, it doesn't mean that it will be used in totality. It means it will just be used in some cases where some voters cannot be identified by the electronic system. I don't know why it's bringing a lot of issues, and I don't know why Chebukati and Ruto's wing are in full support of this. I think to some extent, I am seeing Chebukati I'm seeing Ruto in Chebukati's heart sometimes. I'm seeing him working too closely with the Tanga, of which that is wrong to us as electorates. Touching on Ruto, okay, I saw it was not good behavior, or actually a good show when Ruto decided to appear late at the stakeholders meeting, which was given, the memo was given in advance. So just the way one of my fellow panelists have just said, it shows some arrogance. Because this was a very important meeting. Actually, I never expected him to miss. But the moment he decided to go and do his business, then come back later, expecting others like Martha Karua and Raila Odinga to be waiting for them. That one is a arrogancy of the highest order. We are confirming now that Ruto has been is somebody who is full of himself. He feels that is the one superior, that no business can continue when is not involved. Then later, for that case, I'm really applauding Martha Karua for the correct actions that she took. You don't expect someone coming late towards 12, and the meeting was supposed to begin at 9. So you expect Martha Karua to wait for him, or to continue to wait for him as they make the issues they were raising. So because actually Martha Karua came as early as possible. Then on the same, Martha Karua going to Homabay, okay, she received a very good welcome. In fact, personally, my personal opinion, I feel it was strategic. Raila was supposed to be going there some days back, but he avoided to go there. Reason being, there are some scrambles about party politics and the rest. So I think Raila decided to send Martha Karua to at least quench that temperature. The temperature was too high, especially in Homabay, about the gubernatorial positions and some constituency positions. I think that's what I have for now. I'll come back later, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, asante Mzijezi, we appreciate that. A good way to look at it. It's important we all keep everything in perspective. Wakenya wamefungua macho na Wakenya wamemakinika. Itakuwa ngumu kuwahadaa kwa uongo na the vain promises. The politics that are built on propaganda and lies are very hard to sustain. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa nani? Valentino, make your submission quickly, please.
Yeah, Mr. Bernard, how are you doing?
Great. Karibu.
Yeah, na wengine wote nawasalimia nyote. Thank you very much for giving me this humble opportunity to express myself and possibly to pass my opinion in regards to today's topic. Today, as per the campaign at Homabay, I can see it's doing well. Martha Karua was well and greatly received. And for now, I don't have any doubt. Gladys Wanga, I can see she will carry the day. And that's a very good, view as per the Azimio team is concerned. Today, I have an issue regarding the IEBC. The IEBC today, they showed us how autonomy that they have in regards to this election, because first of all, there are some questions that I just kept on my mind in regards to the IEBC. They knew that today they had planned for 4 presidential aspirants to be there. And as we saw, Martha Karua was there, with the Baba was there also. So my question is, immediately they left, when Ruto came, he sat on the same chair. Do that mean that they didn't prepare themselves, or they didn't know that other principals will come there, or they knew what will happen? These are things that also IEBC, they are raising a lot of questions from the Wananchi, because they are showing that we can't trust them for sure. There are things happening on the background, we don't know how they are heading to. Chebukati himself also, we don't understand him. There are so many questions that were raised before, until now they have not even resolved those issues. Some of the issues that were raised with yeah. Sorry, I think network has an issue. That must be Kenya Kwanza. They are trying to fight my network, but no problem. 40 days for the thief, you know, they are nearly. We are with them. Okay, there are some issues which were raised, and one of the issues was about electronic identification of voters and transmission of results. Still, there is an issue there regarding the manual and I mean the other transmission system, whereby they'll be using in identifying the voter. So Raila said that it's better also they use the manual, but also on the other part they refuse. So you can see there is still a problem regarding to that. Another issue was about the audit of voter register. This was to avoid like a previous election for the dead register. I mean the dead voters to votes. Those was also a compliment, but they seemed that they were not serious. Another issue was about the recruitment of the returning officers, as they purported that there were a big number of Kalenjins that were chosen. I mean, the returning officers, and that is raising a lot of questions, which they need to be fair. They need to plan as per, for example, if you are a lawyer, they have to put lawyers there. They have to make, I mean, simplicity. As per the returning officers is concerned, they need to make it fairly for all. Another issue was about printing of the ballot papers. We needed to know really which company is printing those ballot papers, and who, for sure, who is concerned mainly. Are those, I mean, those issues that people raised in regards to the same ballot papers? Do IEBC really taking it firmly on that? Like, for example, is there any related party that is concerned in that participation of that? Maybe there is any link of any party that is linked to that company. Those are issues that they were raised, and other one also is about the data migration. As we could see, over 1 million people change their voting areas. For example, if you are in Nairobi, you change the area to Mombasa, possibly. So how will they overcome about that? Those are issues raised, and they are still quiet. They can't explain to us clearly. We fail to understand what's going on. There's also this, for all this assumption from Mr. Raila Odinga, there is a reason as to why he's mentioning this. For real, he knows that he will win the election. But you know, he's very experienced. He has been there for long. Yeah? He has been in those elections for long, and he has seen abnormalities in all these sections. So he understands. That's why he's planning himself. In fact, Mr. Raila is planning himself after election. What will happen? For him, he knows that he will win. But as per my own opinion, I think possibly is to prevent nullification of his victory, so that when he win his presidency, nobody can go to court because he had successfully petitioned the previous results. He knows so well the avenues where he used to they used to nullify the results. So also he wants to have a free and fair, credible elections. He needs people to have that trust that IEBC can undertake that. He also wants to know the election that should be accepted by both parties. There will be no any interference in regarding to the election. Finally, until now, I still fail to understand why should someone support Ruto at this time. I think if somebody is still supporting Ruto with all these lies, I am very sure this person must be, I don't know, must be having a unworthy critical mind, and or maybe is mad for sure. Because if until now you are still supporting Ruto with all these lies and everything, then it means that there is a problem with that person. That person need really Baba Care. Baba Care, I think it will help him. Because I don't think, for sure, I don't think how somebody can still, until now, still think about Ruto, for sure, with all these lies. Thank you very much. That's my last submission. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard.
Asante Valentino, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Asante sana kwa kuchangia na kuelimisha Wakenya, kumakinika na kujua wanayofaa kujua. Kuna Questa Oleso Geek. Your device is not well connected. We can't add you to the screen. Get out, go and organize it. Restart your phone from the beginning and allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio for you to be able to be added to the screen. Right now, we can't because your device is not well configured. We go back to Guru. Guru, you can make your second submission, please.
Yes. Let me.
Just before you come in, let's play this out. Ili utatusaidia na interpretation.
Kaweka nona thai ithuĩ tũngiuga nĩ tũkenete mũno nĩ mũcemanio ũyũ na Ngai arathime Kamamu nĩ ũndũ wa gũthondeka mũcemanio ũcio tondũ mwana ũcio nĩ atũĩ na rĩu kĩndũ kĩrĩa ithuĩ tũrenda kuga tũtikwenda kũhanyũka rĩngĩ na ngũnia nĩ twarega thĩinĩ wa rĩtwa rĩa Jesũ anake aitũ matikũhũrwo rĩngĩ tũtigũikĩrio mĩguĩ rĩngĩ nĩ twarega thĩinĩ wa rĩtwa rĩa Jesũ nĩ tondũ mĩaka ĩyo twaikara nĩ handicĩki yatũma twĩke atĩa tũikare na thayũ korwo mũnene witũ Uhuru ndagĩire na handicĩki ũrĩa gũkũ tũtingĩrĩ ona nĩ arogotwo akaitwaria ma tondũ ihinda nĩ ikinyu rĩa kwaria ma na rĩu nĩ kahende merũka ona nĩ arogotwo samũrai kura cianyu kũrĩ mũndũ atete yake atĩ kũrĩa ũgatarĩ na kura anengerwo kĩbandĩ ona nĩ arogotwo.
Bwana Guru.
Yes. Let me touch on the visit of mother in Nyanza. One thing that will come out when we go to the next polls is how women have perceived the entry of a woman at the highest level of the executive. And there are those who would want to downplay this fact. But if the excitement you see in women cutting across the various communities is anything to go by, then we are in for a result that will be recorded as history in our country. There is a way in which mother is appealing to the masses, not just women, but even to the youth. And it has actually robbed the other side of the aggression that they were exhibiting there before, the chest thumping and daring the opponent. Her approach has made that aggressive approach look juvenile. Because if you remember, there before there was a lot of that heckling and so on and so forth. fine, the heckling will not just go away because some of these people are paid. But by and large, groups that are voluntary will hardly do that. That have groups formed by people who have voluntarily gone to listen will hardly do that. I am also admiring how she is complimenting in the campaigns. You notice that, like one of us said here, that the message that she carried to Nyanza today was carried some weeks back by Baba, and it was not very well received. But today she repeated the same message, and there was no, complaint or expression of discomfort. So I think Baba is reaping the benefits of having going out of his way and tried something that has not happened before. And it is consistent with him. I think he's a very daring political animal in the sense that he's able to go the extra mile and challenge the systems. And through his actions, ask, why can't we do it this other way? And that makes the whole difference between him and his opponent. The opponent has never fought for anything. If anything, he has been opposing any changes that are proposed, but he himself has never proposed any earth-shaking, change in the country in terms of, rearranging the political arena. He has always been comfortable with what people are used to, which then means those backing him are not arrived to the fact that a society has to keep renewing its systems and structures to fit the new realities that can be, so that the society can cope better with the challenges that may be. So basically, what it is that I'm looking forward to a more energized campaigns going forward in the run-up to the August 9th, when you go to the polls. Now, when you also look at what the deputy said about the governors, sometimes we learn people by the statements they make. I'm doubtful if Ruto has ever embraced devolution unequivocally, because when you look at even what he's suggesting now, the so-called bottoms up, it's a way of telling or having what I would say lack of confidence in the counties, because basically these are things that any county can do, and some have done it. So I don't know why he thinks in terms of centralized management, and more so even now when you see at the way he has handled the political parties that are seen to be working with him, he's browbeaten them into submission, and his main obsession seems to pack the Senate and the national parliament with his UDA MPs and senators, and the others are just joyriders. So the mindset of this person, the orientation, the practice, the thinking is that of a centralized management system where power revolves around one person. And you can see it in the programs that he is trying to suggest. You can see it in the manner in which he is handling those others who have political parties. I think there is nothing more to say about this, not unless one is bright. I think, and I'll repeat again here, this is one person who is a true student of the late Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. Not even Gideon can come close to that in terms of his political orientation. He is one person who is for a patronage system, highly centralized, and the conduct and his way of doing things is just that. Moi used to go to church every Sunday, carrying the Bible, and this is what Ruto has copied. Moi used to have his stooges across the country in various communities, the so-called patronage system. This is what Ruto has created. Moi used to disintegrate communities and manage them. This is what Ruto is doing, and so on and so forth. So the greatest fear here for those who experience this system is that we could roll back the gains that we have made as a country and go back to the 1990s if we are not careful. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante Bwana Guru, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maonyo, wasia na ushauri. Naamini kila Mkenya anafuata na anaelewa kinachoendelea. Tunaomba tu tusitokee yeyote atakayehadaliwa na wanasiasa akose kumakinika na kujua mbivu na mbichi. Let's revisit history.
That's what I'm asking. A visibly angry Justice and Constitutional Affairs Minister Martha Karua following what could be a brewing political feud that threatens to overshadow the more fundamental food crisis.
Martha Karua requested me about 2.5, 3 months ago for a meeting. And we met in her friend's place. And she wanted us to discuss politics and 2012. On 2 occasions, I refused. I met her, yes, and I refused. I didn't know it was going to boil down to this.
Approached him for partnership. The insinuation was for partnership 2012. But Karua is dismissing the insinuation by Agriculture Minister William Ruto that she may be looking to form an alliance with him.
I don't think any serious politician would seek a partnership with any individual associated either with corruption or violence. So to my colleague, Honorable William Ruto, answer the issues related to your docket, period. I don't wish to attract any baggage, now or in future.
Karua is adamant that the minister may be looking for a way to avert mounting pressure on him to resign following allegations of a maize scandal.
My statement has been very consistent.
And I have made that statement many times. And if there will be need for me to make a further statement, I am going to make a further statement.
No minister should get upset to be asked to account for what is happening in their docket. If one has nothing to hide, we should take it easy and explain what has happened.
Karua questioned the escalation in maize flour prices at a time the government had ordered the release of subsidized maize to millers.
It is actually not only criminal but immoral to steal food meant for the poor. And stealing here does not just mean that either the maize is lost. It's manipulating the prices by introducing brokers and then offloading the burden to poor consumers whom the government intended to cushion in the first place.
But not today.
Short of demanding for his resignation, Karua asked for a team to investigate the ministry, saying the coalition government lowered the standards in the fight against corruption, thus allowing leaders to get involved in corrupt dealings unabated. Evelyn Wambui, KTN Prime.
Okay, hapo mimi sisemi kitu. Everybody is free to judge for themselves and then make a sound conclusion on which we forward for Kenya.
Bernard,
Yes.
just a point on that.
Quickly, Mr. Guru, your one, please mute it.
Hello, are you getting me?
Yes, endelea.
Just one point on this on the video. You know, the Tanga wing has been wamekuwa tu wakisema wakinini anything ikikuwa nini scandal ikitokea and Ruto ikuwa mention jina yake, they have been saying it's a political witch hunt. So the question I'm asking myself, which year was this? It was 2007, the Grand Coalition government. Ruto was not running for a president that time. So, and the scandal began during that time. So people should know who William Ruto is. It's not something that started yesterday. It's not something that started because he is vying for president. That is the culture and that is the blood that Ruto is man who is associated with anything like scandalous, anything inaweza leta pesa karibu na yeye. So I'm just saying people associated with him should stop this narrative of being politically instigated, something of that sort. Just that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MCJZ. Okay, let's listen from Olara. Olara, come in now.
Asante sana. Wacha lazima hizi mavitu ziko kwa background hapa. Ya, nimesikia mambo na asante sana Mr. Bernard na Mama Seli na Mr. Wangira for the mnasikia? Okay, sawa. Na Mr. Wangira nakupenda for your background checkups unafanya every day and you're not tired. You always come with new numbers every day. Lakini kuhusu mambo ya statement ya Mr. Mudavadi leo, okay, naanza tu na hapo. Baba alipo walk over Ruto's late coming, Ruto want to demean them and keep them there, and this is just disrespectful. Then somebody should be allowed to lead a country where other leaders are seated. You come and walk on them. So we should walk over you. And what they did, including Wajokoya, I think it's a moral step forward. Kuhusu the selling of okay, Mudavadi's statement with KK, kitu ambayo most of us hatuku comment on is what I want to touch on. No, in as much Mudavadi's press status was political, but it has historical facts. This country has always been eaten during or when we cheer most. As we cheer most, that's when it's easier for the looters to eat more. As we cheer most, that's when everything is going to dogs. As we cheer most, that's when the violence, post-elective violence comes in. You can remember your history. I think Mr. Bernard knows the history when we have those motions, when you have unanimity. Then the next election we had animosity and we killed each other. Speaking of that, the port issue is not a propaganda, because government went into the gear in the second term and they opened that Dongo Kundu project in earnest. And during that same period, the port of Kisumu was enacted. And governments are not stupid. They're not like us laymen. When things are coordinated and are done in the same time, it means resources. And with almost bankrupt government that we had in the second term, it means loans. If not loans, it will mean deals. So maybe the way out of our big loans could be leasing out those strategic ports. Maybe. Don't judge me. Just listen me out. Because I don't want us to be here 5 years, 10 years. Then we'll have port bag, not golden bag, port bag. I want us to negotiate that thing, because if a deputy president of Kenya and a deputy prime minister of Kenya and the current deputy president of Kenya say something, we have to look at it. These are the big boys who are playing with golden bags. These are the boys who play with Amoret and Amoret. And I just want to warn our conscience. We should look at it this way. First independence, the biggest grabbers of land were the people in the administration in that time. And they are still benefiting from it from now until now. Though we cannot hide from that in as much we love anything. And if anything, we should redress it one day, one time. Not unless we are being punished or punishing ourselves. Second thing is, that land was generating a lot of money. And now the future of this country, because I don't see any one of us here having at least 10 acres in our inheritance, what we can do is only we can have maybe 1 acre, then do something meaningfully, meaning doing a modern economics on our lands. Maybe you do a greenhouse, maybe you do a small industry inside there like China is doing, because in China nobody can own 10,000 acres of land. Nobody. And this stupidity which we still have it in our country, that somebody can own 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 acres of land, and the government does not tax him. You know, you shouldn't be taxed. When the burden of tax comes into you, then you release the land. Then the burden of the land will go away. So what I'm seeing now is, as we know, half of the economy of the country, the smart economy, in fact, like production, banking, are all gone to the founders of the country. Now they've moved out of the land. Now they're occupying the future of the economy. And that statement which Mudavadi made, I just wanted, we conceptualize it into like, okay, Kenya becoming a Dubai of Africa. Is somebody trying to hijack it now? As we interrogate maybe Raila Karua candidacy or presidency, we should be putting them on task now so that we don't incur another debt for somebody else. Because I know President Uhuru didn't do infrastructure for out of moon. He did it because he wanted to expand the economy, and he has already placed himself in the future economy. He was in his father and him were in the independence economy, and now he expanded the network of roads and all of that, and he already put himself, allegedly, as Mustafa said it, he already put himself in the future of the Kundu Lamo thing. He put himself in there, and they already have investors from Dubai. If that were this is my understanding. If somebody else can have something to add on it, this is what was disturbing me as I'm looking forward. I'm not looking at this election. I'm looking in 20, or let's say 2041, when now almost a grandfather with a lot of great-grandchildren. Then my generation should be not stupid enough to know that this Yembekundu, this sport, what Mudavadi is talking about should not be a history. Should be something we factored in as the panelists here. We should be factored in, because the future is not politics. The future is economics. The future is not politics. Baba can get it 10 years, he can die, his children will be there. And they'll be with us. Maybe with our children, maybe with our other grandchildren. So we should be very careful. Nobody should ever reinvest in us with looted money. Everyone should be having an equal entrance into the economy, including the president and his family, including this claim that this superhighway was hijacked, is a family project. We should revisit those parts. I don't want to speak about any candidacy. For me, come Ruto, come Raila, I don't care. But I want to see the projection of the economic of the vision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your submission. But the government has its operation systems. Musalia Mudavadi has been a government minister, a finance minister one time, and minister for local government. So he knows the operations of government and how a government works. If you have been a minister for finance, you must be aware of how procurement is done. And there are two ways of making a development program take off in a particular, any regime of government. Is either you have an investor who places his money into an infrastructure, then he's able to collect his money back through the service that particular infrastructure offers until he pays himself and then leaves the property back to the government. All that I heard from Musalia Mudavadi, with all due respect, was blowing hot air of casting aspersion on the government and the government plans and the government undertakings, and they say it was done in a hurry, it was not consulted, and all that and all that. When did he learn of this? And how after learning to it, what did he do? Or what did Kenya Kwanza do on the same? Is it calling for giving out a dossier that wants to indict Uhuru Kenyatta? Is that how to get it fixed? I don't think so. There is something that betrays what Musalia Mudavadi said, and that is his own statement. Wakenya hawezi kula barabara. We don't eat roads. So Kenya Kwanza is painting themselves as anti-infrastructure and anti-development, because to them everything has to be edible, and it has all to end up on the plate for them to eat. That's not an economy we want to be part of. We want to be part of a government or a nation that can compete with other nations of the world in terms of infrastructure development. And if loans are an issue, we should use other means. But saying that the port is mortgaged, the port in Mombasa, the port in wherever in Kisumu, they have all been mortgaged, and the private companies who are the owners of those companies, I find that very questionable, very questionable. It's just a matter of, in my opinion, it's diversionary tactics of trying to remove Kenyans from focusing on what is becoming obvious, that Kenya Kwanza has been running a campaign built on lies, and their lies are catching up with them, and so they would want to look for something that will make President Uhuru Kenyatta and probably Raila Odinga not be sellable to Kenyans. From the look of things, in my opinion, those guys need to be investigated. They need to be investigated, because the port is not an issue that, in fact, is not Uhuru Kenyatta's plan. The port, the Lamu port, and all these other ports were drawn during the Grand Coalition government with Mwai Kibaki. All these things were inherited. It's just a matter of implementation. So by that time, Musalia Mudavadi was deputy prime minister. So why is he coming up with all this now without trying to hold brief for the government or for Uhuru Kenyatta? In my opinion, Musalia Mudavadi is just hell-bent to cause problems in terms of wanting Kenyans to add salt to injury. If I read clearly from what they are saying, they are looking for something, an object of aggression. Okay, an object of aggression. They are looking for how to get a protest vote, like that one of 2007, when the country voted against Kibaki because of economic issues, and sioni wakienda nayo. But if there is any substance in what they said, let them show it to us, but not press conference, not a matter of whistleblowing. There is no whistleblowing there. If there is any whistleblowing, they need to give us something substantial, not a press conference. Let me play this video before we move further. Who is this? Bwana Richards, you are logging in with different gadgets. We can't add you to the studio when you are logged in with two different gadgets. You choose either on the laptop or on the tablet or on the phone, one item. You come with two, we will not be able to add you. Even if we do, you will not be able to communicate. So choose one gadget and log in with one, please. Yes, your gadgets have issues. I think restart your gadgets, please, and then log in with one item. Don't log in simultaneously with different gadgets. Zinasumbua. Okay, let's go where.
Katika mipango ya Jubilee tumesema tutajenga industrial park kubwa hapa Naivasha ya mambo ya leather na textile ambayo itaajiri vijana zaidi ya vijana zaidi ya 100,000 ambao wataajiriwa katika Naivasha hii.
So kuna watu ambao hawaelewi maneno, ufanye hii, ufanye nini, hawawezi kuelewa. Kazi yao ni kupinga, kazi yao ni kuweka maneno machafu. And so nyinyi nawauliza hawa watu muwapuzilie mbali, sisi tutazidi na kubadilisha Kenya.
The establishment of an inland cargo depot in this county, just down the road in Naivasha, will transform Nakuru into the logistic hub of the greater North Rift. It will also expedite transport of people and goods by reducing costs and delays. The government is keen to collaborate with counties in such visionary and transformative strategies.
Serikali ya handshake ndio ilihamisha port operation kutoka Mombasa ikapeleka mahali pengine. Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Mombasa, hiyo reli ndio itafungua Mombasa hii na tutairudisha. Ile port wameipeleka mpaka kule Naivasha, tutairudisha irudi hapa Mombasa na
Uda, I don't know if you have anything, and Roots Party in that order. Thank you.
I think you'll allow me to cover a few points, all related and very, very fast. One of them is the issue of agents. The perennial complaint in every petition, whether presidential or gubernatorial, like I participated in, is kicking out of the agents by your presiding officers. So to enhance transparency, we are proposing that you not only release the identification badges for agents to candidates 2 days before, but that identification plus the oath are the only thing an agent needs to get access, and your officers must not have any authority to send out an agent unless if an agent commits a criminal offense, in which case the police at that polling station will have recorded that incident. I want to agree with your proposal that agents should sign. Therefore, the presence of the agent, unless if they have committed a criminal offense and the party is at liberty to replace it. The signing of the result form 34A and in all other elections by the agents ought to be mandatory, and your form should have a column for the agent to say, I agree or disagree with the results. We also want, it's good you are transmitting the results. You have promised us copies, but you've been printing only 6 copies of the form, 4 of which are for use by the Commission. As you can see in this presidential election, we have 4 presidential candidates. Therefore, 2 copies are not enough. We don't want to ask you to print more copies and incur more money for the government. We just want the right as agents to be able to take WhatsApp images of the form once it is ready. That way, Whatever you transmit cannot have vifaranga via computer, because the form will be out, everybody will have it, and the press, if they are in the room, will also have it. The gap on announcing what is tallied at the station should be removed. When either the press or other people say how many votes were garnered, and they are on that form, they are not making the official announcement, they are giving the provision. They just say, this is what we witnessed. That enhances transparency. So two things. Your officers must not have the right to send out agents unless if there is an incident recorded by the police and the party has a right to replace. Number two, WhatsApp images. Those who are able to have smartphones, and I'm certain that in every room there will be at least one or two people with a smartphone. We must take WhatsApp images. The story of the Faranga via computer will die at that stage, and that will enhance the transparency of the elections, which is ordered or commanded by Article 86 of the Constitution. On the door. Oh, sorry, only one point. I'm being reminded by my principal that the order of counting in every polling station, it should be clear that they start with the presidential ballot. They don't always do so. I've been at polling stations where it is not done that way. So let the commission be clear. And finally, people commit deliberate electoral offenses. That is employees of the commission, and they hide behind the word commission. We want to request you to unequivocally and publicly tell your officers that anybody who violates the electoral code deliberately, we will face the law individually. Last year I tried to privately prosecute 3 of your officers. Now that we are busy in elections, I may drop the appeal, but we need them to know that it is personal responsibility. The elephant called the commission must be dissected to that polling clerk, to that candidate, to everybody. Thank you. So that we don't come back, I'm being reminded that I think the audit report had already been asked in the previous by our competition in UPA, and I think we are in agreement that yes, we need the audit report by KPMG, but that now can also be bared to us as we inspect your factory.
Okay, that was a long one, but I believe it serves the purpose for us to look at this critically. Back on the port issue, I find it very difficult to accept the fact that Uhuru Kenyatta will be on the front line of rescuing Jamhuri Park from grabbers and be grabbing the ports at the same time. It's inconceivable. So hiyo dozi ya Kenya Kwanza wajaribu kitu ingine. Saa hii wajipange kama ni Sugoi ama ni Mululu ama ni kwenda kukata miwa. Hiyo kazi zote ziko available. Baba amesema atafufua industry zote hata Mumias na Nzoia na hiyo. Kwa hivyo kukata miwa itakuwa kazi pia, na kila mtu ajitahidi. Story nyingine ya kujaribu kuchanganya Wakenya sioni ikifaulu. Let everybody campaign on what is valid, not trying to play with people's minds. And then these deliberate lies of trying to insinuate that Kenyans are too foolish and too ill-informed that you can always get away with anything. That mindset needs to go. Kenya Kwanza and William Ruto need to understand that hao ndio walituambia wajinga waliisha Kenya, wajinga waliisha Kenya. You can't be the person who presided over the transfer of the port and the establishment of the dry port, and then you turn around and say there is another serikali inaitwa serikali ya handshake. Hakuna serikali ya handshake Kenya. Deputy president wa nchi anajulikana. Deputy president wa nchi anakaa kwa nyumba ya serikali, anapanda gari la serikali, analindwa na serikali, alafu anageuka anatuambia kuna serikali ingine inaitwa ya handshake. There is no handshake government. Some of these things are very annoying, and I don't see why Kenyans want to be carried away, following things that are baseless. Mr. Wangira, is it Wangira or Mama Selina? Wangira, you can weigh on that.
Okay, Bernard, thank you. I just want to go back to this issue of the IEBC stakeholders forum that was held today, Bernard, because to me, as far as I'm concerned, that's a very critical area, because if we don't get it right, then then we might not even have an election in the meaning of what an election is supposed to be, Bernard. To start with, that issue or the adamance or by IEBC that they are going to only apply what they are calling electrical identification and electoral register, raises a lot of questions on why they are insisting on electronics when section 44A together with the IEBC regulations are very, very clear that we must have a complementary. And there's this argument that the complementary is in the electronic. Then how can a system complement itself? That's what people are asking, How can a system complement itself? A system must have another system to complement it. You cannot have a system purporting that it's going to complement itself. Those are questions that people are really asking. And, given the scenario that we had in the last election where we had 2.5 million people who could not be identified by the Kim's kit and were lucky to vote just simply because we had that manual voter register. So, I think IEBC is not answering the questions the way they should be, unless there's something they are hiding, because they are not telling us how they will deal with the same scenario that occurred in 2017, where there were around 2.5 million people who were eventually identified using the manual register because the Kim's kit could not identify them. Then there's another critical issue that has been raised here, Bernard. And, I was born in this country, I've grown up in this country, and perhaps this is where I've lived most of my life. And, we know how ethnic affiliation in this country are major, even amongst people who are in what we call public service. You find people who are even in public service and they have their allegiance to their community. That's the truth, and we cannot run away from the truth. So, this issue of the returning officers has been raised here. And I don't want to mention community A or community B for obvious reasons, because I don't want to be seen to be prejudicing any particular community here. But Bernard, just the other day, IEBC gazetted 290 returning officers for the 290 constituencies in the country. And if you look at the mandate of the returning officer, this is where the rubber will meet the road. This is where the rubber will meet the tarmac. Because if you get it wrongly with the returning officer, then perhaps we might not have an election. Because if you look at the mandate of the returning officers, Bernard, These are people who are supposed to announce results in the designated electoral units. Returning officers, they are the ones who are supposed to announce those results. Returning officers will even announce winners. They are going to recruit, train, and deploy electoral officials during the election. The electoral officials that are going to be elected to be recruited, the temporary electoral officials that are normally recruited by the IEBC at the constituency level, Bernard, they are going to be recruited by the returning officers. They are returning officers that are going to ensure that they have been trained, and it is the same returning officers who will deploy this particular electoral official. And so, if the issue that is being raised here is true, that majority of these returning officers are predominantly from one particular ethnic community, Bernard, then that should worry us, because we were born in this country and we know what ethnicity this country can do. And that's why even the constitution talks of diversity of communities, and even in public service there must be that diversity. Then I will be interested to know further, if it's true, how IBC ended up having returning officers predominantly from one ethnic community, Bernard, because it is not an easy thing, and we cannot brush it away, knowing the way this country operates. So that area of the returning officer, I even heard Raila Odinga, chief agent, talking about it and saying that they are going to raise it with the IBC. So to me, that one is a major concern, and a real major concern, because it is true that the returning officers, 290 of them are majority of them are predominantly from one particular ethnic community, then there is a problem there that we will need perhaps to revisit and perhaps come up with a new list of returning officers, because we cannot have returning officers who are predominantly from one ethnic community. Today, if they decide to collude, what do we say? And there is communal collusion in this country. What will we do about it, Bernard? So to me, that is a very, very serious thing that needs to be looked into. And finally, I agree with Martha Karua, especially on this issue of electoral officials kicking out agents. It was very common, especially in the elections of 2013 and 2017, where especially NAS and CORD previously ended up having no agents, because they create a complaint, and that complaint is used to kick your agents out, so that at the end of the day you end up not having agents. And that's why Martha Karua has come up with a very, very good proposal, that so long as an agent has a badge, and so long as an agent has that oath that he or she has subscribed to, she should not be interfered with unless she has committed what they are calling an electoral offense, and where police have witnessed that such an offense has been committed. And even if that agent ends up being kicked out, then this particular political party should be given a leeway of electing of appointing another agent in that regard. Then the issue of the imaging, whereby now we are told that what will be counting at Bomas of Kenya will be the Form 34A. Form 34A, that's the primary form that is normally filled at the polling station. So that is what Chebukati will be waiting for at the Bomas of Kenya. So we are expecting around over 46,000 Form 34S. So I agree with Martha Karua that because we cannot go into this business of photocopying, blah, blah, blah. And we even have systems nowadays with technology and software where you can scan that form on software, where you can take the image on software. Then they should be allowed to take that particular image before the form is officially handed over, so that by the time everybody is leaving a particular polling station, then we know who is winning and who is losing in that particular polling station. And if we do that, then we perhaps will be heading into the right direction. And finally, the issue of the KPMG report. We have been talking about the KPMG report, where we were told there were dead voters. There were people with duplications, people who registered with documents that were not theirs, people who registered with documentation that don't exist in our national registry. So we also want to know, how did Chebukati deal with these 1 million people who had issues around what I've just mentioned here. So Chebukati, has a lot of homework for us before we are set for elections on the 9th of August 2022, Bernard. Let me leave it at that, but I will be keen to know how this issue of returning officer, we need to interrogate and really know, in fact, name by name, who they are, so that we can even tally and know where they even come from, so that we are sure whether it's rumors or whether it's true that majority of them are predominantly from one ethnic community, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that. And on that IEBC, if I could add one item, the Bible says where 2 or 3 witnesses are, a matter is settled. If there is an electronic voter register and there is electronic identification process for the voters, those are 2 witnesses, okay? We need a 3rd witness, which is called the physical register. So that if 500 people voted in a particular polling station, which needs whatever stream, which needs to carry 700 people, these people are archived in the electronic register. They are also crossed in the physical register. So in case there is a dispute, there will be 2, 3 witnesses to attest to what happened during that particular election. So Chebukati and his games is beginning to play now. He should just come out clear. If he wants to be an agent of a particular wherever candidate, he's free to do that, but not to play those monkey business he's trying to play on us, trying to practice law that, in my opinion, he seems not to understand, and trying to insist on a written law without understanding there is the spirit of the law as well. Every election needs to be held in an environment that is conducive, and that environment that is conducive is where all the players in the elections have confidence in the referee, that the referee is going to preside over the elections in a just manner, and in following the rule of the law with a strict balance. You can't insist on something you know that will not work. If the mock wherever result transfer worked, then we can speak on that. But you did a mock, which is less than 3 weeks ago, and it failed completely. How do you now keep insisting on things that you know are going to fail, unless you have a hidden agenda of trying to create a constitutional crisis that will make some people to be automatically remain in government or continue being in government? Chebukati, wake up and stop your games. Face your job. If you can't, resign. Step down, ondoka. Mtu mwingine anaweza kufanya hiyo kazi. We have 9 commissioners, and then of the reason why there was even the suggestion of 9 commissioners. Those commissioners were to come from different regions, and they were to come from different ethnic groups, so that there is a balance at the helm of the electoral wherever referring process. So if you are 9 different commissioners from different communities, from different regions, so that everybody will be safe to participate in the election because they have some representation in the IEBC. How can now the IEBC, after having been constituted by those variety of commissioners, settle on returning officers, the majority of returning officers coming from one ethnic group? It doesn't add up, except kuna huyu mtu wa kuandikanga barua ya Sakaja apewe degree, hiyo barua inasainiwa siku hiyo hiyo, degree inapeanwa siku hiyo hiyo, inakuwa approved siku hiyo hiyo, inakuwa submitted siku hiyo hiyo. Sorry, that particular person seems to be at play at IEBC. and it should keep off. We need to have an IEBC to conduct an election freely so that we can all go home celebrating and receiving congratulations from the losers because they lost fairly and the winners won fairly, not this other monkey business. I want to appreciate all of you for continued support and followership of Mtembei TV. We encourage you to keep subscribing with our YouTube channel. And those of you who are following on Facebook, please keep on following. If you're new on this channel, follow it completely. Please ensure that you are encouraging your cousins, your uncles, your parents, your friends to subscribe to Mtembei TV. This is one channel where you'll get your political analysis done accurately. This is the only place where you'll get raw news. Raw news means they are not edited. You get it free from the field right to the screen, and you will be able to judge it by yourself. So please, let's ensure that that is in place. And those of you who want to be part of the screen, we are banned hiding behind the curtain. If you can't keep your camera on, then you can't be part of the screen. So please, let's ensure that that is done and that is kept. Let's not keep singing that because it is unnecessary. We are all mature and we need to adhere to the rules that are necessary for our good debating, because there are people who watch this after we are done, and they will not be enjoying the watch if they will have a dark screen left for them in the name of somebody trying to hide the identity. You don't need to. If you must be on the screen, then be prepared to stay on camera. If you can't stay on camera, then stay on the comment section and contribute from there. Nobody's going to force you to make your face be seen at the comments section. But all in all, let's remain vigilant. Keep your voters card ready, your ID card, very important. Keep it ready and stay put until you vote. Stay put until you vote. Even if there are some threats in your place and probably some you feel a little bit scared, just stay put, vote, and then after that, move to the safety that you think it is safe. But Chebukati is not a problem to us. We got rid of Isaac Hassan. We can get rid of Chebukati within 48 hours. Kwanza yeye ni rahisi sana. Kwa hivyo asitusumbue, kila mtu ajitahidi. Hii kura tunaenda kupiga, and the winner is going to win very well because he doesn't have serious competition. Bwana Njiru, vipi?
Salamu alaikum, how are you?
Niko salama, karibu.
Sasa sijui kama unataka kuenda kupumzika ama unataka mimi nitoe maoni yangu. I don't know which one is which.
mimi ukisha hata wakati unaendelea kutoa maoni yako nitatoka unceremoniously.
Okay, that one is okay. We are in the house now. We can allow you to go address. Thank you for that. Maybe let me give my presentation. And first of all, I want to thank everyone who keeps on following us here in Mtembei TV. And I want to thank you because I know it's a lot of time we use here, and it takes a lot of energy, courage, and a lot of your time. Thank you for being here. I know there is some productive issues happening here. Straight to the point. One thing which I learned today is that there was one team which knew what they wanted exactly from IEBC, and the other one was just there for a show off or a show up, if I say. No wonder even their presidential candidate had to come late. Let me go to Baba. Again, I saw a lot of good coordination, good working relationship between Baba and Mother. I saw their engagement, which were very much detailed. They know what they want, and I think if IEBC can be able to respond to them, we should have a credible election. But there is always a question which I ask ourselves. What is this complexity which we talk at this advanced level of IT? I never understand. To me, we just want to play monkey businesses. An election involving 20 million people doesn't attract the complexity which IBC wants to tell us. We can tarry those people very fast. We can have their data which is verifiable very fast. And it is possible to have a credible election involving all the 22 million people and an election which is verifiable in less than 6 hours, if we are serious. India has been able to do this in an Indian election, and somebody should not come and tell me that India is more advanced than Kenya. India has been having the same problems we had. They are a colonized country like us, so they have been in the same issues which we are having. And India, a country which takes close to 400 million people to vote, concludes their election in 12 hours. And tomorrow people are in business. They already know who is their prime minister, and things have already started. People have started removing their posters. The ones who are supposed to mourn have mourned. The ones who had taken debts are planning how to pay. That's the direction we need to go. So what I'm saying is that we have a lot of digital era. We can do a lot of work, and Chebukati needs to give us working formulas. We have given him that job. We are paying him for your information. He is not doing it for free. So if Chebukati thinks that he is in the commission there just to give us any election there, I tend to disagree with him. I know he is earning a salary of close to $1 million, and he cannot afford to give us a shambolic election. It is very expensive to have lawyers for 1 week in the Supreme Court trying to defend an election which they don't understand. So to avoid all those problems of going to the Supreme Court and paying lawyers millions of dollars and trying to risk people's life, we can't do that. Because let me tell you, how you do your elections determines how you get out of a polarized election. We already know that Kenya is polarized. We are now divided. We have one section of the government or of the country which is supporting one faction. There is another section which is supporting another faction. And we will be able to get out of this polarization through a credible and verifiable election. So Chebukati cannot give us less. Chebukati has to give us credible election. Number two, I don't want to talk about the technicality of IBC, because all what IBC is telling us, if they have IT experts, they have equipment, they know the people they have given contracts. To me, I don't want to talk about election because methodology is the easiest thing. But because IBC is not committed to give us a good election, that's why they want us to keep on talking. It is very simple. We are in a digital age. This is the 21st century, where if you see, NEC is able to do very good work on the digital work. They can mark their things. They can relate them to the students. People can go. There is so much IT work which is happening in Kenya. So this idea of wanting to say that Kenyan election is the only complex thing we have, there is so much networking which is being done in Kenya. So this idea where IBC want to, like, they want us, we take them so special, it's as if they are doing very complex work which others are not doing, is wrong. So I want to talk to IBC directly, and I want to tell them that if this country bans, you are the people to blame. It is not that we do not accept elections. Let me tell you, anyone can accept a defeat if you show them a methodology of how they lost. But there is no way in which people will be obliged to accept a defeat, whereas there is so many monkey businesses which happen. Some ballot papers were not marked properly. Some agents were beaten, or maybe something something in the polling station happened. You see, those things which make things not happen properly are the ones which make us doubt this election. And all I'm saying is that IBC needs to have a fine-tuned system, and they can make it. It is not that they don't have capacity. We have financed them. I know very soon they will start saying that they need 40 billion, they need 60 billion. We need to see the value of that money. 60 billion can change life of people, can get quite a number of many people from poverty. And if we have to invest 60 billion, we want to invest that 60 billion in a one-shot election, which will be conclusive, not an election which will be a dummy election, which we can't know who won or who didn't win. So lastly, I also wanted to comment about what happened today, the Madakaroa visit to Homabay. I liked it. I think the country is now rooting for women leadership, and I think this time round we need to recognize our women. They are capable. We have women who are learned. We have women who have shown capacity elsewhere, and we need to now start giving them leadership position. And I want to challenge, because I want to challenge KKA today here. I want to see your top leadership. I want to see your commitment to women. I only see you having rallies and just saying that you will give 10 cabinet secretaries to women. But that one is just a say. We don't know if you get the election, if you will be able to give those 10 women cabinet secretaries. We are not sure. Munaweza fika hapo halafu muruke. So we are not sure if you will do it. So we want to start seeing practicality. Tunataka tusikie so and so atakuwa hii, so and so atakuwa hii, so and so atakuwa hii. But anyway, I don't want to follow your campaign because your campaign is shambolic. Let me concentrate with at least the campaign which is showing some form of hope. We have Mother Karuas here who is doing a lot of work, and we want people who will come and change the system. We have too many problems. Some of the KKA principals have been in the government for 10 years, and they don't have serious things to show, other than big vehicles and big houses they have built over the time, and some scandalous activities which have happened over the time. So I want to vote people who have been tested over time. I want to vote Mother Karuas. She was in government once, she showed it. I want to vote Baba because of his commitment to become the president of Kenya, and some of the critical things which have happened under his watch. Na hata saa hii wakati hata maisha imekuja ikakuwa ngumu sana, unasikia tu watu wanalilia Baba tu. Sijaona Ruto akisema chochote about hii historia pia. Let me tell you, kusema ati nikipata serikali chakula itapungua, that one is hogwash. Anyone can say that. Hata mimi mkinipea serikali saa hii, I have capacity to do that. So we want to see practicality. This guy is the deputy president, he is second in command. Atuambie nitaenda kuongelesha Uhuru saa hii, hiyo unga ipungue kutoka 203 to 150. Those are the practical solutions we want. Lakini historia ya kila saa mtu kusema nitafanya hivi nikipata serikali, that one is taking us for a ride. We need somebody who can commit with the ritual he has. Hata Biblia yenyewe inasema yule ambaye atatumia kile ako nacho vizuri ataongezewa, just like the parable of the talent. Na wewe usipotumia yako utapokonywa, ipewe wale ambao wanatumia yao. And the Kenyan deputy president, ile kitu anahitaji ni sababu ameshindwa na kutumia talent yake, hiyo talent yake anafaa apokonywe, ipewe mtu mwingine. Thank you, and that is my presentation today. Bob, you can ask your question before we bring another person.
Yeah, good evening. I think it is evening on wherever you are. I think good evening. Mjambo panelist wote. Nice to see you, Aimba, the firebrand. I love this firebrand lady. Yeah. Now there is one thing. I just listened from the curtains, and there's something. Wangira, I believe you followed the IEBC session, and for me, there is one thing that the CEO mentioned, that the kids will be offline, And last time I had an argument with the Ose here. I believe there is a loophole in that that at the polling station, because this is the reason. The reason is that if the SD card that he is talking about in each kit, does it have all the data for the polling station, or is it consigned to a stream? Because if every kit there has the data for a whole polling station, you cannot convince anybody that you will archive the record of a voter and that's it, because all the other streams will have similar data. That was where my problem came in terms of voting at the polling station. I don't know whether that thing was addressed. Back to you, Njiru. Wangira, maybe if you have any information, you could enlighten us. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I don't have any information, but I have a similar concern because whenever we go voting, because I've now voted for quite a while, you go checking alphabetically. For example, my surname is Wangira, then you'll go checking for WA. So if we are talking of that SD card, is it programmed in a similar manner? That would be something that I would also want to know.
Yeah, because if you are to archive a particular record in stream A, for example, how sure are we that stream B does not have the same voter register for the whole polling station? In that somebody else, they can agree. This is something that people can agree. Just go to the other stream and vote again. So that was my major concern. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to use some way of communicating to know how this can be done. Because my worry is archiving the record of a voter. It should be archived. If the voter register, the SD cards are holding the data for all voters in a polling station, then that will be a very big loophole because it will be duplication. But anyway, let's proceed. Back to you, Jay.
Yeah, Bwana Bob, I don't know why I don't want to follow these issues of IBC, because to me, I don't know why Chebukati wants us to talk about very simple things in a very complex manner. But I know the reason why they want these things to happen this way is they want to leave a room for manipulation. And we better be careful. And what I would advise Baba is just have your machinery available that day. I see Greas. I don't know why I still don't trust IBC, because IBC has capacity to give us a fine-tuned election. Remember, and we need to be very exact, from 2007, we have never had a credible election. 2007, things went haywire. 2013, it is not verifiable. 2017, we were talking of servers to be opened. I want us to follow that trail. So if it's a credible election, is only in 2022, and still Chebukati is not showing the willingness to give it. Let me tell you, Baba cannot be having those questions if they are having ultimate confidence with them. So, and that's what I'm saying here. The only thing which will make Chebukati not tamper that election, get out, vote, give Baba 70%, even if they steal our 10%, we still have 60 intact. But this idea of waiting for Chebukati to give us an election, a good election, can be subject to a shock. And remember, if Chebukati announces you as a winner, even if it is the wrong person, to undo that is not easy. That is, we have to be very careful of that. They announced Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013. They announced Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017, even without having a verifiable election. And if we joke, they can even announce our opponent, and it can be catastrophic. So I know the amount of investment we have done here, the amount of investment Azimio is doing, and we cannot, Chebukati can do a shambolic election, but we should not allow him to give us a shambolic election. He can plan for it if he wants, but we as Kenyans, we should be available. We should do all the best to demand the best. Na ulisikia vile hata Martha Karua alisema leo, tukue na picha za smartphone huko, result zikichapishwa pale haraka haraka, zimegongwa picha, zimetuma. Those are the things we want. At least, I don't know why, us as Kenyans, these ideas of trusting one another is becoming very difficult. Trust. Unaona hata mimi mwenyewe najaribu kutrust huyu Chebukati na shindwa. Let me tell you, as a Kenyan, I don't have faith with Chebukati. You can contribute. So, Ayimba, welcome.
Asante. Good evening, everyone. Hope you're fine. Munanisikia? Yeah, so I've heard you guys talk about Chebukati, and I remember watching him today. And the only thing I remember saying is that I'm grateful that death exists. Because, there'll be a time the likes of Chebukati will also die and occupy a space of 4x6. And that's all he will occupy in this world. And he will be remembered for the rubbish he's been in this country. Just like Njiru, I have absolutely no faith in him. It is saddening that with the over 50 million Kenyans that we have, including children we've given birth to, raised, educated very well, opportunities come and we give them to people such as Chebukati. Now, it's sad because I remember watching the IT guy also giving his presentation. The guy looked like some washed up, okay, I'm sorry to seem judgmental, but these are things that are important to look at. The guy looked like some washed up guy who can easily just be called for, 500 million by our common thief, and he'll be quick to take it and, throw Kenya to the dogs and then probably think he'll disappear into oblivion. So what am I saying? I'm simply talking about, and I kept saying, it's about time we went back to values and knew where it's placed in our country, in as far as concerns raising people. There was this time it was said, I do not remember who said it, must have been Magoha who said it. In Kenya, we have jobs. All we lack is workers. We have a lot of issues when it comes to integrity. We have a lot of problems in terms of churning out a Kenyan, giving out a Kenyan whom you believe. Like in the case of Msando, for instance, they took care of Msando because they could not compromise him. So how many of us have raised Msandos out here? How many of us are Msandos out here? That you can decide, fine, let me die, but let me die for a cause. So that tomorrow I'm not Walias of this world. I don't know if anyone remembers what he did with Memusi earlier. That was quite condescending. And I was like, if at all I usually appear like I'm going to bite your head over here for trying to patronize me like some UDA idiots usually come and do. I can imagine what I would have done to Elia. My taxes are paying you a lot of money for you to be able to respond to fundamental questions that are going to guide this nation for many, many, many years, many centuries to come. When people look at the annals of history, let it matter at all that you ever featured in a commission that paid you money using taxpayers' money. When Kenyans are busy right now, not being able to afford money, busy with their taxes, for everything that they buy, including electricity, be it water, be it the air that we breathe, we are being taxed for, to pay those bloody idiots, for someone to come and tell me that when someone sees a camera, they get overexcited. No. There are some of us who, when we are given a job to do, we are passionate about it. So when we will be passionate about it, we will immerse, including our bodies, we will immerse our brains, our voices, and everything else that we have capacity to do, and what unders are placed in that space to be able to perform that duty. So when I heard Welie say that, I was like, my goodness, everybody in that room appeared quiet. If I was an Azimio official in that room, and that Welie guy said that, and I had a good, I do not advocate for violence, but remember what Jesus did when people are trying to make the house of his father into nonsense. I would have taken a nice bottle and thrown it across that idiot's face. Because what do you mean? I am passionate about the job I'm doing. Please, by all means, allow me to be able to ascertain why my taxes are paying you. When you hear the term 60 billion on a system where, by the way, mbona hatufanyangi mlolongo? I just thought about it today, and I was like, honestly speaking, all it should have taken was that I put my biometrics there. I do not need to go with an identity card. I only need to go with my biometrics. If at all my finger will not work because it's probably broken or my printer not working, let my eyes do it, something that my phone usually opens with my face. So why shouldn't that 60 billion shillings later against what, 22 million voters? Let each one, are they buying each one of us gadgets that we're going to carry home with us and say, oh, this is my present for voting? So why can't we just go there with our faces on our fingers? The moment I put it in there, every bit of my profile comes out, then I vote, and when I'm voting, it literally indicates, even if it's not a screen that's being seen by everyone, let it be then that it's a screen that can be seen by the agents and everybody else who's supposed to be following that election. So even as I vote, even as I'm in my booth, already whom I'm voting for is being ticked in, and as such, my numerics are going higher. Why should we complicate something that is so simple? Why don't we then just go, like it's like the way people all say, oh, you give birth using epidural, you give birth using CS. Yes, CS may be necessary. Some people like myself, I can tell you the story the whole night if we had it. But the natural way of giving birth is so simple. Like it's a minute and then tomorrow mtu amerudi anafanya kazi yake. In fact, ameza kule shambani, akimaliza anarudi anaenda anajikata hiyo umbilical cord, anabeba mtoto wake kwa baka, anabeba mzigo za jembe yake na vitu zake zenye ametoa kuharvest kwa shamba, amefika nyumbani, anapikia mzee anasema, oh, kumbe ulimaliza kazi, umetuletea mtu, unamweka hapo, you're required to puliza your 3 stone, upikie familia ugali and everything else. Life was simple and nice. Why do we complicate what doesn't have to be complicated? Mbona tusiambiwe mnafaa kufika hapa by this time, kama unataka kuvotia president by midday tutakuwa tumemaliza kuvotia president, kama hata tukiambiwa by saa 4 tutakuwa tumemaliza kuvotia president. Kujeni tuta line up kwa polling station yangu, inatikiwa, inamalizwa, kazi imehesabiwa, tukiona wale watu wamekula pesa za wengine wakapotea, ni kama watu wakukula fare. Sasa zile umemaliza kukulana na fare, alafu mtu akakukuta huko mbele, si wanawake alikuwa kiuliwa hapa mkisema ati, oh, the kesi ilikuwa ikiisha, sasa zile kisikika, oh, huyu alikuwa slave queen hapa, even this day and age. So why is it that we make complex what can be simple and take out all these shenanigans and nonsense of trying to remind us of how education can sometimes be stupid? Why don't we just decide that this country is too fragile and our lives are too bloody short and useless? Because believe me, it doesn't matter how long we are alive for, we shall be dead longer. Can it count that we lived at all? Sasa Chebukati siku ingine ati kuna mjukuu wake atakuwa akirandaranda in the world, anajiita ati anasimama mahali because they were educated with the money that was stolen, and some was used to bribe him for him to come and mess up our country and cause us bloodshed every time because we accorded him a job because somebody thought ati kwanza kuna wengine walikaa mahali siku moja tukatuambia ati sisi kama jamii. Sasa sisi kama jamii siku moja watakaa waseme huyu mjinga ndiye amemaliza country yetu hii out kwa sababu ni mwizi na anapatiwa pesa ya wizi kucompromise system yetu every day. Sasa kuna siku akisha kufa baadaye akakulwa na mtu azikamaliza, hata kama akikuwa embalmed or anything else, tujukutu wake tungine hapo hivyo tu, offsprings wake tungine hapo hivyo, tutakuwa tukilita the world ati tuna feel proud of the title Chebukati ati ama Chebukati because ameeducate na pesa yetu. Maybe amesimama, ninakwambia Mungu asijaribu kuniweka nikuwe mahali kama hapo, nitamwembarrass, ni remind of what the value of a name and practice is. We have come to a point in this country where we must call out nonsense, and rubbish has to stop where it is stopping, and let us not be passive anymore. It doesn't matter how quiet we are, people. This country is sinking, and it is sinking with all of us. It is sinking with our children, and it is sinking with the integrity of some of us who are passionate about what it is that we believe in. Can we call out things? Can we make sure that we're doing things right? Recently, on Sunday, I listened to my 12-year-old nephew speak. This boy was so vast in everything that goes on. Okay, fine. We may come from a political background, and some of us as loud as is clearly showing. But you know, for the longest time, I've been really complaining about these generations that I call generational fools, who are given a curriculum that was supposed to make them into zombies who cannot think, cannot solve problems, can only think of burning schools, burning institutions, burning their spouses, and killing each other, killing one another, because that is what the system then engaged them into becoming. I told you guys the future of this nation lies in CBC. My nephew may not be in that system, in the Kenyan system, but he is in a system that allowed this boy to be a problem solver. So when I listened to a 12-year-old boy speak, I was like, finally, Kenya has finally gotten it right in this generation of CBC. CBC are going to come and save our country. But how many parents are here? How many grandparents are here and willing to remind those children that the pride of being a citizen of Kenya should count more than any money that anyone will claim you ever had? That one day when you walk out there and you stand in a place and you mention a name that mirrors mine, let somebody ask you, who is your mother, who is your father? It is something I will be proud associating with as a result of what's coming out. Can we all then decide that this is the time that we fix Kenya, and you're fixing Kenya right from your homes? Because the Chebuchetas of this world and the Weliers and all the rubbish and rats that we have in this system that have messed up our country the way they have are all part of enterprises that we create in our homes and are proud to receive in the evenings or at the end of their thievery. They come home with the loot, and we're proud of driving the big cars and occupying the mansions where we can't even be buried in. You can only sleep on one bed every night or every day, whatever time you do it. You can only die and be buried in one hole for the rest of your useless life that you left behind. Let Kenyans have a conversation with ourselves, and the conversation is, the Mudavadis of this world have no business absolutely to stand anywhere and lecture some of us who actually know the labor of being a Kenyan and know the labor of being a citizen. When you go to look for a visa and someone has to grill you and take the amount of time they want to take to decide how long they will give you and how you have to come back, when you come back to Kenya and report that you have departed from the country, guys, let us be serious and remind ourselves that this is all we have and this is what we can build. When Ruto is talking about governors being village chiefs, naturally, he's going to come and kill devolution. Who's lying to anybody else any other way? Ruto will come and decide, I'm not giving you any money. What will you bloody do? Because if you do anything, your head is found in the next chamber. If at all it will not be burnt using acid and everywhere else, what will you do? The police will not be there as a system. They will be the criminal enterprise that will be leading the pack of thugs. And in fact, they'll be using our money to buy ammunition to kill us like rats because we have no system. Judiciary will be non-existent because anybody who is standing against anything he's saying will similarly follow the fate of anyone else who thinks that they can challenge him in any way. So it's about time Kenyans realize that what we were talking about is a life and death affair. We're talking about the fact that Kenya is our business. Our children need a nation that merits the fact that we lived here. I live by the simple adage, it does not matter how long you live. If you live for 200 years, that is the maximum, which you will never have, by the way. And especially all these goats and rats that occupy these offices, none of them will ever see the light of day to even make it to 100. Thankfully, death exists, and as such, Kenya will one day be rid of them. For every one of us who's here, everyone who's listening, everyone who's watching, every Kenyan who has anything to do about it, remember that you will be dead longer. Let it count that you lived at all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ayeba. I will echo your presentation. I know the hunger which we have because we have been having a dysfunctional system for so long. But there is a famous saying which Mr. Obama said. He said that we have to keep our country good because it has been donated to us for our descendants by our ancestors. So in other words, what I'm saying is that the level in which we have reached in Kenya, we have to be sane. It doesn't count where you stand any longer, but we have to do the right thing. And we know that Kenya, if we don't allow things to move in the right direction, and we have to stand with the majority who think good. I thank God at least we are having a card which is showing us that right direction. People have been tested. We have Raila Odinga there, who have given opportunity some time and they did something. We have Mother Karua, who was given an opportunity some time, they did something. I have no faith with Mr. Ruto, and I will say here again, the reason being, he has been given an opportunity. He is not new in government. And I still don't know which miracle and which magic he is going to use to make sure that he delivers what he is telling Kenyans to deliver. I understand we have too many problems, but there is a person we can give leadership and our problems worsen. We, just as I said yesterday, currently we are having close to 5 million unemployed people. Some of them are qualified. We have teachers who have no job. We have graduates who have no job. Not because that these people cannot work, but it is because our economy is shrinking every day. And part of the things which are shrinking our economy is corruption and poor judgment by some of our leaders. And when I look at our deputy president, each and every time giving promises, whereas there are some of the promises he gave earlier. Like today, I have met with a post whereby he is now promising internet everywhere. I don't know if how many have watched that. He is now saying that every village is now going to have free Wi-Fi now. We are now at that level now. Another big lie. He has now left the stadiums because now the stadium thing. So he is not, you know, I want people to understand, deputy president is very cunning. You know, he knows very well our grandfathers don't use Wi-Fi. He knows our grandfathers. So this statement is a statement coined specifically for a specific crowd. So it's just a campaign gist. So when he's saying he's going to give everybody Wi-Fi, he is communicating to people of maybe a maximum of 50 years, people who have a phone, people who want maybe to message, WhatsApp, do what. And it is something which is very palatable. And he is saying, he even said he is going to, I think, invest that 8 billion. I saw it. He's going to invest that 8 billion on free Wi-Fi. So the question which I'm having is this, I don't know where that Wi-Fi is going to be connected, because I know right now the fiber optic has arrived in Kenya. We have offices. We have both the private and the public offices which at least now have Wi-Fi. So I don't know if the Wi-Fi he is talking about, he is going to put that Wi-Fi in the market, that is open air market, pale wamama wanauza mandizi, hapo ndio wataenda waekewe dishi, a dish, they go and put a dish there. So I'm trying to imagine, but I think before you go to Wi-Fi there, so it's a campaign gist, and I want Kenyans to understand. It sounds good because he is communicating, sababu unajua Wanjakoya ashaanzia kuchukua watu wake, so he needs to return them back, and the only way to return these people back is to start promising very nice things. And 38 billion, I don't think it's enough for good network in the whole of Kenya. You need a bigger investment than that. But you know, again, when somebody floats a number, you tend to believe 38 billion is quite a small amount of money to do such an infrastructure. We can do it, but I hope so. This idea of just, you know, Ruto, I want people to understand Ruto. You know, I like analyzing him. Ruto likes speaking in lump sum. You know, lump sum is very good. You know, hata sahi ukitaka ukiwa na deni ya mtu, usiambie mtu nataka kila siku nitakuwa na kulipa hii. Just go and tell somebody, by Tuesday nitakupea 20,000, ile Wednesday ingine nitakupea 30,000. It sounds good than when you want to pay in a day. So what I'm saying, ukisikia mtu kama Ruto akienda pahali hustlers fund 100 billion, hiyo kuongea in lump sum. Unajua huyu hustler anaambiwa 100 billion, ana time ya kudicogest hiyo. Sasa yeye kazi like some few hustlers nasikia, unasikia tu wakiulizana, wewe unajua hiyo 100 billion ni nini? Hiyo pesa ikipangwa hapa sijui inafika Nairobi. So those are the issues which now people are trying to imagine that it's a lot of money, but he is not talking in terms of projects, in terms of how to acquire that money, because Kenya, we allocate money. We have a budget of 3 trillion and we allocate money. Tunasemanga hii inaenda hapa, hii inaenda hapa, hii inaenda hapa. We always do that. So what he is trying to do, he is now trying to like behave like another treasury. So what he needs to tell Kenyans is let him go to specific projects. Aambie hata kama ni hao wa mama boda boda, give them specific projects we want to see. Sababu hata history ati anasema pesa nilisikia, because like from my county where I come from, hiyo ndio ile uongo inaendezwa huko, but we are trying to advise people. Ameambia wa mama wa soko ati pesa itaenda, ati kuna mama wa soko mmoja ataenda apewe pesa hapo. I want you people to capture the lie, you know. Please get this right. Ati kuna ati yule mama anakaanga ati pale kwa gate ya soko ati kila asubuhi 60 million itakuwa inapelekwa hapo soko sasa 60 billion inapelekwa hapo, alafu sasa ati wamama asubuhi wewe unaenda ati unachukua 1,000 yako 2 hapo, unaenda ati unanunua vitu yako ati unaleta jioni. Really? Is it that easy that ati pesa inawekwa without even a banking structure? What? I don't know. You Kenyans, I think let's you want to tell me that 60 million can be put in open air na kila mtu anakuja anapewa hapo asubuhi with no banking structure? 60 million? Guys, I want you to advise me on that, because I'm not getting it. How we can put 60 million outside in open air market at this economic time, hata kama niyo security tunaweka hapo na hiyo pesa isipotee. So I wish he is talking of a functional structure whereby like he could be talking of maybe like coming up with the banks and other and the mechanism, ama empowering people to get. But this idea of saying utaweka pesa pale watu wapewe, it is something which it's like a cake to a kid. It's like a cake to a kid. Vile unaonanga mtoto anakimbililia keki sababu iko pale nje. So people need to know that Ruto is just trying to hoodwink them. Those procedures are not workable. Money has a procedure of being given to people. There is a mechanism of giving money to people. There must be a lending system, and the people who lend mostly they are banks. So I wish angesema hata, because hata serikali ilikuwa na bank. We used to have KFA ile ambayo ilikurwa. We have system where we can put money, kama ni pesa ya biashara, kama ni hata hawa mama wa soko. We have circles and other areas where au watu wanaweza ambua wakuwe na bank zao, pesa ipelekwe huko. But the time when the deputy president said the pesa itapelekwa pale kwa soko unachukua asubuhi, that is the day when I did not resonate with him. But the lie is setting. So that's why now I'm saying now people need to be very categoric, and we need now to start calling these issues. Personally, I'm calling this political gist because najaribu kuelezea sababu za uongo. Then another lie which is also now selling is that they are now also now going in the churches, and now they are starting now to sell lies hapo. I don't want to say some of the lies here because some of the things are very divisive, but now nataka kuambia mtu wako hapa na ni pastor, please let's have people knowing the truth. History ya kila saa ati tunasema watu wanasema ati kuna watu wanaamini Mungu na wengine hawaamini Mungu. Please, let's get away of that. We are not going into a conclave to elect a pope or a bishop. What we want is somebody who can safeguard our money in simplicity. Mtu ambaye pesa yetu atatuchungia vizuri, and they will come up with policies. Some of them tumewapea a little job and they have not been able to do correctly, and it is wrong. Bob, welcome. So that we bring Seri. Me, I was just trying to build up vile Ayumba amefanya. So
Jiru, I'd even forgotten, I never take that guy seriously, and I'd forgotten what he has been saying in the course of the day. And now he have reminded me, and I'm feeling like, what's wrong with this guy? Let me just go to start with the DP, because I want to talk about him for just 2 minutes. This guy has I don't know whether he's suffering something mental, because when he talks, you know, you kind of ask yourself whether this guy, are we in the same country or what are we? Where are we? It is not the first time that he has talked about internet. In I think 2017, he talked about the same, and on top of the free internet for all words, he also pledged that the youth will be given what, the 1 year paid up internship. Now this year he has come, I think it was last week but when he was doing some funny things, these agreements that he's signing, charters, he's calling them charters. I don't know what kind, whether he understands what a charter is. He also pledged now 2 years, not even 1 year. He didn't facilitate the 1 year. He has now pledged 2 years. Now you can see yesterday he's talking about free internet, and I don't know how that free internet works. And because I listened to him for a few minutes and I said, this is hogwash. I'll not even listen anymore, because he said that he talked about digital. It's something digital. You know, even made it sound like we are those movies of science fiction. You know, the guy is not living in this country. Something is seriously wrong. He needs help. This is a sign of somebody who is besieged. Is under siege. Under siege, because he whatever is coming out of his mouth, his behavior, it is not for a presidential candidate. You saw what happened at the IEBC. The IEBC, we are there to discuss issues pertaining elections, and he wants to tell us that he's on record of having said that whether it is Oburu Odinga, those are kiddish, childish games. You know, he's behaving like I'm sorry to say this, there are 2 ladies here right now, don't fire me, but he's behaving like a slay queen. Unajua ma slay queen wanataka attention. So, wakipita pahali, hata kama umeketi kwa mkahawa, lazima, hata kama ulikuwa nasoma unafanya nini, atapita and ensure that you gets your attention. So that is what the DP is for you. The guy wants attention. Nobody asked him about Oburu Odinga, but he came with a pre. He had that line of thinking, because when he came, he started saying that as Kenya Kwanza, we do not care where you get your stuff from, as long as it is competitive. So you could see that last statement of saying that I don't care whether it is Oburu Odinga, it is something he had in mind. He wanted the attention of the media. He wanted the attention of the people in the room, and to probably look like a hero. And the truth be said, if you go to social media and where you can get that kind of that clip where he was addressing the IEBC, all the comments down there, you'll see the people of UD were very excited that this is the guy. Now you ask yourself, are they serious? This is their role model? And then he has now gone and coined a certain phrase which begs a lot of answers, that freedom is coming. You wonder, which freedom can the DP give Kenya right now as it is? Freedom from what? You know, there is something I really don't understand. Which freedom is this? This is a man who is not normal. So I will leave it at that, on that man and his issues, because he can consume you if you continue analyzing him. Njiru, I want you to advise you, stop analyzing this man. You will never understand him. This is a man who can change. Even tomorrow, he can promise the moon to Kenyans. You never know.
Okay,
because
Bob,
he wakes up in the morning.
Yeah,
Yes.
I understand. You know the reason why we have to analyze him. If we just concentrate with the Baba alone, he is going to sink our people with the lies. So it's very good to categorically specify where he is lying to people. Like, for example, that issue of internet. Is it the priority? Is it the work of government to give people internet? That's something which we need to do. What is the government going to do in availing internet? What is the private sector going to do? I thought the government does like fiber cables, zile wanaleta na ocean, zikifika hapo wanaleta fiber cables. So he is not distinguishing what the government is going to do and what the private sector does, because unakuta like we have so many private sectors who are working on internet, businesses, people. Kuna watu wana they are bringing internet for selling. It is also business. There are people who can afford
Service
their own
providers.
internet. Yeah, service providers. So internet ya, kama ni internet ya serikali itafanya kweli? What will be the speed? Because you know our government has these issues of maintain vitu na nini. We have those shortcomings because of the management ya hizi vitu. Yes, they can bring the internet, but will it be effective? Those are the issues. Because but unajua sasa, he is not giving you the how. He is not giving you the how. He is only giving a proposal. And that's why I'm saying it is very sane and very important, Bwana Bob, to come and analyze such lies here, because such thing is not practical. They came here 10 years ago. Their manifesto, sijui kama unakumbuka ile manifesto walikuwa wamejipiga watu watano pale yao ya 2013, wameoneshana sijui very digital age thing, hata walikuwa wanajiita digital, and that was one of the thing which made them elected, despite the fact that they had even had this issue of ICC, which also propelled them. But they came up with a hashtag of digital, and 10 years down the line, they have not been able to even give IEBC capacity to give us a good, credible election with the digitization which they said. So those are the issues we need to call this guy, because he is not okay. He is just trying to, sasa ni gimmicks ya kuleta vote, sasa ni sukuma, sasa sema anything, sasa leta sema chochote. That's why these lies, Bwana Bob, they are very important.
You know, Njiru, right now as it is, what is in the lips of almost every Kenyan is that free internet. You know, the guy knows how to excite, and if you try to interrogate, media spaces, you will find that everybody is asking, since when did the government own these service providers? Where are they going to get this internet? Others are worried that
that's the question I'm asking.
Others are worried that Safaricom is coming down.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question, Bob. I want to ask you a question. Like, for example, like yourself, do you need free internet?
For what?
You see, now those are the issues now we are asking. Like now this target group, which he is saying, because I think free internet is needed maybe in places like schools, institutions. They can take free internet to maybe UON, those institutions, people who need them. But we also have people who benefit from offering these services. There are people who are selling internet. So
yes,
they are creating business and they are creating job employment for people. So if the government is going to offer this free internet, does it mean that the government will be giving internet, paying the maintenance, paying the people, making sure that you have this internet? How is the concept? You see, this concept, let me tell you, already we don't have basics. We don't have basics. Okay, let me leave around that. I don't want to interrogate that because it is undoable. We now
but
have
you know,
okay,
Jiru, you need to understand this. This gentleman has already, it's like he has done a budget. He has done a budget on where he needs to recoup what he has been spending. And you know, when you go to a level where you are even mentioning that that you're going to spend 38 billion, you definitely are talking about a research-based figure. And this is somebody who, whichever sector he has identified a few sectors where he thinks, if I get to this to the helm of the country's leadership, this is where I'm going to recoup. You had on we have been hearing regarding with the policemen and uniform. It is not a coincidence. For me, I believe there is something that that these people are planning, and it is to plunder the country's resources. Let me continue on submitting on something else. We will come back to that man. That man, we cannot exhaust him. He kind of metamorphosizes to something else. Tomorrow
Okay,
we'll
I
hear
understand.
something else.
Yeah, correct. Maybe before we bring Seri, if Serena is there, maybe you can give me a minute. Serena, are you there? You can give me a minute, then you come back.
Okay, can you give me a minute?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm around. I'm around. Just fixing some coffee.
So what I was saying is that this guy, we have to be very serious with him because he is giving too much lies, which we have to interrogate. You know, I have been reasoning about Rigathi Gachagua, and since Rigathi Gachagua, and I think there is a professor amesema hata hajakuwa endorsed na mtu yeyote, a very funny quote. You know, Rigathi Gachagua, since Rigathi Gachagua amechaguliwa kama deputy president wa Ruto, hajaongea story ingine, anaongea tu story ya mchele na nyama, mchele na nyama, daily, everywhere. Guys, are we okay? In Sagana, during the burial of his brother, akaongea story ya mchele na nyama. Juzi nasikia ameongea tu story ingine ya mchele na nyama. Ameenda huko kwa Wakale, anaongea tu story ya vile sijui wote ndio wataingia na waangiliwe polisi. The question which I'm asking myself is Rigathi Gachagua not targeted and specific on what he is talking about? Because I'm not understanding him. And he doesn't have a policy, he doesn't have a manifesto. Saa zingine akienda kwa campaign lale anapiganisha other candidates because he doesn't know how to combine KKA and UDA. Sababu yeye, he has been unable to get out of UDA to go and be on the bigger umbrella ya KKA. Sasa yeye au watu wengine wa KKA kuna vile tu anawa sideline. So I think since Ruto elected or selected or nominated Gachagua, that is when his downhill path started. To the extent he had a lot of momentum, by the way, although he was vying alone, but huyu deputy president amemwagia kampeni yake maji. He has nowhere, he has no concept. Hata leo IEBC hajaongea. I've not seen him. I want Mr. Black and all the guys who are aligned. You cannot be hiding your deputy president on key events. This guy will be the second in command. Na kama vile kuna mtu alisema, anything can happen to the president. So we want to see the presidential Gachagua. Huyu Gachagua wa mchele na supu na nyama, we don't need him. Na kama huyu mtu ataendelea tu na mchele na nyama, tafadhali, let's call this race done. Because how are you going to elect a president who doesn't have a formidable deputy? So to me, I think let Mr. Ruto sit down with his deputy president and refine his campaign policy. Huyu jamaa, you know, at least I want a good campaigner. I want at least somebody who, I want a formidable, I don't want to see somebody who is being killed in the campaign rally. Mtu ambaye tu akipatikana lazima atia trend na ana trend kwa vitu mbaya. Kila saa Gachagua pia, we will get bored. At least let's have a civilized fight, a electoral fight, whereby Raila Odinga wako na Ruto hapa na Gachagua wako na Martha Karua hapa. At least a comparison. So you know, even if it's a gangster mentality, kama vile nasikia, at least let this guy be, at least be, ana advisors. I thought mtu akifika hiyo level ya deputy president, anapewa ma-advisors, anapewa securities, anapewa speech writers. Kwani huyu mtu hana chochote? Where are they? So this one is also trying, it's also showing us that the deputy president wa KKA hana speech writers, people who can shape his campaign policy. Even in civilized countries, unakutanga hata kama candidate hana materials za kuambia watu, unakuta there are some specific group which will always align what he says. And I think the deputy president, Mr. Gachagua, please hire people who can guide you. Hire, they are there. Hata watu kama sisi tuko, we can guide you, but unfortunately I cannot guide somebody like you. So please hire people. Serena, go ahead.
Unataka kusaidia deputy president adio msima.
At least I can help him to write speeches. Kama ana mutu, we are there. We can write for him.
Sasa you know the Dio always alikuwa naandikiwa speech kutoka Nyayo House. Sasa nyinyi mnamwambia aandike speech atasoma hata aje. Anyway, niliona my sister alikuwa hapa mpaka akauliza, yani we are really desperate. Unajua mlolongo ilikuwa mzuri sana kwa sababu kama nilikuwa na kusupport sisi yote tunakupangia laini, lakini watu walikataa mlolongo. Wenye walikataa mlolongo ni wale watu walifanya double, wanakula hapa na hapa. Sasa ikifika siku ya kura wanaokopa. But I think mlolongo, I'm a priest of mlolongo. It was good. Kama wewe umekula mara mbili, utaamua ukuje kwa mlolongo ama upotee. Lakini hii democracy, we are paying a lot with this democracy tunataka. But anyway, watu wakasema waja tuende secret ballot. Nitakuwa nimekukula na ninakwambia na kupigia kura. But at the end of the day, still watu wanaanguka. Ukiangusha mtu unakuwa ya kwanza kumwambia nilikupigia ya kwanza. So, Njeru, I think umeona vile, unajua mambo, unaona baba ni kama amemwakiwa mafuta. Baba uso ameanza kushine, you know. Ako very ample, smooth, yani anaona mambo imeenda vizuri. Rafiki yako, hey, hata leo vile alikuwa, sijui anashangaa. Unajua acha nikwambie, nilikuwa nataka kumwambia papa ya kwamba ulisa Njiru what happened. Unajua Njiru alipeleka hii msee 4 years, 5 years Central. Jumapili, Jumamosi, Jumatatu, si vijana, si kanisa, si kina mama, si youth, si pikipiki. Wewe ni inaitwa nini, kingpin. Nobody will come to Central wakuombe rusa. Can you imagine all those sweet names? Kumbuka siku ile ulikuwa unadate msichana mara ya kwanza. Kumbuka the words that ulikuwa unamwambia msichana. Ndia kwanza ile msichana amekuwa mkali. Ulikuwa unampromise heaven. Lakini baada ya 2 days, hiyo mambo yote ilifanya nini? Inaisha. So, wacha nikwambie. Huyu mtu hakukuwa na nafasi, watu wanamwambia be careful. Anaambia watu nyinyi ni wachinga. I know. Alijua. Can you count? Kwa wiki alikuwa naenda Central mara ngapi? Leo Kirinyaga, kesho Murang'a, kesho kutwa sijui Nyeri, sijui kesho ingine Embu, sijui ingine Tarakaniti, sijui ingine Meru. So alisahau, na hiyo yote akajua lazima atusi Uhuru. Akatusi Uhuru. Aliendelea kutusi Uhuru. Anatusi kitendawili. Hey. Sasa in 40 days. Na bado unaona hiyo vijana walikuwa leo Nyandarua. Unaona vijana vile wamesema. And that is the real. Vijana leo wamesema no, mambo ya uongo tumemaliza. Sisi ni Azimio. Ngojea tena uone vijana ingine. Uone tena. So hii mambo alikuwa nasema leo. Anaambia watu analete internet. For real. Mtu mwenye ako na akili. Yes. Unaenda kuna mahoteli. Ukienda unapatiwa internet. And the internet in the hotel. Hauwezi even download. Nafikiri mumejua Njeru. So hebu niambie soko yenye iko na wamama watu 1,000 ama 500. Hiyo internet itakuwa hapo. Hakuna mtu ata access. Kwa nini mtu anakuambia ninakuletea internet bure? Anakuambia barabara anawatengenezea sijui sasa hamutalipa barabara, na sijajua kumbe tunalipanga barabara. Akasema chakula yenu itapita hiyo barabara, na unasikia watu wanapika makofi. Yani, anyway, nashukuru Central kwa sababu najua kila mtu alikuwa amelipwa hapo, so lazima upige makofi, because kama alikuwa amewacha kuacha ngiri mbili kwa watu, si unapiga makofi ya hiyo ngiri mbili, lakini jamaa akitoka si unaenda business yako. Where will you get all this money to allocate? Na anasema mwezi wa 10. Nafikiria pesa, hata kama tukiwa na pesa mingi treasury, najua mpaka ipitishwe, mpaka iende parliament. I know there is allocation. Unless angekuwa amesema kama baba, ya kwamba baba akitupromise 35%, Ruto angekuja na kusema, well, hii 35% ni kidogo. I want to promise Kenyans 50%. Sasa hapo tungekubali, because kwa county ukiwa na 50%, unaweza anything. County wanaweza weka hizo internet, wanaweza weka mataa kwa barabara kutoka wapi na wapi. Wanaweza, sasa wanasema wanalete pesa sokoni. Anasema muingie Shylock. Anasema mkue ready, pesa itaingia kwa account. Njeru, mimi mama nauza mboga sokoni. Niko na stall yangu ama nimetandika kwa barabara. Mimi naishi nyumba ya rental. Ni security gani ninaenda kupeana ndiye nipatiwe pesa? Ile ya kina mama, ile sisi tunaingia merry round, imechota wa mama. Wacha nikwambie, unaenda chukua 20,000, wa mama ingine wanakusimamiwa. Ukishinda kulipa unakuja chotewa mpaka sufuria kwa nyumba. So this man, hii pesa anaambia wa mama watakuja pata. Nakubaliana ile ya 6,000 ya baba, kwa sababu amesema hiyo unapatia ule chamiana. Ni kama hapa Amerika, unaona wanapatiwa card. Hiyo pesa walikuwa napatiwa samani cash, wakawa wanaenda kununua hii mapangi, heroin na kukunywa pombe. So wakakuja na card. Hiyo card unaenda supermarket, na supermarket huwezi nunua sikara na hiyo pesa. Hiyo card huwezi lipa pombe. Hiyo card kuna vitu huwezi lipa, lakini chakula unaenda kama umewekewa 600, kwa sababu wanapata every 2 weeks. So anaenda ananunua, hauwezi nunua naye nguo. So hiyo chakula serikali imekupatia kati yake ni ya kununua food stamp. Hata sabuni huwezi. It is just food. Kula hiyo makuku yote mnataka. Fanya hiyo vitu ingine yote mnataka. But kununua sikara, kununua pombe huwezi. So baba, nitaamini hiyo yake juu. Kama wewe ni maskini na wameamua, wanatambua wewe ni maskini, unapata hiyo pesa, aita ikuje na card ama iwekwe kwa simu ya M-Pesa. Hakuna kitu utapeana ndio upatiwe hiyo 6,000. Ni kama hiyo pesa ya wasee inakuja kwa akaunti yako. Lakini hii ingine ana promise, vijana ya pikipikipi, sijui vijana sijui nini, sijui kina mama. Oh my God. Na si watu wamuulize, na hata ile promise mulitupatia ya watoto peke yake, laptops ilienda wapi? Kwa sababu this man from 2013 up to now 2022 is promise after promise after promise. I think Governor Joe alimpatia china mzuri. Sasa wanamufuata na wanacheka. Na wacha nikwambie Njeru, unajua hata sidhani kama watu wako na pesa. Nafikiri wamerun short of money. Ukiangalia vile anakaa. Mtu sasa, nasikia mnaongea kuhusu Mudavadi. What are you talking about Mudavadi? The earthquake alitaka imemupata. Unajua alikuwa anaambiwa wa Kenya earthquake. Ilienda wapi? Have you hear again Mutavati talking about earthquake? What happened? That was a slogan. Kama vile alilete NASA. Tuliwanasa mpaka the last minute tukanaswa. But tuliendelea kuimba NASA. NASA hawa. We did until the election day. Hii earthquake yake alienda kutuambia Bomas of Kenya. Ikakuwa moto. And then after that imesimia. Yeye mwenyewe yani hata hii mtoto yenyu hii watu wapi hii watu ya kutoka Western. Can you see how Mutavati he is today? Mtu alikuwa amenona smart. Nafikiri hata sasa kunyoya sijui hakuna wembe ama mnanyoanga na nini. You cannot imagine it is the good Mutavati tulijua. We admire him.
Unajua alienda kupiga nini? Alienda kupiga Wandende the wrong side. You know, baba alikuwa amempea hiyo neema. So you can see. Ruto ana chochote ya kumpea.
But you see, ukiangalia Mutavati, is he the same Mutavati? Mwenye alitoka akiwa mwanaume mzima?
Huyo tumeenda wacha huyo aende apotee kabisa politically because it is his own personal choice, na unajua personal choice huwezi sema kitu ingine. Yeye alifikiria serikali iko hapo, lakini wacha aumie sasa.
Unajua nyinyi Central, anyway, mumefanya watu wengi waanguke. Leo nimefurahi hii Mtembei TV during the day we had 4 Kalenjin men. One from Kapsabet, one was from Bokot, the other one nimesahau walikuwa natoka wapi. They came up wakasema mutashangaa. Kwanza especially Bokot anasema don't go last that name. Insecurity yenye iko Bokot wanajua ni nani ameweka hiyo insecurity. Na wamesema wameamua hakuna Bokot, na nimekubali vile amesema. Alisema hawa walitoka Uganda and they are still wako na relatives Uganda. Patakasema walikuja Kenya wakifikiria Kenya mambo ni mazuri. But kwa sababu wamekuja Kenya, they will show Ruto. Unakumbuka, I hope you are not born, but unaweza kumbuka. Wakati ya mtu alikuwa anaitwa Lototo. Wakati ya Ngoroko, vile ilikuwa inaangaisha Kenya. Mpaka Moi alienda akakaa chini nao. So amesema this time round watajua, Ruto atajua. And you know a Pokot can be a stupid man. Unafikiri ataenda shule na ni graduate. Ni kama wa Masai. Akitoka Nairobi, anaenda weka hiyo suit yake, anaingia na njora na kufaa hiyo shuka. Hivyo ndiye Pokot iko. Huwezi jua Pokot ameenda shule. Huwezi jua Pokot ako nyumbani. Juu wanaweka hiyo vitu na kuingia huko ndani. Haya, nikafikiria ni Pokot peke yake. Kuna msee alitoka Eldoret. Akasema tumeamua na mtaona. Na leo nilikuwa tumewekewa pia na penalty kuhusu independence katika Uasin Gishu County, and especially the Kalenjin community in general. Ukiona watu wameshindwa, wamesema wanaheshimu baba, watampigia baba kura, na Kashakwa anaenda kusema vijana wetu wa Kalenjin ni wezi, wawache kuipa ng'ombe. Imewauma. Unajua wamekuwa wakisikia mwisi. Sasa hii wamesema kumbe kweli wa Kenya wametuita wezi. I thank God walikuja 4 men, strong men today. Na walisimama na wakasema mungoje muone vile Rift Valley itaonyesha mtu kifumbi. Walikuwa naambiwa, walikuwa nadanganya, wanaambiwa ni mtu yetu. It is not mtu yetu sasa when Kenyans are calling you thieves. Kama mnaitwa wezi wa ng'ombe. Na mwenye anasema is the deputy president. anakonganisha Wakalenjin na Wakenya wenzao.
Na huyo mtu Ruto alitoa wapi? Unajua Serino, unaweza tuambia alitoa Gachagua wapi? Sababu mimi Gachagua nimekuja kumjua through Ruto. I was not knowing Gachagua. Me, I didn't know him. Alitolewa wapi?
Wakati ya unakumbuka Kachanja, Commissioner of Lands. Kachanja anaitana, Kachanja ni Wanyeri ama Kachanja alikuwa anatoka wapi? Nyandarua. Alikuwa anatoka like wapi? Nyairuru ama wapi? So the late Kachanja na brother ya Kashakwa nafikiri
Derito Gachagua, yule amekufa governor.
Yes.
Alikuwa anaitwa Derito Gachagua.
Hawa na huyu sasa akiwa dio walikuwa wanatembea kwa corridors of lands. Kina Chirongo, kina Ruto ndio walikuwa wafanyikazi hawa ya mkono. That is where a lot of pesa mingi ya familia ya Kashakwa ilitoka because of that commissioner. I remember. So, alafu ya pili ukiniuliza ametoa wapi, unasikia Kashakwa alisema kama yeye hawezi kuwa deputy president, arutisiwe 2 billion pesa yenye alitumia. Akamwambia
okay, 1 minute na sinafikiria Ruto is a rich man. Aliogopanji kurudisha 2 billion and very well he knew that this guy is a bure, ni mtu hawezi msaidia kwa kura and you can see what is happening. Why did he fear losing 2 billion?
How did you say Ruto ni rich? Kama gavana yako ya Kiambu alikuwa napeleka pesa yote ya State House Karen. How could you say he was a rich man? Kama hii watu wote wamemfuata, wamepora Kenya, wakitengeneza pesa ya 2022. So yes, Ruto unasikia Amaco Insurance. From 2013, mpaka maybe wakati wametifosa, I cannot tell you. Amaco Insurance ilikuwa inaishua magari ya serikali. Kwanza ilikuwa inafatia insurance magari ya jeshi yote. So nafikiri wakati alipata power, Amaco Insurance ilikuwa inainsure kila kitu. Na leo unasikia tunaambiwa wameshindwa kulipa 13 million or 30 billion, I don't know. So wakati alipigana, unajua kuna kitu moja. Let me ask you because and I think Papa anaweza kuwa na hiyo history ama Ndeto. Mtu anaitwa wale walikuwa napigana na Moi, Njenga Karume. Mtu alikuwa anaitwa Matiba. Kuna mtu ya Shady alikuwa anaitwa Kingoto, sijui alikuwa anaitwa nani ya Kirinyaka?
Kanyotu, James Kanyotu.
James Kanyotu.
Yeah.
Nataka go back to that people. Vile walimalizwa na pesa yao. And that is the same serikali ilipata huyu jamaa. So wakati walijaribu kuchange ile pesa 1000, waka notice pesa mingi bado iko nje. Ndiye alifunguliwa shafu. Na watu wamepepeta. I'm telling you, Atuoli akisema watu wakate miti is not lying. You know, sometimes tunafanya kama mchezo. Lakini pesa ya pure, pesa ya uwaji, kina ule Muluya anaitwa nani? Ule alisema maisha yake iko
Jacob Juma.
And more. And now watu wengi kwa ofisi yake, officers wamepotea. You Kenyans, you are choking. But the good news is this. Wacha nikwambie. Tunaongea na watu nyumbani. Tunasikia watu wanasema hiyo nyumba ilifisilika. Hii watu ya NSIS, sijui mnaitanga NSIS ama samani nilikuwa na sijui special branch. nasikia alitumiwa chama, hata ile watu wamesimama viti ya Kenya Kwanza ama Kwisha, most of them walikuwa sponsored na serikali, ya kwamba kama hii watu watakataa kumuacha, these people will be elected, na wakifika parliament wanaenda kufanya kazi na serikali. You cannot joke with a country. You cannot just come uite Mama Ngina ulikula. Unajua nyinyi watu wengi hapa mnajua historia. I don't want to use that word. Wakati Ruto baba.
So, Mama Serina, ongezea dakika mbili ili we keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Okay, you know what? Kwa sababu tumekuwa wengi, saa ile tulikuwa tunaongea tulikuwa watu wachaingia, sitaki kupoteza nafasi, but nataka niseme ya kwamba mambo imepatilika, and the only people wale wamesaidia Kenyans, I'm saying this, ni Central Kenya. Even the Kalenjins, msimamo yao walikuwa na ngoja hiyo 5 million votes kutoka kwa Njeru na Central Kenya. Wakati Central wamesema hiyo kura hakuna, imefanya Kenya imetulia, na imefanya Wakalenjin wamefungua macho. So for me, kama ni mimi naesaulizwa, nataka kuambia watu ya Central, you play your game. Sabu ulisikia wasee wa Kalenjin waliwaambia kuna ng'ombe imemalizwa, imekuwa na masiwa mingi sana, na kama awange kama hiyo ng'ombe labda ingekufa. So tunashukuru Central wametusaidia, wamefanya ng'ombe sasa inaweza kula nyasi. You know, it was too bad. Sahi matiti ile ilikuwa imekataka kupasuka imeisha. So I want to say, nyinyi mnajua siasa. And again, we were worried ya kwamba hii watu ya Central tuliwaokopa. Najua wa Kenya walikuwa na wakopa nyinyi, but hivi juzi mlikuwa karibu mkue tifakio ya wa Kenya. I'm telling you, because hiyo miaka yote ya Kenyatta, ya Moi, ya Kibaki, ya nani, Central ndio Kenya. Hawa ndio wenye uchumi, hawa ndio wenye mali, lakini tulishangaa ati wanaenda tawaliwa mpaka wanasema yes sir. I want to thank those people of Mount Kenya Foundation, the people who have worked hard in this country to reach where they are, to stand and say no, we are the people of Kenya. Lakini nyinyi wengine mulikuwa mumeenda. But again, narudia, mkono ya serikali ni mrefu. Asante.
Sawa Mama Serina, okay, wacha tucheze video moja alafu tuendelee.
Let's now have your input, comments, starting with the smear. Then we move to Uda. I don't know if you have anything, and Roots Party in that order. Thank you.
I think you'll allow me to cover a few points, all related and very, very fast. One of them is the issue of agents. The perennial complaint in every petition, whether presidential or gubernatorial, like I participated in, is kicking out of the agents by your presiding officers. So to enhance transparency, we are proposing that you not only release the identification badges for agents to candidates 2 days before, but that identification plus the oath are the only thing an agent needs to get access, and your officers must not have any authority to send out an agent unless if an agent commits
a criminal offense, in which case the police at that polling station will have recorded that incident. The signing of the result form, that 4A, and in all other elections by the agents ought to be mandatory, and your form should have a column for the agent to say, I agree or disagree with the results. We also want, it's good you are transmitting the results. You have promised us copies, but you've been printing only 6 copies of the form, 4 of which are for use by the Commission. As you can see in this presidential election, we are 4 presidential candidates. Therefore, 2 copies are not enough. We don't want to ask you to print more copies and income more money for the government. We just want the right as agents to be able to take WhatsApp images of the form once it is ready. That way, whatever you transmit electronically cannot have vifaranga vya computer, because the form will be out, everybody will have it, and the press, if they are in the room, will also have it. The gag on announcing what is tallied at the station should be removed. When either the press or other people say how many votes were garnered, and they are on that form, they're not making the official announcement, they're giving the provision. They just say, this is what we witnessed. That enhances transparency. So 2 things. Your officers must not have the right to send out agents unless if there is an incident recorded by the police and the party has a right to replace. On the sorry, only one point. I'm being reminded by my principal that the order of counting in every polling station, it should be clear that they start with the presidential ballot. They don't always do so. I've been at polling stations where it is not done that way. So let the commission be clear. And finally, people commit deliberate electoral offenses, that is employees of the commission, and they hide behind the word commission. We want to request you to unequivocally and publicly tell your officers that anybody who violates the electoral code deliberately, we will face the law individually. Last year I tried to privately prosecute 3 of your officers. Now that we are busy in elections, I may drop the appeal, but we need them to know that it is personal responsibility. The elephant called the commission must be dissected to that polling clerk, to that candidate, to everybody. Thank you. So that we don't come back.
Our Secretary General called us last night that there was a change of time, and we had already scheduled a meeting, so I apologize for that. But having said that, I would request that in future, we should at least give us maybe 3-4 days notice of the actual timings, because you understand, Mr. Chairman, every minute counts when you are a few days to the election. Secondly, we have participated in elections. This is not different from all the other elections we participated in. We believe that the IEBC has built sufficient capacity to handle this election. all we want, Mr. Chairman, is what you're doing. Engagement, continuous engagement. We will continuously engage you, engage your technical team with our technical team. And sometimes when we criticize, it's not because we have any issues. It's because we want to do the right thing. You know, I was once told by Paul Muite that when you support a government, you criticize it when it goes wrong. So sometimes when you see criticism, I think in that spirit. Two final things. Thank you very much. Two final things. We all agree that we are, the digital highway is the place we are going. We support your commitment to the electronic register. We are trying to move our parties to also have nominations like our competitors using an electronic register. So I think that's the direction we want to go. There has been notions that are not correct, that Kenya Kwanza wants a manual register. We do not want a manual register. If you give us sufficient safeguards that an electronic register will function without any chance of failure, then we are good. And finally, I was amazed at the number of staff, permanent staff, IEBC have. 800, in the region of 800 plus. Mr. Chairman, that's a very huge resource which Kenyans pay for. You should consider in future deploying that resource to help us with nominations in parties. I think really there should be a consideration because it's a national resource and they shouldn't be waiting to just run the elections. They can also help us run nominations in our parties with the expertise they have. In any case, Mr. Chairman, a democratic election will be heavily informed by the kind of nominations we do. If the nominations are not democratic, you end up with elections that are not democratic. So I think going forward, you should consider as IEBC working with political parties so that we can leverage more on the resource you have, which is a public resource, to assist grow political parties as institutions of governance. That because I believe that the strength of a democracy is dependent on the strength of the democratic institutions, including political parties that exist. Finally, we have no problem with any Kenyan serving in any capacity, so long as they have been recruited competitively and they have the requisite skills and competencies. We have absolutely no preference for any Kenyan from any community. And if our competitors have a problem with certain Kenyans who come from certain communities, you can work out with them. We have no problem if they are replaced. But we want every Kenyan to be given a chance, and the measure should not be ethnicity, the measure should be competence, whether they are competent to do whatever it is that they are doing. I am on record, Mr. Chairman, saying that even if my competitor's brother was the chairman of IEBC, I would have no problem, so long as he is competitively recruited. Thank you very much.
Serikali ya baba itapambana na ufisadi. Na hiyo kazi ya kusukuma ufisadi amenitaja ya kwamba tukiingia kwa serikali that I will be in charge of justice and constitutional matters. I want to assure you, just as you know me, that Masaya kazi huyu ni mama ambayo hacheki na hachezi. Tutasaidia baba vilivyo. We are right behind him, and we are going to assist him to implement the very good policies that he has brought for our nation. But in order for me to be able to assist Baba, you have to assure me that every vote in Homabay, every vote in Nyanza, every vote in my backyard will be for Baba. Wapinzani wetu walikuwa wamejigamba ya kwamba baba hawezi akapanda mlima. Wakatuma watu wachache ati tukiingia huko waanze kutoa sauti. Nikawaambia, finish shouting and I will still tell you what I came to tell you. Ikawa mahali chache, ikaja ikaisha. Sasa baba anapanda mlima, anaenda speed kama rally car. Unaelewa vyema, Nyanza ni ngome ya baba, Western ni ngome ya baba, Coast ni ngome ya baba, Northeastern ni ngome ya baba, na tulikuwa huko last week. Nairobi ni ngome yake, Mlima Kenya ni ngoma yake, Eastern ni ngome yake, hata Rift Valley akona kura zake. Kwa Wamasai bado ni ngome na baba. Kenya has decided this time round, rais wa tano atakuwa ni nani? Are you going to let Baba down at this 11th hour? Are you going to let us down? Will you fetch every vote? Tuko hapa kuwaomba kwa unyenyekevu, mutoe kura zenu na muamushe kura yote katika area hii. Nikimaliza
nasikia wanasema bei ya mkate imeenda juu, alafu amechukua jamaa mmoja kutoka huko Western, muoga. Hata sijaona kitu chochote, hata mnyama aliyeumbwa na Mungu muoga kama Musalia Mudavadi. Yeye ndiye anasema bei ya unga imeenda juu, tutarudi. Election inayokuja ni ya kurudisha unga chini. Election inayokuja kurudisha sukari chini. Nani aliangusha kiwanda cha Mumias? Nani aliangusha Nzoia? Nani aliangusha Pan Paper katika Western Kenya? Hakuna kiwanda chochote. Na unaenda kuungana na wale waliangusha, wanakuambia unaimba kama parrot. Rudia hii. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, mimi nataka kuambia nyinyi, na mimi sisemi uongo, mjiunge na Wakenya wengine. Saa 4 kamili kiongozi wa Kenya awe Raila Amolo Odinga, Raila Amolo Odinga, wakishirikiana na Mama Martha Karua, wakishirikiana na Daktari Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, watu ambao najua ni upright leaders. Ruto aliiba mpaka hata kamuibia president rafiki yake Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeye ataibia nyinyi na anaweza kuibia hata mama yake.
Abuya, go ahead. We are finished. So you now have a big talk line now. Go ahead, Abuya. Then Mama Selina will come.
Okay. Thank you, Baranjiru. You know, like I said yesterday, was a very eventful day, and what I am particularly happy about is our campaign. Our campaign is activated almost everywhere. Some may not be captured on media, but we are moving in the right direction, and that is the momentum we want to maintain for the rest of the time that we are allowed to campaign. And beginning with Martha. Martha is so convincing, and she inspires a lot, especially from the constituency of Selina, Mama Selina. She inspires them a lot, and I am sure we are going to get maximum vote from the constituency of women. She's a real inspiration to the mothers out there, to the girl child. So on that front, I really want to congratulate her, because who would have thought after the debacles of the 2007 election that Martha would be received so well in Luo Nyanza. You know, that is one thing that I also need to mention out with regard to the Luo ethnic community. They are people who are you know, they don't keep things hiyo ile manda walisema ati wanaweka kwa roho, au wanaweka tu kwa lungs, na ikitoka imetoka. Mambo tunasonga mbele kama Kenya moja, which is a very nice thing, and because keeping grudges is not the best thing. And let's congratulate Martha on that. Now, coming to the video played at the IEBC, you see, what I talked about being a slay queen. The DP has nothing really to offer apart from attention seeking, and we just need to leave him continue with his theoretics, because after that he trooped to Kiambu, because he feels and he knows that Kiambu is slipping away, and is slipping away big time. So you can see the number of times in the last 7 days he has been there. He feels threatened, and the message down there is that we have had enough lies. I think voter fatigue has also crept in, so he has to keep on promising goodies. And while he was there, he was there to unveil something called the Hustler Fund, and he has promised them 2.5 billion. Jesus, this gentleman is promising everybody. You know, everybody in the streets is promising. And the reason for, I want to believe the reason for him going to unveil or promise them 2.5 billion. If you are keen enough, or if you had time to look at the gubernatorial debate for Kiambu, there is what Kabogo said about, starting a fund that will push the economic agenda for Kiambu people. And Kabogo said that the county will deposit 400, will go the same way they did when he was a governor, where they will deposit money and ask the bank to deposit more money. And then jointly they will work out modalities on how to pay that while assisting the residents of Kiambu. You know, now to try and overshadow that, he goes there and says that he's going to give the people of Kiambu 2.5 billion. This is, it is yes, it can be a political game, but if you consider the number of billions that this gentleman has been giving, I don't know where. I think he might be surpassing the budgetary plans of a well-advanced country like the US, because he's giving on daily basis. Hii pesa anapeana ni mingi sana. but tunajua yote ni uongo, and people should be aware of that. Now coming to, there's one very
Abuya,
important.
Abuya, Bob, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
This 2.5 billion aliambiriria Kiambu, is it going to come from the national kitty, or it is going to be transferred through the devolution? Because I think Kiambu receives over 10 billion. So your pesa ni vile, or it is a separate fund from the government directed to Kiambu alone. And if he is going to give Kiambu 2.5 billion as a direct fund from the government, does it mean that also a county like Meru might also want like maybe 1.5 billion? Because they also Kenyan, they might also want an hustler fund. Mombasa, maybe they might also demand 1.6 billion. Don't you think just promising one county a hustler fund, it leaves a lot of speculation for other people? Like, can you try to say it is only a fund which is targeted to win a specific area? Yani, unaenda Kiambu, unawaambia utawapea 2.5 billion so that you confuse those 1.2 million voters. Can you try to tell me in terms of that? Sababu sielewi why you should promise Kiambu people 2.5 billion na ukienda Mombasa and juzi ulikuwa Kwale, you never told them anything. Or even in Nairobi, why is he not launching a serious hustler fund for Nairobi County, Embu County, even where he was having good support, Kirinyaga? Why is it only Kiambu? Why? Or it is going to go to other areas, this hustler fund. Now, is it coming through devolution? That is my question. How is it being dispersed? Is it directed from the national government to the county, or to the, how is this money going? Sielewi, hebu nielezee sababu inaonekana unafuata.
Yeah, the 2.5 billion is coming from the hustler fund that he intends to create with 100 billion shillings. That is my understanding, according to how he explained while in Kiambu. And further to that, he made a wide range of promises. You know, he talked of and another thing I need to mention is that, like you have said, there is an audience he targets, and that audience, you know, is where he had been for the last 4 years, and people are convinced that he is the man is the man to beat, you know. And something very, very interesting in that meeting, they ensured that they paraded a gentleman from the Akorino community, and this gentleman was there to rubbish the work of the president. And you know, amazingly, it has reached where there is a lot of disrespect to the president, because you see, in as much as in 2018, 2019, or after the elections of 2017, I'm one person who believes that you need to respect people. And in as much as Uhuru and Ruto were on the other side, and how the elections went, I have never even thought of disrespecting Uhuru, because whether you like it or not, he's the president of the country. But here comes, he brings a boy from the Akorino community, supposedly lives in Githurai. And the boy refers to the president that yule jamaa ambaye muliona alifanya, you know, you cannot do that. And this is, the deputy president is right there on the podium. And here is a boy referring to the president that yule jamaa ambaye muliona muliona ile vitu alikuwa anafanya, walikuwa anafanya Kasarani, na sisi hatukumuita huyo mzee hatukumpa nafasi aongee, ni huyo jamaa ndio you know, that is in reference to Uhuru Kenyatta. You can see the kind of the kind of disrespect that he's trying to encourage in the Mount Kenya region, and that for me it is playing very low politics. There should be something, somebody to advise him if he really wants to portray himself as a credible leader, a leader of substance. You don't need to go to that level. When it comes to this this internet issue, you know, right now in Kenya, what is in the lips of the Kenyans right now, especially on the media front and social media, is that what exactly is going to happen to companies that we are proud of, like the Safaricom, like there's Telcom, you know, there's Airtel, and already the same youth that he has been trying to intoxicate with propaganda are now talking like, you know, we are going to have free internet, so we really do not even care about this Safaricom anymore. Now, when you try to, it's like you are decampaigning and trying to frustrate the companies that like Safaricom, and you know, his utterances alone, the truth be said, can easily shake the stocks at the stock exchange, you know. Because there are people who would feel like if this government comes in, they are definitely going to destroy or affect the way business is done in the telcos. And anybody, I have shares with Safaricom, and anybody who feels if we talk about the person in the village that has some shares with Safaricom and starts feeling insecure, they will sell those shares. And you will see the market, Safaricom losing a lot of money just because somebody has uttered a few things that do not go down well with the shareholders. So you can see the destruction that this gentleman is trying to cause, and it is at the expense of you know, some cheap political mileage. So he should really be called out and so that people can really know the kind of person he is. Now, lastly, I want to just mention on the issue of Mudavadi and his presser. These fellows are really playing the role of opposition very well, and it looks like Mudavadi, having come from NASA, he is the lead trainer for the likes of Duale and Wetangula, and here he comes up with some wild allegation that the port of Mombasa, Kisumu, and God knows what else has been sold to some Dubai-based company. You know, if you go back to history and the internet, you'll realize that a few years ago, I don't think it is more than 7-8 years ago, Ruto has been on the forefront of asking for privatization of certain national assets, and he has been very particular about the port. And he has previously mentioned that we need to privatize the port so that we can get better services and etc. And whatever they are talking about, I'm glad that Yakuru Yatani has come out and explained that this is something that was there in the pipeline in the bid to streamline and improve services, service delivery, so that we can generate income. And those national assets are not things that you can just sell behind the back of Kenyans. That is something that can never happen. It has to go through parliament and all those procedures. There's no country. We have countries that have governments that have done deals with the Chinese here in Africa. And when a new government comes in, Togo, for example, they just tell them, no, we cannot continue paying this debt. We will go by our terms. And, you know, when you're trying to incite the public that your country has been sold. You know, that is very cheap politics, and it goes further than that. They even try to say that that this deal was being struck being struck in the guise of celebrating the birthday of Raila in Mombasa. What kind of rubbish is that? You know, government business can never be conducted in birthdays. You know, it's like trying to do your board meetings in a bar in the evening, and now you want to tell people that your government is being sold in some party. These guys have felt the heat, and this is the real work of opposition. You need to make noise. But so let us give them the accolade of making noise, and it will remain as that. I can see Deto is looking like he's on the move somewhere. Let me give him a chance. I'm still around. We'll continue exposing our adversaries. Thank you.
Fine. Deto, welcome. Then we get Mama Serena. Deto, go on board. I hope Mama Serena is fine with that. Mama Serena, you okay? Aya, uko mute.
Sorry, wacha tusikie sauti ya Ndeto and then I will come back.
Sawa. Na Ndeto, wacha kwanza nikugonge kidogo. Unajua kwa lugha yetu Ndeto ni maneno. Ndeto ni maneno. Yaani Ndeto ni wale watu wako na maneno mingi sana. Aya, usituletee maneno leo.
Nilijua tu utanianzia tu, ni sawa. Hata kwetu inakwanga hivyo, lakini ukiangalia jina yangu ni Double T. So hiyo ikuje na hiyo Ndeto. Unajua kwetu tuishare me and you. Ndeto ndio ni maneno, lakini yangu iko na Double T. So that's a name. It's not si maneno.
We are not sure it is Double T. Hiyo tunajua ni wewe umeweka ili uruke. Kwa vocabulary hatuna Double T, ni single T. Uchukue jina venye iko.
Era kuoda muno utige maundu maige. Uraigua? But anyways, just to start, it's always good to see you guys. People watching us, when you're not watch, leo nimecheka yangu yote, and I always appreciate to come over here and say hi. Mama Selina, always nice to see you. God is good. Roda, unajua tunajuana wewe tu. Alafu Njiro hapa siku hizi ameanza kuwa banada na nichapa tu nikiingia. Anichokoze. Hebu kwanza nilikuwa nimejipanga, lakini acha nianzie hapa mwisho. Abuya, birthday ya Raila ni lini?
I can't remember. I need to check.
It's January.
Yeah, it is January. Somewhere in January.
January 7. Okay. So hii kitu ya kina Weta na kina Musalia wanasema wakiwa wanakaa kama mashamba boy, wamechapa kimeumana, wakienda kusema atio deal ilifanyika March na ilikuwa birthday ya Raila. Kwani Raila ako na birthday mbili? Ala, give us a break. You see?
Kwani hata birthday ya baba wajui siku?
Na wanaenda press conference. I mean, I was watching it and I was wondering, what are these guys talking about?
Yeah, kama vile Ruto anakuja kuquote Bible verse yenye hakuna kwa Bible, na ndio father na mabishop.
Kimeumana. Kina Njiru ndo wamemaliza watu. Unajua watu walikuwa najua, Ruto walikuwa najua mlima ni mlima kupanda. Wakaambiwa you can rent a Kikuyu but you can never own a Kikuyu. Kina Njiru ndo wameharibu wa jamaa. Alafu unajua kama
Ndeto, umaipanda ile mlima ya Mutomo, ile uko juu alafu ukatelesa. Hebu kumbuka hiyo speed unafika hiyo chini. Hivyo ndio imefanyika. Hiyo watu wamekula, hii yote imeisha.
Kimeharibika kabisa. Lakini one thing I laugh a lot, kabla ningi ucheshi yangu ya Gashagwa. What is really happening with Ruto, and if you realize, the IEBC meeting today was a very serious meeting. Ukiangalia Martha Karua amevaa official. Ukiangalia Raila amevaa official. Ukiangalia the other guy that the fourth guy amevaa official. Ya Wajakoya hiyo tunajua hiyo yake, lakini pia amekaa vizuri pale, ametulia. Huyu jamaa niliona akiingia hivi, and then by the time he's getting out, kila mtu hata nikaa natoka.
Si huyo jamani mtu ya pikipiki. Siona hiyo uniform ni ya pikipiki.
Unakuja meeting ya official hivyo. So what really happened with Ruto? Ruto alikuwa huko akasikia watu wengine wako serious business, wako huko wanaongea nini. He had to leave his meeting to go, because at this point where Mali Ruto amefikishwa, he's becoming a copycat, because now he wants to be in everything that is serious. And when he came, he didn't even have a concrete kitu ya kusema. Unajua alisema wao tunakubaliana, oh no, we can do this. I mean, when you listen to what
Ndeto wakati Ruto alijaribu kuingia, viongozi wakatoka, the president and the deputy president walimaliza mkutano wakaenda sao. Sasa alisubaa
na mtu wetu wa bangi hata yeye akakaa hivi akaona hii ni ujinga akatoka.
na niaje leo Wanjakoya hata sikusikia akiongea. Nilikuwa nikifikiria ataongea story ya bangi hapo na nyoka. Sikusikia mleo.
Wajua jamaa alikuja kwanza, alienda kukaa ile kitu ilikuwa imekaa kina Uhuru Uhuru nani Raila na Martha Karua, hapo ndo alienda. Alikuwa amechanganikiwa kwanza, alipita nyuma ya Wajakoya kwa sababu ameambiwa huko, wewe watu wanaongea huko vitu za IEBC, huko hapa kunaambia watu sijui tutawekea internet na mnapika nini mchele na ujamaa wako, alafu ni waulizeni. So all of the candidates today came with their running mates. Vipi leo alikuja na Kindiki?
My friend, you know, one thing I must tell you is that Neto, unajua mwanaume akianza kuogopa kutembea na bibi yake, wewe jua hiyo ndoa iko shida. Kwa nini hataki kuja na running mate? And you know, Neto, I hope you know the good news. The good news is that the High Court has said that the running mate should be also on the ballot. So you can imagine what it will do.
Picha.
Itakuwa ni president na deputy wake wakuwe kwa ballot. You can imagine the effect in Kenya.
Mwambie picha.
Picha
lazima ikue. So huyu kuserve mchele lazima. Alafu sasa na kitu kingine ujue, Ruto ako na running mate wawili. Kuna running mate wa kuserve mchele na kuna the real running mate. Wako wawili ujue hivyo.
So you want to tell me Martha Karua na baba watakuwa kwa picha? Kwisha. Wamama wanaenda tafuta wapi mama mwenzetu hapo. Unajua ingechanganyikia. Na Central, this is the good news for the Mulima. Ati kuona mtoto yao ndiye yako kwa picha ile ya gai mwadhane. Wow.
Mimi nilijaribu kusikiza huyu mtu nisikie ile point amekuja nao. Na by the way alikuwa na Karuas.
Wacha niwaulize swali. Sitaki. Chebukati alisema kuna mtu ya UDA alisema utusaidie, tulichapwa Kasarani, tunataka udisqualify mtu. Akasema tena nasikia baba alichapana huko wenyewe kwa wenyewe huko Mandera sijui na wapi. Chebukati nikasikia alisema mimi sina uwezo, tumenyang'anywa uwezo. Ile kitu nataka ni waombe muende mufanye campaign kwa amani. Sisi hatuwezi discipline anybody. Sasa nilisikia nikasema Chebukati anajua venye anasema ama ameharibu. Akasema atajaribu kuongea na TCI ya Uhuru. Unajua TCI ni ya Uhuru. Ile kimutu mbaya inasumbuanga Ruto. Akasema nitajaribu kupembeleza DCI, pengine nipeane mlalamishi. Nikasema basi That is it. Kimeumana. Unaenda kumwambia Chebukati ati afukuse Babu Owino ama baba. So nataka munieleze vizuri. Unajua hii Kiingereza ni ngumu. Ikipata washosho saa ingine inapita. Saa nafurahingi nikiona wanaume kama wanaweza kufunza. Unajua I need to be taught a lot. Nataka kujua mambo sana kama mama hapa hivi.
Okay. So lakini you know so where Mali Ruto amebaki, Mama Pole nitachanganya kidogo. Mali Ruto amebaki anacheza what we call you call catch up. A catch up kind of way of living. Ile anajaribu ku catch up, kitu inafanyika huko anajaribu, and that's why na pia anacheza defense, because unapata even when he goes to any meeting or any rally, the guy hakuna kitu ya maana usema ila kureact ile kitu kingine wamesema. Unajua ile watu wengine wamesema, that's all he will say. Hakuna kitu ya maana anakuja nayo, ni wale watu wa kitendawili wale wamesema sisi tutafanya. Sasa hizi kwanza nimecheka sana. Unaenda kureact na kuambia watu watapiga simu bure. Really? Are you educated or who are you? Don't you understand internet is provided?
Wanapiga simu bure, anawatengenezea lami, na hiyo lami watalipa chakula yao. Kuna vitu nilisikia leo sijaisikia. Sikujua kumbe tunalipanga lami.
Na niwaulize, you know, like I saw him akiongea pale, you might think Ruto like is a first timer. Hata Wajakoya is doing better than him. Unakuja pale mbele ya watu IEBC na unaongea ni kama first timer, and you're the sitting vice president of the Republic of Kenya. What are we talking about here? Umechapwa, yani imechapika hivyo. You cannot show your vice president, umemnyima huko asionekane. You come in here with somebody else akuje kukutetea kwa sababu yeye ndio anazoongea. Ukipewa hiyo mic hata hakuna kitu, nasema tu okay, we agree with everything nini. When the real meeting was happening, you are not there. Ulikuwa umekimbia huko, bado unapigana na Central na ishateremka, mlima ishaanguka. Then you see this
alisema apatiwe Oburu Odinga akuwe chairman ya IEBC kwa sababu kuna mtu alisema hii IEBC imeandika Wakalenjin sijui out of ngapi, Wakalenjin ngapi. Sasa Ruto akasema mimi sina shida, hata munipatie Oburu akuwe returning officer, but that was a great message. Kenya tuko 42 tribes, and I want to say this. If really those Kalenjins are returning officers by chance and by good, they have to do the right thing. Otherwise, mahali watakuwa, wacha nikwambie Teto, ati wamewekwa Bungoma, sijui wamewekwa kama watafanya the right thing. Karua amesema, we are not going for IEBC the body. We are going for the individual. Na those individuals wacha nikwambie, kama watatangaza the truth, hakuna polisi milioni 1 itawachunga. Tutawamaliziania hapo. Watutangazie the right things, ama watuambie wameandikwa kama Wakale kukuja kuipa. Wanasema 1/5 Kalenjins.
Mama Selina, let me tell you, wacha nimalize tu kidogo, and then there's these 3 guys that I feel very sorry for. Mudavadi, Weta, and Mutu. And I'm very good at looking body language. When you watch them actually giving a press conference, you wonder what are these guys talking? I mean, you can see them, you can see ile uchungu wako nayo ndani yao. They are not even happy to say anything. They're not serious about that. Now, let me go to serious business. Sasa, acha tuende serious business. I love what I'm seeing in my country. Number 1, unaamka asubuhi, because time difference, uko hapo unaangalia hivi, you see Mother Karuas sitting very nicely, well dressed, baba suti, nice. Chebukati huko na, you know, and the other people in the house, they are looking nice. Isipokuwa Wajakoya, huyo tunamuelewa. And you see people actually articulating what election is all about. Then all of a sudden you see somebody who's messed up mtu anajua sijui hata ajui ametoka wapi, anaingia hata ajui anaenda kiti gani, yako na kiti sijui anaenda kufanya nini, and then wengine hata huo Wajakoya kidogo kidogo unafikiri hivi, unadhani unajua kitu yenye umeona. Ndio huyo sasa mama huko mama wapi? Homabay. Na ukiona venye wanaanza vizuri, wanachapa story yao kina Mbadi nani mpaka my very good friend kuna huko Homabay, Gladys Wanga na Mili wanakuja wanachapa kitu yao, alafu wakitoka wanaingia kwa gari, the whole thing inafuatana mpaka town. Wanachapa kitu, hata ukiangalia hivi unaona this is a movement. You see, you can see the votes, you can see everything very well planned. And then all of a sudden you get out of watching that thing that you're so proud of and everything. And then you look at this other side, unapata mtu anasema ati sijui Gachagua ameanza kuwa chief. Yani you wonder, are we really in an election?
Mato.
Zero. This is for you. Are we really in an election? Is there any need for election?
I want to ask you a question. Toka ulijua Gachagua, hebu niambie closest tatu amesema. Can you tell me like take away statement which you can refer useme Gachagua alisema hivi, Gachagua alisema hivi, there is a statement from Gachagua. Hebu niambie like some statement from Gachagua. I want to get from you as an observer.
Okay. Najua lazima tufungue nini State House ya Central ipike nyama na sijui nini. Okay, kuna hiyo ya uji pia ilikuja. And then kuna ya kurudisha kuna ya kurudisha nini ku unfreeze accounts zake na vitu kama hizo. Me I think that's all I've ever.
Vijana wa Kalenjin waache kuipa mali ya wengine. Hiyo ni tatu.
You know we need leadership.
Kazi ya vijana wa Kalenjin ni kuiba ng'ombe.
Yes.
Kazi ya vijana wa Kalenjin
ni kuiba ng'ombe. Ya nini ya rustlers.
Alafu anachenga nyumba kubwa sana. Wa baba hiyo Njeru na kina sijui nani Kamau wanaenda kuchoma nyama na wanakunywa. Alafu pia pipi yake atakuwa na wamama huko wakipika chakula sijui wakifanya nini Njeru. Sasa hiyo nilisikia ya wababa. Unajua interest yangu, napenda wababa
na wakidance.
Wamama wanaimba.
Na niwaulize, there is a question I want to ask you people. Is Gachagua really in the race ama amekuja kuharibia Ruto? Unajua kuna vitu pia people need to be serious about it. Nyinyi mmewahi deputy president anambia hivyo.
Anafanya hiyo. Moyo wako uko anamwambia watu wakule nyama na kuchasa tanzi.
Huyu mtu sio kutumwa, ametumwa nyinyi watu. Mutaniambia.
Zero. Lakini hapa yenyewe nakubali, napenda kwenye tuko round moja.
Ndeto umepotea. Ya kwanza ile watu wanapiga kura Jubilee, naita nini? UTA. Akiandika Ami, awezi andika mtu wenye akupiga kura kwa UTA. Sasa Ami, hiyo pia walikuwa naambia wakale, kama nyinyi mtacheza mtupatie independent hapa ama mchakue Gideon. Hakuna mtoto yenu ataingia Ami. Siwezi kuwa deputy president ya UTA nikuje niwasanye nyinyi wa my independent.
Haya, Ndeto endelea. Umetoa uhondo?
No, bado mnanisikia? Ngoja dakika moja tu nirudishe hii. Kuna mtu amejaribu kunipigia pole.
Haya, Mama Selina unaweza chukulia dakika 2 kabla ya Ndeto akuje. Chukulia dakika 2 uongee hiyo story ya Gachagua.
Na leo naona baba anataka kuongea, wacha aseme.
Asante.
Jiru or Ndeto, I want you to you guys, maybe you are conversant with the mambo ya ICT. I want you to tell me what is a digital road, because I heard the deputy president saying that they will build digital roads. That is a term I've never heard. Maybe you could elaborate on that. What is a digital road?
What it means, let me explain what is a digital road. It is not a digital road. I hate digital road. The best term to use is traffic automated roads. Unaelewa? Ile kitu anajaribu kudescribe ni barabara iko na traffic signal. Unaelewa? Ni traffic light anasema, so ile kitu tu itakuwa ni barabara ambayo sasa traffic light yani junctions, tuseme kama sasa junction zote wanazisynchronize such that junction can control each other. Hiyo ndio anasema, that is the digital. Anaongea story ya traffic light. Traffic light, that is what he is talking about. Traffic light, do you get me?
Yes, but why particularly in Kiambu?
Sasa we si unajua, my dear brother, nimekuambia kuna 1.2 kura hapo. Unaelewa? Na hiyo kura lazima ipelekwe kwa ndoo moja. Sasa sasa unataka kura ingie kwa ndoo moja aje? Si lazima waambiwe digital road. My brother, a digital road ni barabara iko na, yani it can do, wanaweza fanya traffic kama ni kuhesabu magari, but ni vitu unaweza fanya without even promising people. Unaona hata hizi makamera zilikuwa zimejaribu kuwekwa hapo nini, like in sijui ni university ama ni wapi, kuna pahali ukipita Nairobi unaona kamera zina blink ipo gari ikipita. That is part of digitization.
So, basically ile nani ile jamaa anajaribu kusema na Njiro, thank you for your explanation, is actually just what happens around here. You know, where you respect your traffic light, unajua ile traffic light ingine imejipanga, unajua when you get there on time for it to be green. Unajua na imepanga, if ukipita unapigwa kamera, unatumiwa ticket nyumbani. That's all he's trying to say. The problem with Ruto, he tries to get a lot of things from the US and the you know, international communities. That's why even he came up with this bottoms up. That's why he says like you know, Biden says these things and these things, but he doesn't really understand what really happens. We do have digital roads in Kenya today as we speak. When Kidero was there, venye tuli traffic inasimamishaga, do you stop or do you not stop?
Ndeto, I want you to expand on this. You know, the reason why I'm asking this is that he particularly says that that this is a project of the Kiambu County. Why is he discriminating? If he is a leader who is looking for votes or to become president, why would he ignore Kisii? I come from Kisii. I would also want to enjoy those.
Abuya, 1 minute. Nimekuambia vizuri, hii kura inaponyoka. Abuya, nakwambia hii mbuzi zilikuwa zimeingizwa kwa nini, zilikuwa zimeingizwa na zimeanzia kutoka. Sasa hii kura inaponyoka. Unataka afanyeaje? So unaona sasa, even in the next 1 month kura ya Embu inaenda kuanzia kumomonyoka. So hata Embu ataenda kujenga digital roads. Sio Kiambu peke yake, hata Embu anaenda kujenga digital road.
Njiro, my friend. Ma'am, ngoja kidogo. Njiro, my friend. You're a very educated man. You're an engineer. Let me ask you, where would you get, I mean, what will digital roads and, you know, hizo mavitu zote, how would it help in Kiambu other than Nairobi and the, you know, the metropolitan you know, towns? Sasa huko utaenda kusimamisha mtu kwa barabara mwenye huko hata hakuna kitu, ni ng'ombe.
Yeah, you see what happens, Ruto knows the word digital sells. Remember in 2013 they used the same term. They used the same term digital, walisema hii serikali yetu itakuwa digital. Hivyo ndivyo walikuwa wanaambia watu. Na wakapiga hata mapicha hapo ati sisi tutakuwa. What Ruto is doing, he is selling the term digital, sababu anajua kila mtu anaongea tu story ya digital, kila kitu itakuwa digital. Ataenda hata atasema hata kupika itakuwa digital. So sorry for that. It is just a word. It is just a word. It has nothing in it. The word, unajua, the best word to use, especially for us in the profession, it is automation. You automate. Sio kila kitu lazima tuseme digitization. The best word is automation. So I wish he can apply the word automation, because unajua, when you say digital, inamaanisha those things. Digital ni kama you also want to remove the human element in it. That's when you go to digital, you want to eliminate the human element. Unataka hizo vitu ukuwe na some computer platform zinazifanya zenyewe, but you cannot manage to do that. It is automation.
Akiongeza na laptops ilifika
So anyway, nini Bob, wachana na huyu jamaa. Unajua, that is why some of us about
sasa
kuazimio.
Kweli miti Njeru, mtoto yetu akijinyonga lazima mtulipe kwa sababu amwezi kumuita kanisa, munaita mkutano ya wamama, munanunua bus, munaweka vijana kwa barabara, munaleta ingine ati inaitwa malaya, sijui ati hata wale wako Nairobi. Kameni.
Unajua, Selina, wacha nikwambie kitu.
Alafu Njiru, you know, sometimes kwanza venye alikuwa akiongea kitu, I was thinking like, you know, I mean, you as your engineer, the person that you are, I was thinking like he's talking about robotics. You know, robotics, now you can talk about digitalization, because robotics is the robots that are going to come and do that. Unajua, when you're making them. And then, nikakumbuka tena kitu ingine, nikakumbuka why, because I was asking myself, why is he so ashamed of this Gachagua? And I realized there was somebody that said he was I think Gachagua is very rich. So, and then I realized, kumbuka kuna pesa imeshikiliwa Interpol.
Okay.
Unakumbuka kuna pesa imeshikiliwa Interpol that was supposed to come back to Kenya.
Nasikia kuna pesa.
That never happened. The Echesa saga na nini, they were trying to bring that money back after money laundering it. The guy is broke. The guy is confused. The guy has been paying, wamekuwa kiwalipa nyinyi na nyinyi mmekula kabisa na mkamwacha kabisa.
Dato, wacha nikuambie vile Ruto walifanya. 1 minute, wacha nikuelezee. Sijui kama unajua hii kuna kitu tunaitanga kiaga ya mbuzi. Kiaga ya mbuzi ni nyumba mambuzi ulala usiku. Sasa unajua hiyo nyumba ya mbuzi inakuanga na milango mbili. Kuna mlango ya kuingiza na kuna mlango ya kutoa. Sasa inatakanga sasa wakati wa kuingiza lazima ufunge ya kutoa, na wakati wa kutoa ufunge ya kuingiza.
Sasa asimungemwambia basi kuna ya kufunga na kuna ya kufungua. Sasa mnawacha anaingiza na sinatokea huko.
Sasa ndio hiyo sasa. Sasa yeye anaingiza na afungi, kule zinatokea. Sasa tumufanyie nini? Siwache zitoke sasa.
Sian Waigoro alimwambia. Lakini for the truth,
unajua,
Sian Waigoro alimwambia you can render Kikuyu but you cannot buy a Kikuyu. Na hata yeye akaenda akarentiwa.
Let me tell you, you have also to appreciate.
Can I finish?
Okay, 1 minute, Bob, unakuja. Just 1 minute na kuarau, Just 1 minute. Serena, you have also to appreciate the amount of work which has been done ili baba apande mulima. There was some time ungeenda tu Mount Kenya, there was a lot of panic. Unaona hata vile Mama Karuas alikuwa anasema, hata unaenda huko anasema ngoja mimi sijakuja kukutoa kura kwa fujo. There was that time ungeenda tu huko tu unakuwa mtu ya UDA. But venye soil erosion imetendeka, mmomonyoko venye imetendeka sasa ndio imepea watu confidence. But that is what happened.
What really happened? Kweli watu walikuwa wameenda ama walikuwa wametumwa kunini hiyo mlango ya mbusi ya tell us the truth now, because it has changed. Nini ili change? What really happened? He was a kingpin. Ungeenda Central bila china yake. Raila hakuna vile kimuse kingeenda Central na yeye ndiye. Hata Uhuru hakuna kwenda Central. Yani this man was really the son of Central. Ile You cannot talk. Hata members of parliament, hata Wakikuyu wenyewe bila kuomba ruhusa.
Let me
What happened?
tell you, Mama Selina, kuna kitu tunaitanga gatekeepers. Gatekeepers. Unajua hata ukienda pahali lazima unajua hata sasa, unajua hata ukiharvest mbosho, hiyo ni maharagwe. Kama sasa kazi yenu mnabeba maharagwe na kuna pale mnaenda mnaweka, lazima muweke watu ya kuchunga. Sasa mna harvest huko, mkikuja hapa lazima muweke watchman ya kuchunga. Sasa nyinyi mnaenda mnatoa huko, mnakuja mnaweka pahali na haijachungwa. Sasa mnaleta 5, mkiendea ingine 2, mnabakisha 3 hapa. So at the end of the day, the whole day mumeleta ngunia 70, lakini mutapeleka nyumbani 10. Ndio hiyo sasa. Gatekeeper sana. Okay Bob, wacha Bob achangie.
Unajua wakati nilikuwa naleta hiyo issue ya digital roads wakati nimekumbuka vizuri wakati hiyo speech yake ilikuwa ni kwamba digital roads mama mboga hata kuwa charged. So I really started wondering, are they going to be toll stations? Mama mboga kwanza atakuwa akifanya nini barabarani? Unajua lazima ujiulize vitu zingine zikisemwa. What would Mama Mboga be doing on the road? Will be Mama Mboga ataruhusiwa kwenda kuuza kule barabarani kwenye hizo digital roads? Sasa utafanyika nini?
Bob, tulia kidogo.
Soko ambaye
Bob na kuelewa inakaa Ruto amekutesa sana. Hii mambo sikiliza akina Kenha
unajua ama Wakamba wamefanya kitu hii maneno hii nani ameendea? Unajua alienda peana mtoto huko, ama maneno kumeumana, ama watu ni wagonjwa na mnatutanganya jameni. Itabidi mupimwe. Kwa nini mlipimana wakati ya Kibaki na hamtaki kupimana hii wakati? I think some people are very sick. Mental health sisi peke yetu imekuta nyinyi.
Unajua, wacha nikwambie, unajua pia Mama Selina, kuna kitu ingine in Kenya ni politics, kuna kitu inaitwa elders negotiation Najua hiyo unaijua. Iko wapi wazee wa kale mulituma huko wa negotiate na sisi? Mtutolee mkutano. Si una Mama Selina, unajua hii story. Wacha kuniuliza mambo mingi. Mama Selina, hebu tuambie, okay, umemute. Wazee wa kale wanafaa kuenda huko na wafanye negotiation. Wako wapi? Na uliona wazee wakitoka ile ng'ambo ingine na wakaenda huko na wakanegotiate. Si mliona? Hebu niambie
wazee ya Kikuyu, wazee ya Wajaluo walikuja Nyeri.
Wako wapi wazee wa kale wale walienda kunegotiate hiyo pande ingine?
Aliambia nyinyi hakuna akwende wakale wapi? Hakuna wazee huko. Wazee ni Maguruman na Sudi na mwingine sijui watatu.
Haya, sasa ile kitu iko bado tuko na miezi 2.
Mwambie wa Kalenjin ameongozwa na Kirwa na Sali na wakaenda kwa baba.
Ndio nasema sasa bado kuna time. Mwambie anaweza fanya reverse. Mwambie atafute wazee kama 5 wa kale, akimbie na wao mlimani, wa settle issue na wachinje kambuzi moja, story itarainika. That is the method.
Hakuna wazee walimwambia acha niwachekeshe. Wakalenjin ni wabaya sana. Walimuita kwa sherehe, wakampatia vitu ya vita ya kwenda vita. Unajua wanaume ndeto na wewe mkienda vita, mkikufa wensenyu wanarutisha pimbo na kuambia jamii pole, tulienda lakini tumekuja na ng'ombe 2 tunapatia fulani. Sasa yeye hakupatiwa leadership, akapatiwa aongoze kijana anaenda vita. Sasa mimi nilikuwa nauliza watu, na nyinyi hii mtu mume place him as a leader ama mumetuma aende vita watafute ng'ombe? That is it. So hakuna wakale walifanya hiyo kitu na hakuna mtu ana reverse. na walikataa kurudi tena kutengeneza, because you cannot do things twice. Ukibariki umebariki,
Mama
ukikosa
Selina,
place imeenda.
Mama Selina,
Yes.
let me tell you something about our generation. Hata ukiona Njiru anacheka hapa hivi na hata Roba. You know, we are not that generation ile ilikuwa ya kitambo ya kutupwa hivi. This generation is a whole different kind of a generation. When you hear hata Njiru akikujibu where unajua what automated roads ziko is because the generation that we live in, hata hao wenye wanakuja utu wenye tunaongea sheng, the people are very educated nowadays. They see watu wa kutupwa hivi. The problem with Ruto came back with that ile mentality ya Moi ya kitambo yenye people don't talk, people don't understand what they're saying. So yeye akienda mahali kama Murang'a anadhani anaongea na watu wa Murang'a peke yake. He doesn't understand that mtu Ukambani amepata, Njiru amepata, Roba amepata, wewe pia umepata. He's not understanding these things. So him is working the old kind of politics, but the people who
Alikuwa
really
naongea, Ruto is very clever. Alikuwa naongea na constituency ya vijana, ila amenyang'anywa na naitwa nani hiyo kimuti yenyu, Kachakoa. Sasa he was not talking with clever people like you. He had his own constituency yenye alikuwa nawapatia 2,200, shika wheelbarrow, sema kasi ni kasi. That is his people. That is why alisema hawezi enda mkutano ya wasee ya Mount Kenya, wale wanakaa kwa safari park, wale wanakuwa matajiri, wale yeye watu yake ni ile wa mama mboga, ile single mother, hata si single mothers ya baba ni ya single, ile wa mama ya mboga ile wanafanyanga ile kazi.
Nataka
350.
Nataka kuuliza
So
Martin swali
to control them, lakini sasa imeteleza kwa sababu tena kimekuja baba ingine amejua hii constituency yao ni ya Pangi na 500. Leo nimeona Kirinyaka, nataka utaona, utashangaa. Nilisikia mtu sahi akiongea Kirinyaka, anaambia watu ya Kirinyaka tuko na candidate anaitwa Ruto. Vijana wamenyamaza ni kama wasikii. Kasikia tena wanasema kuna Raila na Martha, nasikia vijana ni kama hii. Sasa wacha aseme Chakoya. Inaitwa nini hiyo mtu yenyu?
Wanjakoya.
Watu walipiga nduru. Oh my God. Sijui watu walipiga nduru mpaka nikasema hii ni Kirinyaka. Sasa hiyo maneno mtaangalia. Kitu ilinifurahisha ingine tena Deto. Kuna vijana walikuwa Nyandarua. Hiyo grupu yetu hiyo grupu yetu ya pikipiki ya baskeli, kasi ni kasi. Walisema tumechoka na kasi, tumechoka na kudanganywa na promise, tumerudi tumeenda kwa baba. Sasa hiyo group ndiyo inaenda sasa. He was not talking with people like you. Alikuwa na category ile bottom up. Alikuwa naongea na watu ya bottom. Si up.
wewe mam, pia wewe pia unapoteza hapo. Kwani unadhani watu wako na bodani watu wajasoma? Hao ni watu wako na degree bwana. Ni ile tu alitoka kukua kazi.
Kwa yeye anajua watu ya bodaboda na mkokoteni wachasoma. But I know those people are very learned. Kuna mtu alitolewa Nairobi, alikuwa na sukuma mkokoteni. Alienda akafanya interview. Alienda the following day kukua big officer, sijui ni ofisi gani. Kuna mtu alikuwa na sukuma mkokoteni na alikuwa na degree sijui ngapi. But alienda interview and he won.
Yeah, I agree. Mama Selina, kuna kitu kingine nilikuwa nikitaka pia tuongezee hapa unajua ukiangalia constituency ya Ruto ama wale, unajua Ruto decided to use the unorthodox method. Kama we unajua Bwana Ndeto, you know where Kalonzo got his leadership from. That one is very important. Hiyo Kalonzo being kiongozi wa Wakamba, kuna kule hiyo uongozi imetoka, ijakuja tu. Hata saa hii ukiingia kwa Wakamba utake kupokonya yeye hiyo kitu, you will have to do a lot of effort, sababu there are those people who decide. So what Ruto needed to do, he needed to consolidate those leaders. Sababu unajua you just look for, just like the way he tried to consolidate akina Musalia Mudavadi, hapo he did some effort. The only problem ni he consolidated akina Musalia Mudavadi, but they had no stake in Western. But at least angetafuta those stakeholders.
But the stakeholders ya Rift Valley, Baba Moi alilala pila kusamea ama waongee. So hakuna mtu mkale ataenda kunegotiate kama alishindwa kunegotiate na Moi. Nani anataka kubeba dhambi? Who want to share?
That is now the problem now which we have. Unaona sasa Bwana Ndeto, Ruto ana negotiator, he is doing it alone. Unaona sasa akina Murkomen akina nani. Hebu sasa nikuulize kama sasa Murkomen I think in 40 something years na nini. Hebu niambie Murkomen ataongea nini na Peter Munga? I just want to ask you, yes, he is learned, he is a lawyer, but hebu niambie umetuma Murkomen kwa Munga. What are they going to discuss? Hata huyu Kindiki mwenyewe, huyu Kindiki wa, I think Kindiki is around now 49 years. Kindiki utamtumia mzee wa 70 years waongee nini? And you need to know, hao wazee, they are still the custodian of our society. So, history ati vijana ati wanasema they can donate the leader from where? Hebu kama sasa nikuulize, even in your community, niambie ile utajiri ambayo vijana wa miaka 30 na miaka 40 wako nayo. Tell me the percentage of wealth in Makueni, which 30 years and 40 years old have. Can they even have, do they even have 10% of the wealth? So, ile problem hiko, wale watu ambao wana support Ruto, the amount of wealth they have in the country is less than 20%. And then these people who have the wealth of less than 20%, you want those people to dictate terms to the people who are holding the wealth of over 80%. And akakuja sasa na hii narrative yake ya tupangwingwi na nini. Yes, I know in Kenya we have so many differences ya wale watu wako na mali na wale watu hawana mali. I understand. Hiyo gap ya wealth ni kubwa sana. But again, hatuwezi pokonya watu mali yao ati ili tupee wale ambao hawana. We have to cultivate good morals na watu wafanye kazi. Wewe Ndeto fanya kazi, pata mali yako. And then we have also to tell young people that it is not possible at an age of 35, maybe unless if you become an inventor, like mtu kama Bill Gates or Tesla, unless you become an inventor. But working on basic principles na hizi kazi za kawaida, you need time to build wealth. At least you need, at least kijana around miaka, by the time unafika miaka 50, hiyo ndio ile time at least utajiri yako inafaa kukua inaonekana. But this idea, mtoto wa miaka 25 na miaka 30 anataka kukua tajiri na anataka pia kukua influential kwa politics. The same things which are happening to kwa huyu kijana wa Mathare, huyu nani Bahati. So pia Bahati, I know he is a singer na nini, he also want to dictate terms simply because maybe he thinks he has wealth. I don't deny he can buy if he wants, sio tunampinga, lakini kuna kitu najaribu kusema, still utajiri ya Kenya kuna wale watu wameishika. Hata ukienda Ukambani kuna wale watu wameishika hiyo utajiri. Na hiyo utajiri hatutawapokonya. We have to get it by merit, by working hard, by working for hawa wazee. So that is the problem which now Ruto was unable to do. He was unable to connect between support and wealth. And remember, these people who have wealth, they are the people who also have power. Wealth and the power, they are related. That is the difference. Better go ahead. Nisiongee mingi.
But you also see to support your what you just said. There's also something that people are not really looking at. I think that sometimes we bury our heads in the sand because now you understand this guy has a very tainted history, and people know, people read, you know, very tainted. You hear like officers, you know, disappearing from his whatever. In fact, what people don't understand, just 2 days ago, now the ICC judges are deliberating about Musheru, who the you know, his lawyer. He's already been tainted to a point that now they have that he was very active in his phone calls. They've been traced to the calls to his lawyer and to the disappearance of people. When you look at an office, Njiro, you have an office, and your office is always something being said about your office. 1, 2, 3. Rumor 1, rumor 2, rumor 3, rumor 4. By the time in Africa 5, there must be something with your office. You see, And people are also looking at that. And that's why you find him so mad to a point that who else umesikia ameshikiliwa vitu na Interpol, pesa yake na Interpol. And I don't know why people don't see this. You cannot bring a mafia to be the president of your country. And it's done. This time, I don't think there's elections. That's why they're running away. They're running all over. This is not going to be an election. Mr. Njiru, I know there's not going to be an election. This is going to be a walkover, done, dusted, and it's our new journey into the first world country. Because this is story ingine ya kupigana tu. Njiru akisema hivi, sasa nakuja kwa kusema, oh, Njiru alisema hivi, ule mtu Njiru ule anakaaga hivi. What are you bringing? You see, hata kama tulikuwa tulikurumia ICC ikapotea. Now we are here. We are having mabarabara za juu, mabarabara za chini. The ICT is working. The infrastructure is starting to work. We're trying to move. We cannot be a third world country forever. And we are not going to be a third world country kama tunakulaga michele na sijui nini hizi tunataka kupikiwa kwa state house. I've never been to any state house. I don't even care about going to a state house. My state house is my home in Ukambani and in Nairobi. That's why am I going to state house to go eat? Sinieke kanini kakibanda hapo nje nisaidie hata kama ni mtu and my workers and everything nimuongezee. Sasa hii ingine mnaniambia ni nini? What kind of leadership are we talking about? What kind of a leader thinks like that? Njiru, assuming you are you're running for the presidency, and I hope one day you do, because I know you're a smart person. Is that the kind of thing you will come telling us, knowing you?
I think Ruto hata angenichukua, he could have done a better job than his Gachagua. Sorry for that. I'm not despising his guy, but
Wacha kukusa our deputy president to be. No, he's a good man. Kama Gachagua angetusaidia hivyo, we could be singing another song today. So he's a great man.
No,
Bwana ya Bishop.
No, Serena, don't worry. Ruto hata angekuja with whoever. Ruto couldn't have managed this race. Alijikuwa yeye mwenyewe. You over-campaigned for 4 years and you don't do that. You don't over-campaign. Unajua kuna kitu inaitwa monotony in politics. Hata kwa nchi zingine ukienda, kuna watu wana resign wanasema ati nataka kucampaign, Sorry to say that. That is also the same thing which also before Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton could have won this election, but her election, but despite winning the popular vote, there was that challenge of over-campaigning. Over-campaigns are usually not very good. Aliacha kazi.
Alisema Uhuru anakunywa tembo. Alisema amewekea Uhuru tembo. Sasa alikura tembo na yeye akatembea kutafuta kura. Sasa kulikuwa mara mbili. Huyu mwenye alikunywa tembo, kumbe watu wanamupenda. Ule kalitembea kutafuta kura, akatumiwa akakula, na ule alikunywa tembo, serikali yake ikaendelea mzuri.
Yeah.
Umekuwa mkali, unaongea kama mkali.
That is what happened. You see, I can ask you a question.
How can you wewe mtu msima unaenda kusema president ati nimemwachia pombe State House? Hata kunywa na kutuma vijana wafanye kazi, na wewe umeimbia amekusetu kimbie. Na Uhuru alisema, nilimwambia Ruto tufanye kazi, nikapenduka nikaona ameenda speed, amekata huko nyuma na tulikuwa tunakimbia mbele. So alifikiri Mungu, watu usiangalie mtu unafikiri ukweli. Uhuru alisema usiangalie simba amelala, ufikirie ni paka. He knew what he was saying. Alimwambia huyu jamaa tufanye kazi, kazi yako ndiyo itakuuza. Na akamwambia siku ya kwanza, William, hata kura ya Ngina, Margaret Kenyatta, I cannot promise you, lakini bibi yangu naweza kumpembeleza tukupigie kura yetu sisi wawili. Lakini ya mama Ngina siwezi kukupromise. Angeelewa what was the meaning on that day. Sababu Uhuru alimwambia ukitaka kuweza hii watu yangu, tufanye kazi kwanza. kuwa mwaminifu. Moi alichapwa na kina nani Koinange na alinyamaza, alichapwa angekaribia Kenyatta. Kenyatta alimwambia Moi, ulifanyiwa nini? Moi anasema msee, hapana, vijana hawana maneno. Kama Moi angeenda kwa Kenyatta kupeleka mshenati, sijua ule, angekuwa president. But alikuwa na chapwa, anateswa, mpaka watu walichukua bibi yake kufanya maneno, lakini alisimama imara. So this one, alikuwa boss, I'm the deputy president, I'm the running mate, naitwa nini? Co-principal. I'm the second president like you. Hey, wacha nikwambie, siku ile Uhuru alijifanya kumwandia over. Hey, mshukuru Mungu. Ile plan watu walipanga ni vile tu Mungu ni mwema na uaminifu ya wanajeshi na watu wengine kwa serikali ya Kenyatta. Otherwise, mungeimba, sahi mungekula vile ile Muskale alisema wamegula store ya mahindi.
Hebu nikuulize story. Mama Selina, before I bring Bob, I want to ask you a question.
Patia Bob kwanza tumheshimu.
Okay, sawa. Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a problem with you guys because a problem with Mount Kenya because over tradition and over the years, I have never seen watu tuseme kama Nyanza. And when I'm talking about Nyanza, both the Kisi community, the Kuria community, and the Luo community. I have never seen people from the Rift Valley. That is the Kalenjin community, and even the Kikuyu community in Rift Valley. I have never seen them insult and disparage their leaders. But as late of yesterday, and I'm telling you as late of yesterday because I still don't. It doesn't add up how small boys are given a platform and are continuing to disparage Uhuru Kenyatta like some village tout. Mimi sijui kwa nini nyinyi munaona ni sawa ku disparage your own leaders. Not only even Uhuru Kenyatta, even other leaders within Mount Kenya. These young fellows are talking like referring them to like some inconsequential fellows because you lose respect as a community, and in the future it will be hard for you to bargain and be respected.
Bob, nimekusikia. Allow me respond to that. Number one, let me say that it is not everybody who is abusing our leaders. We still have a clique of people and a big percentage who still respect leadership. Now, let me handle hao watu wanatusi kiongozi, niwaambie shida ni nini. This is what is happening. You see, politics. Ukiangalia like all our elected leaders, they got factions. They came and got split. Then ikafika level whereby the more you abuse Uhuru, the more you get hair time. Kuna time ilifika time kama hiyo. Yani the more the more munaonekana ukikuwa kama uko pande ya Ruto, you have to criticize anything Uhuru anafanya na nini. So first of all, tulifika level whereby we divided. So there is that faction which went to Ruto direction, then kukakuwa na hii faction ingine which remained silent na wakakuwa ma gatekeepers. But there is one thing which I want to ask you a question. Look at the benefit. Our watu wame remain silent and they have been supporting Uhuru Kenyatta. Look at the political gains which they have started building, because kama ingekuwa imefika at level whereby the whole of Mount Kenya region is milled and mulled and it is only on Ruto, we couldn't be talking of candidate resuscitating to the level whereby they can win gubernatorial seats, they can win senator seats and MP seats. What I can say is that whatever is happening here, it was a direct purge of Ruto himself. It was a game plan by Ruto, and he wanted to snatch that political bloc from Uhuru. It was a well orchestrated plan. Alikuwa anataka kumpokonya hiyo political bloc. And how was it planned? Number one was to make sure that all the MPs who are going to be voted in Mount Kenya region, they are oriented to him. And that is what happened in 2017. Akasema yeye ndiye atasimamia nomination. So majority ya MPs in Mount Kenya, they are not our voice. They are not oriented to us. Those are Ruto puppets. Majority of our MPs, by the way, they are Ruto puppets. Ruto ndiye aliwaeka hapo. Na aliwaeka hapo with a mission of 2022. Alijua 2022 hawa watu ndio nitawatumia. I want to ask you a question. I finance you. I make you to become an MP. Will you go against me when it comes, when the day when I want your support? Will you go against me? I'm the person who did everything. And again, you know, I also have capacity to engineer the same process to make you not get elected. I want to give you an example. Angalia mtu kama Kabogo. Ruto made sure that Kabogo had been eliminated. And he has made sure that up to now, Kabogo is nowhere. He has no voice. Ruto himself, he has made sure that as long as Kabogo remains in Ruto Shando, he has no voice. So that was his bigger game plan for 2022. And some few intellectual people were able to perceive that. They were able to see that. Yes, I don't want to blame Uhuru Kenyatta very much, because I know some of the reasons which made Uhuru become a little bit naive. It is because he is not going to vie again. So he didn't see the need of holding that block too much. And also Uhuru Kenyatta thought by fostering development in his community, the royalty of his community will automatically be on him. But he didn't know that kulikuwa na mtu who was on him, who was going in the community and talking other things against him. So Uhuru yeye tu alifikiria by giving development, that one was enough. Finally, the Kikuyu community had not gone anywhere. This one was an indecisive decision on the community because there was no direction. Remember, if you want to know the impact of Uhuru Kenyatta is one. Remember, Uhuru Kenyatta was able to suppress all strong candidates in Mount Kenya. Why do you think in Mount Kenya region we didn't have a formidable presidential candidate for 2022? It was by design, because the gatekeepers, I don't want to mention them, the people who design politics, the people who focus on the directions where the country goes, they saw having a strong Mount Kenya candidate in 2022 would be another polarizing activity in Kenya, because it could have become very difficult to convince Mount Kenya people to deputize somebody if they had a strong candidate. It could have been another source of chaos, because this Mount Kenya candidate could have come and say, we are the people with the majority, hawa watu wako nyuma yangu, kwa nini tusapoti mtu mwingine? So wisdom number one is, and that's why I want to credit people like akina Uhuru, because the day when Uhuru said hii ni wakati wa pengine hii ni wakati wa community ingine kuongoza Kenya, by default he killed Mount Kenya politics. He killed it by default. So hata wale watu ambao walikuwa wanasema naweza kuwa kiongozi, I can become the president, they were unable to come out. So that was the first shot Uhuru made to determine the Kenyan politics as per 2022. Shot number two, which Uhuru Kenyatta did, was when he went to his community and told them the reasons why he thinks Raila Odinga can become a president. So number one, he suppressed all the political bigwigs in Mount Kenya, and number 2, he gave his wish. And then on the other side, I want to show you some of the things which happened concurrently. For those events to happen, they couldn't have happened when NASA was intact. So NASA had to break up so that at least Mount Kenya region can see they have a room somewhere, because it could have been very difficult to convince Mount Kenya people they will have a space in Raila government when if NASA was intact. So Mount Kenya had to be suppressed, NASA had to break away. So those were the 2 key events which have shaped the 2022 elections. And as that thing was happening, Mr. Ruto saw it as a weakness, and it was not a weakness. So Mr. Ruto thought Mount Kenya is not deciding, and then he thought these people are not doing anything. Then akakuja na pesa yake sasa. So he thought the community is just in limbo, there's nothing happening. Akakuja na pesa yake, people were eating, and he didn't know that there was a bigger game plan which was happening in the community. Only that sasa, people like Mother Karuas and Sabina Chege started sprouting now. But these people couldn't have sprouted if Mount Kenya was having a formidable force. So it is something which happened by design, and whatever happened in Mount Kenya, it is not a surprise. For Kenya, for us to diffuse ethnicity, that thing had to happen, because you have also to understand that Mount Kenya region has been having too much ego. I want to be honest with you. Mount Kenya had too much ego. When I talk of ego, is the Mount Kenya region had been having this birthright issues that we have always to lead this nation. We lazima tuongoze hii nchi, and there is no way in which the Mount Kenya ego could have gone down if their politics couldn't have been suppressed. So whatever happened in Mount Kenya is purely something which was supposed to happen so that we go into the right direction of shaping Kenya into the right direction. That's how I could comment about it. So watu wa Mount Kenya wakuwa wamepotea. It had to happen because it is very difficult to convince Mount Kenya people if they are in one block na watu yao wote wanawafuata support this person. It won't happen. So that would be my comment in that. Unless kama kuna mtu anataka kuongeza before we get new person. Okay, Serena, unaweza ongeza, unaonekana ni kama uko na point. You can echo.
Well said. Hatutaki kuharibu, umesema the truth. Na mimi najua baba ameelewa. Ya pili, ile kitu tu ungemuuliza moja. Kama aliyaiona wase ya jamii ya kiama na Mount Kenya inaitwa nini ile wase ingine kubwa, kama hawakuwahi kuonekana kusupport watu, walinyamaza kimya. The decision makers na wase wa Central wa Kikuyu kiama, there are 2 groups, Kema na hiyo kiama hawakusupport anybody. Kuna siku moja walijaribu kufanya Eldoret na walikanywa. Kuna siku walijaribu kuendorse huyu speaker Muturi, walikanywa. So wakati niliona wamekutana na wasee ya Luo na wakaenda kwa Jaramogi na wakakula nyama na wakapigiwa na bibi ya Raila wakichinja mbuzi wenyewe huko Pondo, na wakati niliona ya Pondo wamekuja enda na masherehe huko, nikajua iliisha. Because hiyo umesema haki Njeru, kina Kapando wa Kapando, kina Waweru, kina Kamanda, all the leaders ya Central walitolewa nje. Yes. So this man deserve what he want. Actually, alikuja Rift Valley angefanya hivyo chuni kwao. But you cannot go to somebody's house na uende kweli ufanye vituko na baba ya hiyo nyumba iko. And you don't respect that the person. Unajua hata ukipata baba ya mtu vile anasemanga baba yake atieni mtoto ya maskini, ukipata hiyo mtoto ya maskini, heshimu hiyo mama na hiyo baba maskini amesaa hiyo mtoto. So alienda Central akadharau Uhuru bila kujua huyu baba ya hii watoto watarespect baba yao hata vile alivyo. That was the mistake he did, and I think he cannot repeat it again.
We have new people in the town. Welcome Richie Makiandi. I think you can get from me. Kila mtu ameongea hapa ni kujirudia isipokuwa Andika, so we will welcome Andika. Then Richie, you will come after Andika and give your comment as well as welcoming other people. Andika, welcome and give your presentation.
Habari zenyu wote, Makiadi, Njiru, Selina, Papa sijui amejificha wapi. Sometimes I find it hard. I don't have that much political experience, but sometimes I find it hard talking after Njiru, Selina, and Papa the Guru. Thankfully, Makiadi will be talking after me at least, so because you normally exhaust everything. But just something that I noted today about Ruto and the two presidential candidates, Ruto and Wajakoya, I think they are two people that are very rude. They are not tolerant. And I don't know whether any of you watched the interview between Wajakoya and Mark Masai. Wajakoya is very arrogant. Wajakoya downgraded Mark Masai, but I think Mark Masai had some patience with him. You could not ask him anything he doesn't want to answer, yet there were answers that we wanted, especially in regards to IEBC. If I may quote, he said that he doesn't need to go to IEBC as a presidential candidate. He has to delegate duties and his lawyer will deal with anything that needs to be done with IBC. He again said that he's been contacting IBC, that he doesn't need to call any small media to discuss anything, or whenever he's going to meet the IBC officials, then everybody knows. But when he's being asked what were the concerns that he had, that he has been discussing with IBC, he wouldn't divulge any concern that he had with IBC. He was a bit mean and arrogant, and to be honest, anybody following a presidential candidate that is either his way, I believe it is not right. Ruto 2 dismissing governorship as busybodies. I think Ruto did his calculation with governors when they were coming in through their second term. And the only reason why Ruto right now is dismissing governors is because none of the governors that have the ground people are supporting him. Most governors are supporting Raila Odinga. And I think Ruto just didn't foresee ahead. His mind was more so on MPs, but he didn't know the power that the governors might have, especially right now, if I might go with unclarified rumors that he's getting financially broke. And I just think he's just getting back at them for not supporting him. About Karua reception in Homabay, I believe, Selina, today you'll cross the floor and join me as per my yesterday concerns. When I said Homabay, there is a very tough battle there, because you remember the last time Baba went to Homabay, things were not good. So Karua is just God-sent gift to Azimio. At this point, he's well accepted everywhere. And now Gladys Wanga is gonna get it nice simply because we finally saw Karua there. Otherwise, in Homabay, things were not looking good, Selina, unfortunately. So I believe for now, those were my observations for the day. I'm here to listen to the experts. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I can see Selina has a question. Maybe we can allow Selina a question. Then
It is not a question. I want to say thank you so much. And again, asante kwa kukubali Martha Karua akuje aongee na Migori County na wakakubali Alice Wanga. So that is our, tunasema thank you. We don't have to talk anything. Vile wamama walijitokeza, wababa walijitokeza, the whole county walijitokezea, that is enough. Tunasema mambo ingine ni mzuri na asante umesema mumemkubali juu ya Martha Karua. Thank you so much.
Okay, Richie, go ahead.
Okay, let me, can you hear me? Okay, let me play a video here first. Bob, we are here. Bob, we are here.
Kwa mara ya kwanza tangu kuteuliwa kama mgombea mwenza wa Raila Odinga, Martha Karua amepeleka kampeni za Azimio katika ngome ya kinara huyo katika kaunti ya Homabay. Karua akiwataka wakazi wa eneo la Nyanza kujitokeza kwa wingi siku ya uchaguzi ili kumhakikishia Raila Odinga ushindi mkubwa katika raundi ya kwanza.
Mgombea mwenza wa urais kwa tikiti ya Azimio Martha Karua alikaribishwa kwa mbwembwe katika kaunti ya Homabay. Karua alitembea katika barabara za mji wa Homabay akiwa mkuu wa wakazi wa mji huo. Kabla ya kuhutubia mikutano ya kisiasa mjini Homabay na Oyugis, Karua alikutana na akina mama wa kaunti hii, akiwarai wakazi wa Nyanza kumpigia kura Raila Odinga kwa wingi.
Kenya has decided this time round, rais wa tano atakuwa ni nani? Are you going to let us down? Will you fetch every vote? Tuko hapa kuwaomba kwa unyenyekevu mutoe kura zenu na muamushe kura yote katika area hii.
Karua akitoa hakikisho kwamba Mlima Kenya umekubali azimio la umoja.
Wapinzani wetu walikuwa wamejigamba ya kwamba baba hawezi akapanda mlima. Sasa baba anapanda mlima, anaenda speed kama rally car.
Viongozi wa Homabay walioandamana na Karua wakipigia debe azma ya kina mama uongozini.
You are a very accessible leader for those who don't know Martha Karua.
You are a legal mind. You are a constitutional mind. And so you are going to deliver.
And we are saying, people of Homabay, return the other 3 women who are running in various constituencies.
There is a great force. All they needed was your word. And today with your word, and if we walk around this county, I think it will be a done deal.
Thank you for taking what you have seen Baba do and sacrificing to support our sister Gladys.
Katika eneo jirani la Magharibi, gavana wa Kakamega Wycliffe Oparanya alimkaribisha mama Aida Odinga ambaye alifungua jengo la maktaba ya shule ya upili ya Emuluanda. Mama Aida akisema mpango wa elimu utakuwa bora zaidi chini ya serikali ya Azimio. Viongozi wa Magharibi wakimhakikishia Raila Odinga uungwaji mkono katika eneo hilo.
Jambo muhimu sasa tunaenda kwa elections, kwa uchaguzi, na ni muhimu sana, it is very important tuchague watu wazuri ambao wanaweza kufanya kazi. Mkichagua watu wabaya mtanyanyaswa.
Mimi nina hakika Raila Amolo Odinga ndiye atakuwa president wa nchi hii, na mnaona hao watu wote ambao wanatoka hapa Kakamega wako na Raila Amolo Odinga.
Martha Karua atasalia eneo hili la Nyanza kwa misururu ya mikutano katika kaunti ya Kisii, huku akiandaa mapito kwa kinara wake wa Azimio Raila Odinga ambaye ataendeleza kampeni za Azimio Jumapili katika eneo hili la Homabay. Steve Shitera, runinga ya Citizen, mjini Homabay.
Sana kabla mjazaliwa wengi wenu. Baba yangu mzazi alitoka huko kwao game, walimwambia ukitaka kuoa angalia upande wa Waluhya. Akatembea, wakamwambia ende upande wa Kisa, pengine unaweza kupata yule msichana unaweza kupenda. Na akafika hapa Kisa. Alipofika hapa wakamwambia enda Mlwanda, na hapa ndio Mlwanda. Akapata yule msichana mwembamba, mrefu, mweupe, msomi, mrembo hata kushinda Sabina Chege. Na akasema hapo basi, hapa nimefika. Kwa hivyo hapa ndio baba yangu alipata yule msichana ambaye alimshika macho. Na huyo ndio mama yangu. Kwa hivyo wakati nimekuja hapa, mimi niko na mavuno sana na najivunia sana. Kwa sababu najua nimefika kwa Wahosa. Najua nimefika kwa mama yangu ni hapo chini karibu na Mlwanda market hapo. Hata niliona wandugu wangu watoto wa Hosa wako hapa wengi. Wako. Nimewaona. Asante. Kwa hivyo mimi nikikuja hapa najua niko nyumbani. Niko nyumbani kabisa. Pengine nikienda mahali pengine wanasema si huyu ni bibi ya Raila. Lakini hapa nikija wanasema omwana wa Rosa. Si ndio? Omwana wa Rosa. Na hiyo ni heshima kubwa sana kwangu. Nimewapenda na nimerudi tena kwa salimia. Tulikuja kwa ajili ya library ya shule. Tumefungua hiyo library, watoto wako
hiyo ilikuwa introduction tu. Christine, kuna mama hapo anaitwa Bensuda, unamjua?
Najua Bensuda.
Huyo mama ni moto ya kuotea mbali,
Hata nilifanya akapewa tiketi.
Huyo mama ninampenda sana, napenda siasa zake sana. Huyo mama is fire. Sijui anagombania kiti gani huko Homabay.
Women rep.
Women rep. Okay. Sawa. Mi wacha Njiru, mimi nita make few remarks hapa. Ya kwanza ni huyo mama, mi siasa zake napendaga kufuata sana. No wonder hata nilikuwa naona wacha nicheze hiyo video. But the other thing is about the relationship between Raila Odinga. Unajua kila wakati tunaambia hapa watu Musalia Mudavadi na Raila Odinga ni watu wawili tofauti. Raila Odinga is not just a person who's from Luo Nyanza trying to seek votes from Western region. Raila Odinga is part of the Luo community. And it has been noted so many times that here, Musalia Mudavadi will have an uphill task trying to lock Raila Odinga out of the Luo community. Simply because you can even listen to Mama Ida Odinga, she's her roots are from the Western region. Raila Odinga also, his roots are from the Western region. So sometimes when I look at Mudavadi holding press conferences in Nairobi, I pity him because for Mudavadi to actually uproot Raila Odinga's roots from Western Kenya, he is going to need a lot of effort, more than he's doing right now with his brother Moses Wetangula. Now, I was listening to the issue at hand today, which is the IEBC, and I'll play the video later if we have time. I actually didn't like the way the deputy president behaved today. First of all, I'm not his supporter anyway, but I'm saying if you are deputy president and if you are a presidential candidate, there is a status in which you try to hold yourself, leading by example. I felt he was a bit embarrassing today by, first of all, arriving at a meeting that was supposed to be held early enough. He came in late, and it looks like it was an afterthought. I think the issues of election, especially if IEBC calls the major stakeholders, nobody actually forces the IEBC to call the presidential election candidates. They do that out of goodwill, and we've always been trying to talk about the IEBC instilling the issue of trust in these elections. So at least today, I looked at the meeting and I could give the IEBC some benefit of doubt. But the deputy president coming in late, and his bravado there when he was given a chance to speak, talking about if the IEBC decided to give Raila Odinga's brother, to make Raila Odinga's brother is returning. I think that was embarrassing. He shouldn't have gone that low. Because the issues that were being raised there are genuine issues. It's the issue of the voter register, printing of ballot papers. These are the things that made the last election get cancelled by the Supreme Court. And so I would have wished all the presidential candidates to put some seriousness in this issue, because the heart of the Kenyan, the country as a whole, actually lies in the fidelity of the upcoming elections. And so sometimes when you see politicians taking this thing as lightly as the deputy president did today, it actually shows a bad picture to people who care about the country. So I don't know. I don't know if Chebukati again will call a meeting with the same people, with the kind of show that I saw today. Of course, people waited for all the presidential candidates to be there, and others had to go to other commitments. But let's hope moving forward that people will take this thing serious, and also make sure that at least the issues raised are addressed before the presidential election. I'll leave it there because we'll have time to discuss further on this. And so, Ndemba, I don't know, Bob Azimio ulikuwa na comment ama nini before we give Bob Azimio? Uko na comment?
Yeah. I just wanted to mention something Christine had just mentioned about the DP cheapening governorship. You know, Christine, you must realize that the deputy president was never a proponent of the current constitution that we now have, and you know, he's now focused on presidency and the event, an unlikely event that he ascends to power. For me, I'm looking at it in from the point of view that he definitely would want to dismantle the devolution, so that governors do not look like, you know, currently they are seen as mini presidents of the counties, and people feel that there's some inclusivity is there. But this is not something he would want. And you can see the way he is trying to advocate for governing by handouts. So I already see a dangerous sign by him trying to cheapen the issue of counties. Thank you. I don't want to add much. Maybe you can back to you, Makedi.
So, Ndemba, take it over. Take it over.
You mentioned me, Makedi.
Yeah, it's your time to give your submission.
Oh, thank you. I was trying to focus on something else, trying to listen to the failed governor, the forgery experts. Good evening, all of you, and nice to see you. Naishi kwa nyumba moja. Someone is saying that mimi na nyumba tunaishi kwa nyumba moja because we always come at the same time. No, ni nyumba nakuja wakati ninakuja. I don't know why. But I will not speak because of respect for Nyumba. Let me allow him to speak before I say anything. Nyumba karibu, because najua in a few minutes ataenda kufungua ng'ombe.
Asante Bwana Themba. Unaona, Richie does not recognize the same factors you are recognizing. Lakini asante sana. Sina mengi, na vile umesema, hata ndio nakunywa hiyo black chocolate yangu, yenye Alex anasema ni kitu ingine, kanywe sana. nipate energy ya kufanya kazi hii siku. So Ruto dismisses governorship as village busybodies. Now, we passed the constitution, 2010 constitution. Or let me start this way. These politicians are our employees. We are the bosses. We Kenyans, we inclusive. The voters are the bosses. We employ these guys. Uhuru Kenyatta is subordinate to me. I'm his employer, actually. It's not my boss. And there's no time an employee becomes the boss of the employer. Why am I saying this? We Kenyans, we passed the 2010 constitution, and now Deputy President Ruto comes and rubbishes it. Who is rubbishing? He's rubbishing us. We inclusive. For having passed that one, there's a governor. The constitution is very clear on all the structures. The president, the deputy president, governor, deputy governor, this is there in the constitution. And he says rubbish. How? Actually, now the end result is he's abusing me. I'm his employer. It's very odd. He thinks I'm stupid, me as a voter, and having endorsed that constitution. It didn't come from the blues. It went through all the process until we passed it. The governor is there in the constitution, Kenya Constitution 2010. So he's rubbishing that. And as somebody has said, is it Richie? He was anti the constitution. Actually, he has been anti every development, progressive development. Even BBI was very happy. That was a very good document. In fact, I endorsed it. I even put a memorandum on it, the BBI. I was for it. I even went to the county assembly to contribute to the passing of the BBI. Then he comes and rubbishes it. This is an employee who has no respect for the employer. I repeat. Jose and me, Adika, Sele, Azmio, Themba, Richie Makiadi, and Jiro. These are our employees. They are not our bosses. So when now Ruto dismisses the governorship, wacha nisirudie hiyo iko kwa constitution na nisi tulipitisha. So ni sisi anatukana, hiyo ni mbaya. Karuas great reception in Homabay. People thought this lady is only a Kirinyaga product. No, this is a national. Not she's even one time to be the international figure. And actually, she has boosted the Azmio voters so much. Every reasonable lady will vote for Mother Karua. Of course, the men, they are there, they will vote for Karua. But people thought it would be restricted only in Kirinyaga. No, it's national. The big boss, some million votes, a few millions will be for Azmio because of the effect of Mother Karua. It's a nice lady, iron lady, strong lady. So she was a big plus, having been nominated for the deputy president's post. So you can see every other place, is it in any part of the country, even Mandera, Wapi, Coast, reception is very high. And this is not fake, this is for real. Ladies, Julia, Christine, and Sally, we know you people, you are true to your causes. I've been a leader of a church, and I know even the groups of the church. I'm easy merry-go-round. Then you ladies, you are serious, you're not like men. And once you have a commitment, it's for real. It's not fake. Like Injiro would fake it. Where is he hiding? So kina mama akisema ni hii ni hiyo, kuna kupindua. Na watavotia Martha Karua kwa wingi sana. Sisi wanaume ni kigeugeu kidogo, lakini bado tuko nyuma ya Martha Karua, and she's going to be the deputy president. And in future, she may be even the president of Kenya. Because I was saying this 5 years, it'll be very short. The damage to this country is so great, so great. damage. Repairing it actually needs, it needs the caliber of Raila Odinga, Mother Karua, but they also need assistance from all of us. But in 5 years, they cannot repair that. They would have done some repairs, kidogo hapa na pale. It needs a continuation thereafter, another 5-10 years, to remedy this country. It's really down, actually. I was saying sometime, as long as age is not allowing me, otherwise, then I would have joined in America or any other place. This place is run down, actually. I felt disappointed the other day, is it 2 months ago? Hey, I was coming from a burial of a professor, late brother-in-law, Juja Farm, toll station, here Gilgil. A truck that was coming from the weighbridge. You know, it's now entering the highway. Me, I'm from Nairobi, on the way to Nakuru, 8 o'clock in the evening, a convoy of vehicles. I was on behind. So the truck with the Rwandan registration numbers comes, is getting to the road. It should have given me the leeway to move. You know, I had to accelerate, not to be knocked directly on the side, left side. But the truck actually hit the back of the car. The rear light and mudguard. They were injured. Okay, the policeman come. You know what they do? Wako watano atina base commander. Wanaangalia hii gari imegongo yangu. With a truck that was coming from the side road, from the weighbridge now into the highway. I've been driving for 34 years myself without any incident. Wanaangalia yangu, alafu wawili wanabaki hapo. Wengine wanaenda kwa ile lori, iko ni Rwandese registration. Wawili wanaingia kwa hiyo lori na driver na conductor wake. By the time they come back, ni mimi naanza kutafutia makosa. Is that a recent thing? Ule anaongoza anakuja na tochi kumulika gari yangu kama insurance iko sawa, naona iko sawa. Sema mzee, unajua wewe ndio umepita ukaswerve ukajigongesha ndio ulipwe hii gari yako. Imagine. The truck is come from the side. Okay, if you are overtaking, you can overtake and swerve and get you hit at the back. So you know what I told them? I was my wife, my mother-in-law, and my last born son. Mulipoingia ile lori, najua nini imefanyika. They were bribed. Sasa wanakuja makosa ni yangu. Hata nilimazia hapo tu. I repaired 20,000 shillings in my vehicle. Okay, you can see how run down even me as an old man. Polisi wenye ni wa traffic wanasema ati nilipita. I was not overtaking the truck. The truck was entering the highway. And they didn't give me, what happened, it was a left-hand drive vehicle. So, and he was alone, he didn't have a conductor. So, haku akiona pali anaenda, blind driving. Lakini the police were bribed when they enter that lorry, na wanakuja ndafutia makosa. I hope the policemen are watching this. Niwaambia, na bibi yangu akawaambia, Mungu awasaidie. Mimi nikawaambia, ninajua nini imefanyika mlipoingia ile lorry. Bribed. I took off. Anyway, sorry. This country is down. I will just give you a very simple example of what is happening in this country. But the team of Raila and Mother Karua will make some difference. So I'm anticipating that let the election come faster. I don't know who can push the days to be short and we reach August 9 faster. Let me stop there, Bonathemba, and thank you for giving me the chance. Because it's like you knew I'll leave earlier, but Julia are not there when I started. Neither was Fred Kasuti, so I'm greeting you. It's long. It's very Kasuti. You always make sure you're not here when I'm here. But tonight, now that you're here, I salute you. Julia, we have met elsewhere. Kasuti, why are you so serious? Santini.
Thank you. For the sake of Martha Karua, I want to allow Julia to give her submission. Julia, tafadhali.
Before Julia comes in, let me play a video here so that Julia can interpret.
Wona twa thirikari, no thirikari ino itu ni yahingiririe mbeca ciakwa. Riu twoya ikihingurwo, ciakihingurwo ri Yuke hana yake mshahara keni. Nigetha mukae kunjera. Atimu. Mugabie kanyumba kega hau. Na kanyumba ga thuri ga gucina nyama. Makinyua kanya mukare manyua tukiaragia. Atimu. Na watimia tumabangira bari ga kwara nyina gacagua. Ni makinyua gocuru. Makinaga makigocaga. Na iwatimia tu mwendete ru ndu ngori. Ndimukirire nginya kinanda ndu wa guthungura. No yora mwendete ru boyi. Yora mwendete ru.
I don't know why Makiadi likes spoiling my day. Even when I come here, we in a good mood. Selina, I don't even know what's wrong with Makiadi and Zemba. Like Jana, Selina, don't pay attention to anything Zemba and Makiadi says. Stick to your gut.
Walisema uliniwachia nafasi jana, lakini walichikuta.
Ukisikia wakileta porojo, usikubali kabisa. Don't.
Lakini
Makiadi has taken off. After spoiling my time with hizo stories za Gachagua, ati nagojea achukue serikali. Bob, stop unmuting. It is me and Selina talking here. You don't want trouble.
Utapikiwa uji ukirudi Kenya utatengezewa uji huko Nyeri.
Now see, Bob is making his
work. Na sisi tuchomwe nyama itachomwa.
Tafadhali wacheni kwanza tutoe submission hizo, hatujafika wakati wa kufunga show. So let's focus.
Yes.
Wewe umetuwekea
Salina, wacha kwa news. Tafadhali. Uki-unmute sasa ninakutupa nje. Wacha tuache Julia aongee, amalize. Let's be a little orderly. Let's allow Julia to nini. We have Kuse Aja submit and we have Fred Kasudi. So let's just be a little orderly. Thank you.
Asante Demba, asante Njiru, Demba, Bob, Sally, Christine. Hata Christine utamwambia your story, what that man is saying. Christine will be so annoyed. Nyumba, Kuseo, Kasuti, sijui kwa nini Kasuti anahang. So Makiadi was asking me to translate. That man is saying serikali imefunga pesa yake, lakini wakichukua serikali, this is annoying. That the men will be going to his home to drink, to get drunk, na kukula nyama. As the women wakipewa uji. That is an insult to the women of Kenya. So, wacha maneno ya Gachagua. He's always annoying. So DP Ruto dismisses governorship as Busybodies. Karuas great reception. I saw that. And IEBC updates. I think I want to start with Karuas great reception in Homabay. I like the way Karua walks on the streets. Napenda vile anapenda kutembea. And then he gets the whole crowd. She marches strong along the streets. She's doing that, and it's coming out so good. Like, yani, if the whole town comes, the whole city comes to a standstill. I love her campaign style, and I love the way she's uniting people to back Baba, and her call for unity, and the way she says we are requesting, she's using that language. We are tunawaomba. She's very polite, she's very courteous. That's the kind of the deputy president I'm looking for. So I loved that, and I understand she's going back. She's going to be there. She's even going to Kisii. Kisii wako wapi? Wenye wanapenda kunikasirisha kila saa ati wanapigana. At least Karua is going there to tell them, yes, one of them is here. Don't tell us about Kisii, Bob. Because Karua is going to Kisii and she's going to prepare the ground for Baba. And she's going to tell those warring men to calm down. I love the way she's preparing the ground, and that is the way to go. I just watched the news and I saw that for Citizen saying that Karua is also going to Kisii and then Baba is going to follow suit. That's a wonderful campaign strategy. Now, about DP's dismissing governors as village busybodies, it is true, like somebody said here, DP doesn't believe in devolution. He believes in a one-man show. In fact, if it is possible, DP will take us to a one-party state. Kama inawezekana. DP anaweza sema Kenya ni udaku na udaku ni Kenya, period. And he's a president, he's a vice president, he's the cabinet secretary, he's the judge, he's a judiciary, he's everything. That is what he would like to do. So I am not surprised. That is the DP we have. Now, connecting to what he said today, I think now we can differentiate between light and darkness. We can see the style of leadership, the difference between the style of leadership between Mother, Baba, and William Samoei Ruto. First and foremost, William Samoei Ruto came late for that meeting. Now, we are trying to promote this country or to transform Kenya from what they call a developing world to a developed world to a modern state where people even keep time, people are professional, people are formal. Unaona hizi tabia mbaya mbaya za kuja mkutano kama umechelewa. The other day we were talking with Demba here. I think next time Demba we start another late night chat kama kesho. We can talk about how people need to keep time, how people need to be professional, how people need to use professional language. I mean, formal language. I mean, you can't be so archaic and so uncool and uncultured that you walk in such a serious meeting and you come late just because you want to pronounce yourself. Hiyo ni ushamba, watu wa KKA, huo ni ushamba wa hali ya juu. Huo ni ushamba wa hali ya juu. Just because he thinks we're in the days of Kanu. That's what this guy is thinking, that he comes late to be seen. If people say they are meeting at 9, go there before 9 and sit down. Stop making a show. And then he says this stupid statement that atakama sijui do we are right. I don't know what exactly he said. Anasimamia uchaguzi. Can you believe it? That was a very formal meeting. And then he brings his political statements. That is no longer even make sense in this. Please, please, please. If anybody is in KKA and they thought that was heroic, huo ni ushamba, all those things the DP said, huo ni ushamba wa hali ya juu. I think our future leaders in this country are going to be very different. We're going to see people who work with a lot of decorum, and what they say sense. I mean, you can't stand in front of such people and talk such nonsense when they are trying to look at things and see how things can be done right. Did you people see the questions that Mother was asking IEBC? Did you see the language? Did you hear the language she was using? Did you see the questions she outlined? Did you see how formal she was? Did you see how articulate she was? And everything she said, she didn't say for the sake of it. But DP comes here and says that hata kama sijui ni nani ndiye anasimamia uchaguzi. I mean, that is nonsensical and it was unwarranted. I mean, and it should not happen in a country like Kenya that is looking forward to be a developed country, to be a developed world. So me, I was embarrassed to recognize that that is the deputy president of my country. I wish he is not holding the name deputy president. I would not have been embarrassed as I am. So me, what DP said, I hope his handlers can hear and they should give him a talk and teach him how to speak like a presidential candidate. Now, I didn't have an opportunity to see what the IEBC presented, but I saw part of it. I really think I want to agree like Makia. Let's give them the benefit of doubt. I think they are trying to make the best shot. So I don't blame Kenyans for mistrusting them, but I think they are trying to do the right thing. However, I hope when Kuseo is going to present here, he's going to tell us. The question was yesterday, I don't know, Kuseo, whether you went to do the investigation. The question was about the interconnectivity, the SIM card thing. That is what I think Bob Papa kept asking earlier here in this discussion, whether this what exactly will this digital register, what will they be using? What will they be using to connect? Because I don't think they'll be using an Excel sheet. You know, if the laptops will not be in the clouds, I don't think they'll be using Excel sheets. So how exactly will they be working? I think Kuseo is going to explain to us. Otherwise, today I'm very happy with Mother and very disappointed that I have a deputy president who uses primitive language in such an important meeting. I think KKA shape up. I mean, Udaku people, please shape up. Because if you don't shape up, you'll shape out. Kamana is Serikali Jaunia. Babada is Selina. I'm proud of you.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Now, I want to address myself to one of the things that Julia has said, and that is the comments by Gachagua. When Gachagua makes a statement like serikali imemfungia pesa zake na wakichukua serikali hizo pesa atazichukua, then aende atengeze nyumba kubwa alafu aite watu wakuje washerekee. That statement alone is very loaded. It's very loaded politically. Number one, it speaks of the interference with the judiciary. That's the first part that you need to read from that statement. Because what is going on is an investigation process. And it has been freezed by the court. So when someone says that serikali imemfungia, first is disrespect, lack of respect for the court process. So he is essentially saying that the first thing they're going to do in the unfortunate event that they get power is to order the judiciary and muzzle it to the extent that the cases that they're having as Kenya Kwanza are going to be cut short. Now, that speaks differently to what the deputy president said in an interview by Joe Ageyo. Joe Ageyo asked him a question that your deputy president, Gachagua, has a case in court. In the event that he is supposed to go and attend to court cases, he is found guilty, will you allow the cases to go on? What did the deputy president say? Yes, I will allow the cases to go on. Now, what does the deputy president designate, who is yet to be coming, saying in this video? That as soon as we take leadership, then my money will be given to me. We are going to make sure you get that money. And what will I do with that money? Now, that is the start of the making of dictatorship. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to build a big house and I'm going to call all of you. And then all the wazes are going to meet in that house and they are going to be celebrating and drinking what they want. Then the rest, because the wife is a church, first of all, the wife is going to be rich because the wife is a pastor. And he said that he's going to be giving, I don't know, $1 million to the churches. Now, the deputy president's wife, that is William Ruto's wife, has also told us that she can pray for water and a miracle happens. So these two people have an intention of giving to churches and creating churches. I mean, we need to treat the presidency as a serious thing. Do we want characters like Gachagua, who is going to start giving to churches $1 million shillings? Who is going to be building homes where he invites people to just come and make merry, while others are meeting at a certain place? Do we want a regime that is going to disrespect and muzzle the judiciary? So in one hand, they are saying that they are going to allow the judiciary to be independent. In another hand, the person who is the second most senior person in that UDA government is saying, is suggesting that they are going to interfere with the judiciary. Now, this is the making of a dictatorial government that we do not want. Not presidential, even in their talking. You can make a joke. You have cases. Actually, that's an admission that you still have cases that are proceeding on in the courts. And it's a case of corruption. People, I mean, the court found that they do not know the sources of that money. That's why it is still held there. Now, kuna sheria ya watu wanyonge na wengine. Sasa yeye yake ikasukumwa
up to September after election. What is he telling us now? That his freedom from the case is dependent on how you are going to make him get into government. Kenyans must listen so keenly and carefully to such kind of leaders. The second thing that I want to address myself to is the deputy president's coming late, which Julia has alluded to. And I want to suggest here that the kicks of a dying horse, you want to look for an opportunity to try and, grab some sense of, headlines, news headlines. It wasn't necessary, number one, to come in late because he wanted to show that he's the deputy president. So the other people should be seated there waiting for him. I like the way Mother would have disappointed me if she would have sat there. If they would have sat there waiting for the deputy president to come and give a very interesting address. Mother left, they had other businesses to do. The person they had a meeting with was IEBC chairman. He said what time people were to meet. Now, you know what the deputy president says? That the next time when you plan this thing, kindly tell us 3 days in advance. This meeting was announced in the media on Friday, last week. So when you come and you start telling the IEBC that next time when you plan such a meeting, tell us three days in advance, what are you trying to suggest? That we have a lot of time, a lot of things to do, and every minute counts. This is part of what counts in what you're going to do. Because when you are saying that IEBC seems to be interfering with what you're doing, and IEBC is actually a stakeholder in what you are campaigning for, I think that defeats logic. What logic are you using? You're supposed to be canvassing the interest of the people who are going to vote for you. So when you're coming to say and suggest that you had other more important things, that you're coming late for a meeting, I think that, first of all, is disrespectful. It shows the kind of a person you were, and it shows us the kind of leadership we expect. And indeed, I'm not surprised, because the deputy president has constantly given excuses for the things that he promised. What promise has he kept? All he does is give excuses. And we are told in this world, if you find an excuse, you'll find one. If you look for one, you'll find one. He's trying to look for excuses. Now, I'm told that he's suggesting in one of the videos that is going to be to give Kenyans are not going to be paying. They're going to be free calls. You're not going to be paying for calling. What kind of weird thinking? Even the free world, where most of other people here are, you pay for the calls that you make. You pay for the call. So now, when you're lying to Kenyans that you're not going to be paying for the call, I mean, you must be thinking that Kenyans are so stupid. And now that can easily be interpreted that we have thousands of people working with Safaricom and those network providers who are going to lose jobs when Kenya Kwanza comes to, gets power. Because if you are going to be having free calls, why will you need Safaricom? Why will you need, all those providers? Why will you need them? Why will you need Safaricom to a foundation and the people that they have educated? That is simply saying that you don't think before you talk. This is the most unserious people that we are meeting. Already, there's a leakage of what they were supposed to be launching as a manifesto, and they have done copy pasting in so many places. That shows you how much unserious they are. I don't think they deserve our vote, and Kenyans are brighter than that, and Kenyans are going to make a decision that is going to surprise them. Finally, I was listening to Sakaja. I'm disappointed by he was on KBC, the journalist who was interviewing him. I stopped listening because I got disappointed when he asked him about the degree case issue. Then Sakaja says that, I went to school, I have a degree, I have the necessary qualifications, I took it to see you. This guy should have asked him a follow-up question. Where did you graduate from? Because they are conflicting. But I don't know if they agreed that he's not going to be asking him those questions. So I didn't listen to the other things that he was going to say. I want to stop there for now and invite Kuse and then Kasudi.
Good evening to all of you. Good evening, Nyumba, Christine, Jeb, Bob.
Me, it's not evening, it's morning in Kenya. You, Kose.
Remember, Njiru, Fred. You are not in Kenya, you are in a broadcast, Mutembei. Thanks God, you have not gone to milk, so it means it is not yet morning. Now, where do we start? I think I'm going to deal with the entire menu. Mchanganyiko, Pemba.
Hapana, usidili na kila kitu. Just speak on.
I have no choice. I have no choice.
No.
To begin with, I'll start with the very first one.
I'm giving you 3 minutes. I'm giving you 3 minutes.
No, I need 5 or 6.
No.
Listen to me.
Kuze, listen. I'm giving you 3 minutes. Nikikukata usisikie.
Remember, how many minutes did you take?
You can't compete with the moderator.
Okay, we won't compete. I'll exceed. Anyway, I'll do 3 minutes. DP Ruto dismisses the governorship. You know, some of us, those who will remember how this governor came about and what have you, it is all about the devolution and 2010 constitution. Now, may I remind you that the 2010 constitution was never approved, or was never even, in fact, what I read between the lines is that Ruto Kumbe has never appreciated the 2010 constitution. Now, this is just one of the demonstrated signs that he still fights up to today. The DP still fights devolution. Now, if the entire country, since 2010, this devolution structure has been welcomed all over, and year in, year out, all you have are the advantages and how some people are saying that they wish the devolution thing had come much earlier. Now, the benefits have been very widely and broadly appreciated. Now, it is a bit disturbing that the DP seems to be still, he has never given up. He's still riding on the opposite. You see, if he goes to the extent of saying that he's going to give 100 billion to the 50 and 50 billion to the Mbogambogas and 100 billion to the hustlers. And now today he wants to tell us that he wants to use cooperatives. Oh my goodness. Now it is like the cooperatives the cooperatives started a long time ago, and cooperatives are operated under a very specific structure in government. Under the Cooperatives Act, it is not something you can go there and pump in money to go and to distribute to hustlers. And as I said yesterday, there is no line, there is no list. If you start to go to Kiambu, for example, if he was telling them you want to start with the 2.5 billion, he's going to allocate to Kiambu for the hustler fund through cooperatives. Now, the cooperatives by nature, they are normally circulate around a common bond in the industry or in the country. Now, that is why you would have maybe workers cooperative, maybe farmers cooperative. They are all over around. Now, is he suggesting that there are going to be cooperatives now specifically for hustlers? Now, that will actually amount, if it comes to reality, it will amount to a parallel institutions. And I wonder under what act they will be operating
for them to manage that fund he's trying to talk about, especially to manage it profitably so that whatever monies they siphon out of it is refunded. Now, for me, what I see here is this idea of Ruto, the deputy president, coming up with all manner of projects, programs. All of them are meant to go nowhere except to loot public money. Who will be checking that the money, for example, allocated the Hustler Fund cooperative in Kiambu has reached the targets? Which targets, as I said, nobody knows who exactly the target is. As late as today, I think Kuria was still calling himself as the hustler. And I remember him saying that he would be taking about 150 million and distribute the rest to who? I think Kenyans, we have to wake up. These people are laying ground to siphon public funds. Well, belittling the governorship structure is a very, very disturbing approach. It's a very, very disturbing approach. You remember, if you strictly look at it, it is getting funds from the national government through the devolved units in an attempt to ensure that they reach the grassroots in the entire country. Now, if you want to interfere with it, does it mean now you will is going to be limiting whatever funds is allocated to the devolved units? After all, it wants to call them village Busybodies. If they are village Busybodies, I think he has no respect for the evolution. And as somebody said, it's like I'm not so sure which structural government he actually wants. I remember yesterday, Baba had indicated that one of the things he thinks is disturbing is the idea that you have 47 counties. 47 governments. 47 governments when you have one country. How to coordinate and how to harmonize the public services is becoming a challenge. But nevertheless, I think for me, that is just a demonstration of the deputy president's dismissal of devolution in Kenya. Now, I welcome the great reception that I witnessed in Homabay. For me, it looks like every time when Martha goes out on some of these, other than just campaigns, it is to me, they looks like they are already in a celebration mood. Whatever I witnessed there, these people are already celebrating. Yeah. The welcome was quite significant. Now, the IEBC updates and the election stakeholders. Without going into too much repetition, I just want to say that a number of the issues that were raised when Baba went for the nomination, the IEBC tried their best to respond to them. As to whether satisfactorily or not, time will tell, because as I noticed, Chebukati is still planning further consultations and deliberations with the stakeholders. So I think whatever issues are left are going to be addressed. But one of the ones that came out significantly, the issue of the networks and connectivity. Now, there is a term that they kept using on there, the geofencing. Now, they are saying that each of the kids is going to be geofenced. What they actually mean is that they are going to have the coordinates of the exact polling station where it is located, and that when they reach the transmission phase, what is going to happen is that The tallying center will only accept transmissions that are originating from the already, they call it locked coordinates from the polling station. So that, let's say you have a Pemba primary school somewhere where the polling, which is a polling station. You may find that in the same area, in the neighborhood, there is another polling station. To ensure that you do not you only specifically transmit from the item, the recognized kit, they want to geofence the location of that kit, so that anything coming from the neighborhood or around the same area, they would not accept. Now, in terms of connectivity, they still want to use the same. They are saying that the providers, they are going to rely on the mobile providers. And I think it's called what? The Communication Commission of Kenya is going to provide the infrastructure, and that they still have 1,011 polling stations which they need to sort their connectivity. But as they have said, if they can't get anything better, they'll still be relying on the satellite phones. As a last, something also which came up there, as a last item, I remember the commissioner did indicate that you see the ballot boxes, 6 of them for the MCA, the MP, senator, women rep, and governor, president. There'll be 6 of them. But in the one of the commissioners indicated that from experience, you still find ballots meant for the MP, maybe in the MCA's box, the ones meant for the senator in the governor's box, and vice versa. Now, if they find a ballot, I don't know whether that is supported by the law. If they find a ballot in the wrong box, they are saying that that will be treated as a spoiled vote, even if it is properly marked. I think I'll end there for now. Thanks.
Asante kuzee. Ja kuzee, unaweza enda upe lecture. Yeah. Kuzee, inafaa unapoongea pia unasoma comments hapo chini uone watu wanasema nini, ndio pia unakuwa responsive. Wacha nione Fred Kasudi pia naongee, so that tupate pia. Kasudi, habari ya masiku? It's been a long time, man.
I'm okay, my brother.
Na umenona, whatever you are eating, endelea kukula.
No, sleeping and working night.
Kuna mtu nyuma yako?
No. niko nje, niko stairs hapa, hakuna mtu.
Haya.
Kusema na unatufurahisha sana bana. Dakika moja una pause. Hizo pause ni nyingi sana.
Kuzee sijui kama ni mwalimu. Kuzee anaongeanga ni kama yani lecture ni klasi yake, sasa watu wakae, wanafunzi wa relax. Kuzee hapa ni siasa, unakuja watu hawana hiyo time yani.
Not anymore. Not anymore. I used to do that long time.
No, mpatie Kuzee benefit of doubt. Unajua ni mwalimu. So sometimes you understand him na unamwachia tu time yake aongee.
Once a teacher always ni mwalimu kama Julia, lakini Julia ako chap sana. Kuzee sijui anafunza class gani.
Julia anakimbiza watoto ya high school.
I teach high school and I teach math. Wewe unajua wale walimu
Kuzee unajua ni wa university bwana. So
kuzee anafunza PhD.
Yeye ni mtu anafunza ma PhD, so unampatia ananga haraka. Kama umechoka na lecture wewe unaenda utakutana na mtihani.
University people, professors don't care. Wewe kama utapata upate, kama utapata is up to you. Wewe baadaye ikifika siku ya mwisho end of semester kuna exam. Sasa yeye anaongeanga.
Don't worry.
I had a professor like that at the University of Nairobi. He didn't care. He would come. Nasema by the time unafika university, you know what you're doing in life. Si mahali ya kushinda kuambiwa ati soma, fanya. You know. Yes, Kasudi.
Okay. Julia Kose himself, Christine, Mama Selina, Bob, Papa mwenyewe, Magiati, Lwambo Lwanzo na Themba. Wacha ni wasalimie kiwholesale. I hope mko fine, thank you. So ukisikia mtu, do you know what made Ruto to dismiss the governors as to brand them as busybodies? If there is, I always opine here that if there is somebody who is a schemer, a good schemer, and sometimes ni mzuri sana is Ruto. In all this scenario, the people who are losing, or the person who is injured so much, is Musalia Mudavadi, because the time Musalia Mudavadi was leaving Oka and joining Kenya Kwanza, he thought that things will be just easy as walking to the park. But you find out that once he joined Kenya Kwanza, all his foot soldiers, they left him. Now he's in there as individual. So that moment of people moving from ANC, from Wasinigishu, from the backyard of William Ruto, they find it as a blow again. That's why he dismissed it, that this governor who was presiding, the governor who was presiding, toll cost. So from that statement that toll cost given there, now he just wanted to dismiss that governors, nyinyi busybody tu hamuna kitu.
Kasudi, where are you?
I'm here.
There's a lot of background noise.
I'm outside actually.
Okay. You want to tell the people around you to be a little, to tone down so that we listen to you.
Okay. So, I think hiyo ni mojawapo ya kichapo chenye amepata huko. Sasa tuendelee, tuachie hapo. Atawaita busybodies, but at the end of the day, yeye ni beneficiary wa hii sakata yote, alafu hao wengine ni losers. Hao wamekaa hivyo. Then nilishangaa sana kuona ya kwamba Kenya Kwanza iko na deputy president wawili. Iko na deputy president wawili. IEBC ilikuwa invite presidential candidates and their deputies. Do you know? Walijua tu wakipeleka Kashagwa pale wameisha. Hatari pumba. Akaenda akabeba Kindiki. Akabeba Kindiki Kithure. So sasa ndiye ana realize kwamba afadhali angechukua Kindiki. Ameona umuhimu wa Kindiki sasa hivi. But initially hakuona umuhimu wake. So nikashangaa sana. Kindiki Kithure anaingilia wapi? Na tena anaenda anakaa kwa kiti yenye ile Kashagwa angekalia. So is the only party that iko na deputy president wawili. So kuna ule ceremonial na kuna ule wa kuattend functions zenye ziko na umuhimu fulani. So that when I saw it, to me ilikuwa inakaa weird. Nikaona kwamba hata ni vile watu walikataa kumuuliza maswali, but niliona hiyo ilikuwa so interesting mtu kuangalia. Alafu the other thing, when you compare even that Kinduke Kivere or wherever with even Deputy President himself, when you compare with Mother Karua, the way he was asking questions, do you know, election of 2017 was not nullified because of numbers, was nullified based on one thing. Election is not an event, but the election is a process. And you remember very well, there are some certain things that the Supreme Court raised. There are certain issues they raised. And those issues is what Baba is very keen on them to make sure that when they go in this election will be free and fair and verifiable election. That's why you see some of those issues, they are just still following up, raising. When when they presented themselves to IEBC, they raised some issues. Again, they raised some issues. Some they are trying to sort it out and to see how things they will work on that note. But the point still remains. Judiciary has vowed and has repeatedly saying, if anything will make, if anybody will go to court and challenge the election, the verdict of election, they will not hesitate to nullify election. And after doing so, each and every person will be charged individually. So hata hiyo naona wamewekea pressure Chebukati hata kuwa na la kufanya, but to make sure that anajaribu kadri awezavyo to make sure that zile mistakes zilifanywa last time asiwezi zikose kurudiwa, kwa sababu kuna watu hapa nje wanangojea tu moja tu ikirudiwa hivi, they will rush to court, then they will challenge that election. After challenging that election, there is a possibility ikuwe nullified. Na ikiwa nullified, who will carry the blame? Who will carry the expenses? You see, so hizo vitu naona wanajaribu sana kadri ya uwezo wao, but hii swala la 1000 polling stations zenye hazina 3G or 4G or what internet, hiyo ndio Baba ako so concerned, ambapo anauliza ya kwamba in this area, in case muende hizo vitu zenu si fail, na mumesema ya kwamba munaenda kutumia only electronic, and then mumeenda area ambapo hakuna network, hakuna hizi vitu, transmission is poor, kura haitapikwa ama kutaendaje? That's why ana insist akisema ya kwamba let there be a manual register. In event like that one, they will be able to use it and people they will be able to vote. But could dismiss na kusema ya kwamba we are going purely, and then hawajaleta kutupatia the analysis, wasema ya kwamba for the all 200,000+ polling station ziko very well equipped with the 4G or 3G or 5G as they say. But tunaona mchezo wa paka na panya. Kuna kura milioni moja, kuna watu milioni moja walitolewa, wengine walihamishwa. Alafu kuna hizi polling station 1000 hizi zenye hazina hiyo. So unaona hiyo mchezo ya paka na panya ndio hawataki waone ikiendelea katika IEBC. Otherwise tunajua ya kwamba IEBC wamekuwa scrutinized vizuri na kila mtu amewaangalia. Tunajua hata sisi wapiga kura tunajua kile kisababisha election was nullified, to be nullified. 2017. So tunaenda kwa hii election tukiwa macho imefunguka, kila kitu anything ambapo kidogo tu itajaribu kuwa ina jeopardize election, hatuta hesitate kupika raise alarm. So let them I wish all the best those two deputy president, let them ngangana waone ceremonial and event and whatever and official deputy president. I feel pity for them. Otherwise reception ya mom ilikuwa tu sawa, na niliambia hapa kina mama Selina jana, nikawaambia kuna watu wanafaa kuangalia, and you cannot inherit somebody's enemy, make your own enemy, or neither you cannot inherit somebody's friends, just try and create your own friends. Thank you. Sina la ziada Themba, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Fred Kasudi. On the issue that you have said about now that you have talked about it, the deputy president rubbishing the idea of the county government. He was trying to woo the people of Tharaka Nithi, and he was very dismissive of county governors. He was saying that huyu Kithure Kindiki nataka kumsumbua hapa kwa village, kwa kijiji. You know, that was the term he was using. So it shows you how much he's not very respectful of governors, and the way he is speaking is the way his stooges speak. They have no respect for governors. You have seen how Farouk Kibet treats even those politicians around him. They have no respect for those people at all. And the way he was even speaking, he was telling them, you know, the one thing that you find so hypocritical, the deputy president says that sisi hatafuti vyeo. But now when he goes to Tharaka Nithi, he tells them, after mimi ni vile tu kulienda hivi, huyu jamaa ndiye angekuwa saizi deputy president. You see what he's trying to say? He is actually selling a position to Tharaka Nithi people. Then he goes and says that ni mimi alafu Gachagua alafu Kithure Kindiki. So what does that tell you? That even in UDA there's issue of positions. But when he goes to other places, he says, sisi hatutaki positions, wale majamaa ndio wanataka positions. You know, they imagine that Kenyans are so stupid. Kithure Kindiki didn't get, he was voted for. And by 27 of the people who are there, Gachagua only got, I think, 3 votes. Muturi got 1 vote. Now, when he comes out, he's trying to say how he's given Kithure Kindiki. After that, the next day, Kithure said that he was going to retire from politics. I think they prevailed upon him to get back to politics and promised him a position. So the deputy president went to the Tharaka Nithi to try and tell their people that mulitaka kumsumbua hapa chini, nimempeleka huko juu kwa government. So let's not be cheated. The UDA guys are interested in positions. There's no Kenya Kwanza, there's UDA and others. And that is the same way we should tell them. Kenyans know. And if you guys have noticed, the guy who has become now the darling of the deputy president is one Dr. Mutua. Dr. Mutua is known for mbwembwe na vitu mingi, yani kutengeza. Alikuja hivi na mbwembwe nyingi Machakos and akaibia Machakos County. Sasa amekuja mbwembwe, yeye ndiye anakuja sasa kupackage, ni kama is the propaganda on the public way of trying to package the deputy president. And you see him very close now trying to come up with stuff in terms of trying to prop up the image of the deputy president. Now, however much you try to put hizo mambwembwe ndani yake, however much you try, that is conmanship. And we already know, wanasema hata uchukue punda uipake rangi nyeupe, bado ni punda tu. Haitakuwa punda milia. It will not be a zebra. Hata ukipaka rangi. That's what they're trying to do. I want to allow Makiadi to play for us a video, and then, of course, we start bring in Bob to after that. Makiadi.
Njema mtazamaji, hujambo, karibu sana kwenye taarifa za KTN. Leo ni furaha yetu kuwa nawe. Jina langu ni Zubeida Kome.
Jina langu ni Mary Atwoli, mtangazaji wa ishara ni Meresha Owiti. Karibu kwa taarifa za leo. Tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC sasa imelegeza kamba kuhusu utumizi wa sajili ya madaftari ya wapiga kura, ikisema sajili hiyo itatumika sambamba na ile elektroniki katika uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9.
Haya yalijiri wakati ambapo tume hiyo ilipokutana na wagombea wote wa urais hapa Nairobi, wakisema kuna masuala kadhaa yanayofaa kuangaziwa kabla ya uchaguzi huo.
Mwanahabari wetu Emmanuel To na taarifa zaidi.
Katika mkutano ulioandaliwa katika hoteli ya Windsor jijini Nairobi, wagombea wote wa urais walifika wakiwa tayari kujadili hoja tatu kuu zilizoorodheshwa na IEBC. Raila Odinga wa Azimio, Naibu Rais William Ruto wa UDA, Profesa George Wajakoya wa chama cha Roots na Wahiga Mwaure wa chama cha Agano wakifika tayari kwa mkutano huo uliowaleta pamoja kwa safari ya kwanza.
There were 3 issues on the agenda. Number 1 is the issue about the fiscal register versus the digital register.
Tume ya IEBC ikianza kwa kutoa afueni ya muda kwa waliokuwa na shauku kuhusu kutumika kwa sajili zote mbili za wapiga kura vituoni.
We are not saying that the physical register should not be used. We are saying that if we are to use a physical register, it should be the last resort whereby all the other methods have actually failed.
IEBC ilikuwa imesema itatumia sajili elektroniki peke yake katika vituo vya kupigia kura.
Allow people to use electronic gadgets to capture what's happening because there is a lot of abuse that goes on there.
There has been notions that are not correct, that Kenya Kwanza wants a manual register. We do not want a manual register.
Hayo yalijiri huku Raila na Ruto wakitofautiana kuhusu sajili hiyo.
If you give us sufficient safeguards that an electronic register will function without any chance of failure, then we are good.
What we are actually trying to ask is that, yes, to do electronic identification through the biometrics, but there should also be that manual register.
Wagombea hao pia walizua shauku kuhusu mawakala wao kutoruhusiwa vituoni.
Officers must not have the right to send out agents unless if there is an incident recorded by the police.
Then the commission needs to be alerted, the presiding officer needs to be alerted.
IEBC sasa inasema inaendelea kukamilisha mipango ya kuchapisha karatasi za kupiga kura ikiwahakikishia Wakenya uchaguzi huru na wa haki.
We want to know who is printing the ballot papers, where they are being printed.
The company that has been given or awarded this contract is Inform Lycos. This is a company owned by a Greek national. It had procured over 31 tons of UV dull security paper with custom-made watermark as per IEBC requirements.
Tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC sasa itakuwa inaandaa mkutano mwingine na wagombea wote wanne uchaguzi wa urais mnamo Julai 11 na 12 ili kujadili na kutatua masuala ya ibuka kabla uchaguzi mkuu Agosti 9. Haya yanajiri huku ikisalia siku 40 tu kabla ya kivumbi cha ikulu cha Agosti 9. Emmanuel To, KTN News, Nairobi.
Asante sana Makiadi. Bob, Papa, what were you saying before we start taking our closing remarks?
Yeah, I was just looking at what you had mentioned about Rigathi and the statement that he made regarding statement of intent, actually, influencing what is in the court, and I decided to check a few things on matters law. You know, there is something called sub judice, and it comes in two forms. That is, there is the statutory and under the common law. And
We can't see you.
I've just found out that
Bob, we can't see you.
Oh, sorry.
Where are you?
Now, I've just found out that this gentleman actually, if the judiciary is to act, they should act very fast, because already he has flouted the rule of that the pending case. One thing is like he has mounted there's a range of activities that are considered contempt. And one of the things that he has done is to mount an organized campaign to influence the proceedings, because he's already talking like his prize is to get to power and get his money. So the court should not be very lenient on this, because if they allow it to continue, this is what it will become a norm, and people will be watering down the court orders. Another thing is already anticipating the course of a trial by predicting the outcome. He's already predicted the outcome, that he will get his money. Therefore, he is already in contempt of court. And I wish even if nobody goes on behalf of the people, the Law Society of Kenya should take this matter up, because that man we are talking about a possible deputy president. And if a deputy president can start sending, call them, I don't know, undertones to the judiciary, then we will have no judiciary, because this country will be on a downward spiral. So that thing has really worried me. I had overlooked it, but now I'm seeing this is a very dangerous man. Kenyans, please, you cannot allow yourself to get this man and his body to power. It is extremely dangerous. That is a very bad signal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, I want us to start taking our closing remarks. And of course, we're almost going to the 8th hour, and we've been here for 8 hours. And as we keep on moving, now we are getting our minds set together on a very, very, very sharp and focused areas of debate. I can see as time goes by, the UDA sympathizers have dropped off, and the debate is becoming more and more focused on Azimio. It's time now. They started the ballot printing after tomorrow. That is today Kenyan time, tomorrow other places time. Tomorrow is the deadline. Today is the deadline for presentation of the names for different people vying in different political parties to send the names of all the candidates. And then, of course, after that, the IEBC will embark on now the process of printing of papers. So we need at least now to be more focused. The debates of things that are all over is not going to be useful. And I think that is now where we are going. Now, I want to thank our people in the comment section. Thank you for always coming. Presidente J, Stephen Mutumbu, Evans Kito, Mr. Henry, Lynette Wabomba, watangazaji kwani watangazaji wa KTN wako UDA netted, watoe hizo one of them is Kilobi, Mary Kilobi Atuoli. So we can imagine which side she's supporting. Na KTN ni major shareholder ni the Mois. So you can imagine where they are. So you cannot even try. Christina Dika, huku juu na bado kwa comment section. Naona watu wameanza kuwa multitasking. Hiyo ndio inaitwa kuzoea mtembee. Julia pia anakuanga huko juu na ako chini. So thank you so much Mr. Ondigi. Asante. Julia Kanyoro pia. Julia ameambukiza Christine. Mkikutana Julia, Christine, hivi ndio vile watu wacho mkianza kuongea hivyo mnaanza kunini hivyo tu, life inagonga kisonga. Anita Bobo, asante. Geoffrey Ruto, Luther Wambua, Isa, and all the rest. Thank you so much for joining us for this debate. It's been going on for the last 8 hours, and I know those who are in the on Facebook, mtatupwa nje in about 8 minutes, so you will not be here with us unless you join us through YouTube. We thank you so much. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV so that we can push this to as many people can be seeing this as they can, and invite as many people, share, so that we have many people coming to listen to the discourse that's going on. We really appreciate you all. And as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, also subscribe to Tembe and Lulu Show. I cannot go without mentioning that because my daughter will be on my case. It's good for me to keep the promise. So kama usha subscribe, don't you worry. You can just go watch the shows. Piga like so that you can at least bring more view. Piga like, comment, say something on the videos, watch. Usiruke, angalia yote, viewership pia ni muhimu. Asante sana. For those who have done that, we really appreciate. Now, I want to give you guys 1 minute each, and make it 1 minute, tafadhali, just a summary, so that we finalize. And I want to start with Selina, then I go to Kasudi, 1 minute, Julia 1 minute, Kuse 1 minute, then I come up. Okay, then Papa, alafu Richi Makiadi. Selina, 1 minute, tafadhali, summarize, ndio tuendelee kumaliza.
Okay, nafikiria sina mengi ya kusema, yani leo labda niseme mambo ya ICC kidogo. Nilishangaa kusikia, nafikiria kulikuwa mtu ya UDA anamwambia Chebukati tulichapwa Kasarani na hakuna ripoti umefanya, na akasema baba alichapana huko Mandera. Lakini the response from Chebukati was kuna mtu alienda kotini, na Chebukati nikasikia akasema kwa sasa ana uwezo ya kusimamisha, ama angetaka tu political parties ama watu wafanye campaign kwa amani. Na chenye ilinifurahisha ni kwamba Chebukati anasema in case of anything ataongea na DCIO, na nikasema ile ya Uhuru, ile watu ya UDA wataki. So that was another thing niliona, at least. Chakoya sijui kama aliongea, si kuona, alikaa hapo tu anaona Martha akiongea. Niliona huyo presidential candidate ingine wanasema ni kama wote walifuata mambo Azimio amesema. Kuna kitu mama alisema, alafu baba akamkumbusha ya kwamba wakati ya kupiga kura watangulie kura ya president, kwa sababu saa zingine wanatangulia hizo zingine. So ikasemekana laini ya kwanza kama unaenda kupiga kura wanzie ya presidential candidate. Ya mwisho nilifurahia ni Martha Karua kusema IEBC this time round we come for you as individual. Kama wewe ni returning officer na ufanye makosa, hiyo mambo mumesoea kuita IEBC, it will not happen this time. Na akasema for example alikuwa amestaki 3 officials in Kirinyaga, but because of PC campaign akasema anaweza withdraw, otherwise ni kama kusamea, lakini akamwambia Chebukati that is a warning. Pia kwamba wewe Chebukati ukiwa returning officer for example ya presidential candidate, atutaki faranga ya computer. So ni kama Chebukati alikuwa warned ya kwamba if anything happen, Chebukati we are coming for you and your staff. Na hiyo ilikuwa ni mzuri sana, na akasema hakuna haja ama IEBC hakuna ruhusa vile wanafukusanga agents ya chama. unless kuna serious offense na polisi amerekodi statement, huyo anatolewa na wana replace na mwingine. So far kulingana na vile niliona IEBC, kuna mmoja alijaribu kupishana kwa sababu nasikia kuna jamii moja 1 out of 5 ama 10 wanatoka jamii moja, na hawa ni kama permanent ama ni returning officers ama ni wale officials. Na kuna mtu alishangaa akasema hawa watu kutoka jamii moja waliandikwa kwa nini? Na kuna officer ya Chebukati alijaribu kutetea sana, lakini niliona watu waliandika in written. Nataka kuwarn those people because I see it's like they were saying they were Kalenjins. I want to tell them that if you are a returning officer and they say in Bungoma, Kisii, they say some places, I want to tell the person who get that opportunity, ya kwamba it is your life, do the right thing. Peana kura kulingana na vile watu ya hiyo sehemu wamepiga kura. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Sia mwenye alikuandika ama somebody tells you kurik ama mtu akwambia ufanye stupid thing. This is a new Kenya with new things. Ukifanya makosa kama returning officer, utafungwa. So we are telling them, those people have been mentioned, munaangaliwa, munamulikwa. That is the only thing I can say, because na hapo deputy president alikuja akisema, I hear there are some communities, there are some people. Na akataja ya kwamba kama Opuru hata anaweza kuwa chairman ya IEBC, he is ready. And we are saying, bring it on, baby. We are ready for you. Thank you.
Well, Kenyan time. Hata mkipewa 1 minute, inaenda 3 minutes. So niwapatie ngapi ndio ikuwe 1 minute?
Hatuna masaa. Wewe unajua masaa ya washosho, kuweka maji, kuweka chumvi, kupiga saa, si inaenda saa.
Kasudi,
I'm the only one Pemba Times.
hata wewe si ulienda sijui 5 sijui 10 minutes, nikupatia 3 minutes. So it's interesting.
I thought I kept time.
No, you didn't. You spoke for I don't know 6-10 minutes. Kasudi, dakika moja.
Itakuwa tu sitakuwa na mambo mingi because we have exhausted so many things unless something new comes up. But what I can say right now is your ID is very important. Your ID is very important at this particular time. So be very careful. Usiambiwe ati tunapeana pesa mchele hapa kuja na ID. Hapana. Usiambiwe ati tunapeana nyama hapa kuja na ID. Hapana. Hiyo ID is very important this time. So ukiona mumeitwa mahali watu 10-15 na wanawaambia leteni nambari za ID zenu, don't do that. Na ukiona unaambiwa hivyo, jaribu ku make sure ule mtu amewakusanya huyo, muhakikishe mumwanike, mumwambie tumeenda hapa tumeitiwa mchele. Unajua watu sasa wanateka advantage, lakini hiyo Peter Munya ameipikilia kidogo. Serikali walikuwa wanateka advantage ya kusumbua sisi kama sisi. By the way, sisi ndio tulikuwa tumekuwa targeted. Mnaongeza unga kweli, mnaongeza unga. Mnajua mtu akiwa na njaa anaweza fanya chochote. So mnaongeza unga to an extent ya kwamba tukae na njaa. Tukishakaa na njaa ndio mkuje mtu manipulate, mtuletee unga alafu mtu tuwapatie. Hiyo tumekataa. Munya ametengeneza mambo. I hope bei ya unga imerudi chini
kuanzia jana ama leo hivi unga itarudi chini. So be very careful. Your ID is very important, and we wait that day. We wake up early in the morning, we go and cast our votes. Only that December, I can say for now.
Julia.
Asante Themba. Kenya Kwanza, or UDA, presents to us two people in the name of presidential candidates and running mates that do not believe in democracy, do not believe in the rule of law, and who I think are about 100 years behind. You know, at one time when I was teaching in Kirinyaga County, we had this suggestion box, and then the students were asked to write comments for the things they don't like. The principal had been telling them that they cannot have boyfriends, they cannot do this, they should not be on Facebook. And, you know, they wrote a comment in the suggestion box that they think the principal is operating in Operation Dinosa. And, you know, it was funny. It was like an insult, but it was very funny. We had to sit as teachers and ask ourselves, are we really behaving like Generation Dinosaurs? You people, have you seen dinosaurs? I mean, it's like a myth. So when I look at these two people, Gachagua and DP Ruto, I don't know in which generation to place them. First, Gachagua doesn't believe in the rule of law. That is why he's saying when they become presidents, I mean, they're going to ensure that he gets back his money. How is he going to get back his money? He's going to overrule the judiciary. He's going to overrule all the court cases against him. How is he going to do that? Now, and then he further goes ahead. When he gets money, what does he do with it? He'll invite people to his home. He'll make a home and invite people to drink and eat. Drink pombe, eat meat, and women drink porridge. And you see, he has no respect for women because the only thing women can get is porridge from Gachagua. This is a man who has outdated thoughts. I think very archaic thinking, leave alone someone who cannot observe the rule of law. Now, come to his presidential candidate, Mr. William Samoei Ruto. He's asking the IEBC to give him 3 days. Now, is he the only stranger in Jerusalem that did not know that the time had been changed? I myself, Julia, I knew the meeting of the IEBC today, and I knew the date and the time. So all Kenyans knew, but he's so disrespectful. He thinks that he's the most important person. So he wanted to make a show by coming late so that he finds the others and maybe they got to give him time to speak. I mean, this was a meeting. This was a conversation. I saw Mother and Baba having a candid conversation with IEBC. But he came in to show off, to be seen as the deputy president, and then he put on his statements like the deputy president he is. And then if you see the statement here earlier, he's talking about governorship as village body, busybodies. This is a man who doesn't believe in devolution. Fellow Kenyans, I don't even think President Moi was as bad as this. I think this man is taking us to the days of colonialism. This kind of behavior is primitive, is archaic. People who do not observe the rule of law have no place in the modern Kenya, and we cannot have them. So I'm asking fellow Kenyans, kama kweli mnaona na mnasoma na mnaangalia TV and you can watch news and you can pay attention to the news, please make a wise decision. Do not allow these two people, dictators, who are archaic in their thinking and who have no place in a modern Kenya. Na waomba mvuke sakafu, muingie kwa serikali ya Baba the fifth, Baba na Mama the fifth. Asante Themba.
Someone called Evans Kipto still thinks that Ruto and Rigathi can be the presidents in Kenya. I tell you, Rigathi has not even been endorsed by his former DOs. They don't even trust him. So someone cannot even be endorsed by village elders. And you think he'll be the president of Kenya? Kuse, tafadhali, dakika yako moja, tuendelee.
Well, personally, what I can say is that the approach the DP is trying to take to implement his proposed programs and manifesto are very worrying in the sense that If you want to reach these hustlers and you don't want to use the 47 counties, the structure which is already in place, it is very worrying how he wants to parallel another administrative structure to sort that ASLA initiative. It is really worrying how, you remember all the other programs he has come up with, they are all ended up that they turn out to be either entrepreneurs or just ways to siphon out public money. Now, if you can't use the existing government structures, well, he's going to have to create new structures through executive orders. I wonder where Kenya will end up. Now, to just close up on the issues of IEBC, you remember, as I was indicating, I think a good proportion, almost 5 of the issues that were raised by Baba have actually been responded to by IEBC. They have come out with the issue of, they are saying that all the kits have been cleaned, 45,000 of them. 45,000 of them have been cleaned, and I think 41 are found to be working, and that 3,000 are having challenges. And I think they have gone ahead to add, bring in some new ones, which they are going to use to download the 22.1 million voter numbers. Now, the issue of the issue of the geofencing that we are talking about, they are saying that they are going to share the GPS coordinates with the party members, so that the exact locations for where the teams we are going to be stationed is known and can be accessed through their portal by all parties, which I think is a good thing. So in terms of transparency, that should be it. Then, of course, the issue which Kasuti was raising regarding the register, the manual register, Chebukati has since, as demonstrated in the video you played, they have since agreed that there will be a manual register. At least that matter should then be put to end now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuse. Christine.
Thank you, everyone, for taking your time for us to have this conversation. What I want to say is that we discussed a lot about IEBC, but at this point, I'm not worried. As they say in French language, Guinea Wasekao, it will come home. For those of us who were alive in 2007, you are all aware and know very well how Martha Karua knows to protect the votes.
Christine, you must go and vote. Wacha kusema hivyo.
Guinea Wasekao, I'm voting, by the way. Even if it means taking a flight back home, I'm ready for it. So Martha Karua really knows how to protect the votes. I'm not worried. And with the legal fraternity backing Martha Karua, whoever attempts to take false allegations of vote rigging to court will not have an easy time. So me, wherever I am, I'm at peace. Whatever Baba sees while seated, even if we climb on top of a tree, we might not see it. So, and you could see the conversation Baba had with IEBC. They were not theatric conversation, no showbiz. He meant business, and I think Kenyans, we are smart enough, and we could see from yesterday's event, among the 3 presidential contenders, who is serious, who has the country's best interest at heart. So all I can say, tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend, that day ni kuamshana, mapema sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. Papa Bob.
Asante sana. I want to look at the positives of the day. The positive of the day for me is one press conference by the Musketeers the hired guns of Mudavadi, Wetangula, Duale, and the rest. They have come out to allege that Kenya is being sold, and they have told us that they have enough lawyers to take the government to task. Unfortunately, that is for me it is a very good thing, because that is an opposition, incoming opposition, and on the unfortunate part, they seem not to know what they are talking about, because in Kenya we have a privatization act. This privatization act of 2005 is the one that regulates how public assets will be either leased or sold or whatever for the benefit of Kenyans. And approval must come from the cabinet. So I think they should go back and start learning the law and what this country is run by a constitution and the appropriate laws. So they are doing a good job trying to train for the opposition. So I think Baba will be kept on toes. Unfortunately, the quality might be wanting. So that was a good step, the good attempt. But it is only a bit of showbiz. Otherwise, the time is up. We are now focusing on mobilization. We have sold ourselves. We have become acceptable. Therefore, the only thing is to ensure that we guard our vote and we continue mobilizing, so that on that day, we send them home packing. Let us deal with them on the other side as the opposition. And not only that, I think Azimio government wants to bring in the BBI, so that we have an official opposition paid by the government leader, so that he can be on the other side and not like Baba, who has been fighting on his own for Kenyans without any pecs. So we want to see them on the other side so that they keep us in check. Thank you very much. And back to you, Mr. Themba.
Thank you for that. I don't know if Makiadi has already downloaded the video, but before Makiadi, there's something also that happened. Moses Kuria carries Kiambu people to go to Karen, the official residence of the deputy president, to launch Kiambu Hustlers Fund. You're ferrying people using money to another place, Nairobi County. You're carrying them from Kiambu County. You are taking them to Nairobi County to launch Kiambu Hustlers Fund. How much money did you use to ferry these people? How much could that have translated if that money could have been plowed back into the fund itself? And don't you trust your county to host the Hustlers Fund launch? Why would you want to take it to another county to launch it? If you're launching a Kiambu Hustlers Fund, Kiambu County has space. People who are going to benefit, they're Kiambu people. Why ferry them to another county to launch a fund that is supposed to help them? You see some things I don't know if it is stupidity. I don't know what has gotten to Kenyans.
I mean, is it a private fund? What do you mean?
It's according to them, it was a Kiambu Hustlers revolving fund. Now, this is a Kiambu Hustlers revolving fund. You are launching, that's a good thing. But why do you want to take people to another county to launch Kiambu Hustlers revolving fund? You know, simple questions, simple arithmetic. I really don't understand this Kenya Kwanza. Karibu Makiadi.
Actually, unfortunately, I'm unable to download that video because it's on Facebook. I was looking for it on YouTube right now, but the one that is there is about 20 minutes long. So I'll look for that video tomorrow. Now, let me just say this. I will pick from where Bob left. I think it was very unfortunate that we have the deputy president office, which is being used as propaganda, as a place for where propaganda is being propelled. I hope in future we will not have a situation whereby a sitting deputy president, or for that matter, a president, will reduce the office that they serve for a political campaign like we are seeing right now. I had expected that for the respect of the residents and the official residents, for that matter, of the deputy president, we would have the deputy president have his stooges reading such statements that disparage the government from their own official residence, the UDA headquarters in Nairobi. Unfortunately, they have reduced the residence of the deputy president to a political house that is actually bashing the same government that is paying for it. So that is an unfortunate situation. Like Bob said, the issue of selling the port, I think that was not well thought of. It was embarrassing to see Mudavadi and the rest of the guys there looking like cartoons, reading a statement without even verifying how government assets are disposed. The second issue that I want to talk about is basically the idea of the economic forums that the deputy president and the rest are running around the country doing. I think Raila Odinga has tried this path before for a long time. Raila Odinga has actually made his name from kutetea wanyonge. But let's question ourselves and ask ourselves, has it worked for him before? Probably yes, probably no. These politics of populist politics basically sometimes do not work, because you have to be genuine. The people that also are big stakeholders in a country also need somebody that they can trust. It's not always about ule mtu wa chini, but as a society, there are always different levels of economic situation. So there's that person who has a lot, and there's that person who has just enough, and there are those that don't have enough. So as a leader, it is always good to propel yourself as a person who cares about everybody, the stakeholders, and also the people at the lower cadre. So Sonko tried this issue before, trying to propel himself and project himself as a person who fights for the poor. We saw what happened in Nairobi. So probably the deputy president should rethink his strategy, because from what I'm hearing in these economic forums, I think some things that he's selling to the people are not possible. Like telling people that he will connect every house to the internet and we'll have free calls. We saw him promise that in 2017, probably around the Naivasha area, saying that he will provide internet to all vijana ili wafanye kazi ya internet. I don't know hiyo kazi ya internet ni gani. So far sijawahi jua kuna kitu inaitwa kazi ya internet, unless he tells us what he means by that. So he should, the deputy president should actually try to tell Kenyans if he wants to be a philanthropist or he wants to run a government. If he wants to run a government, let him run the government, let him run for office and do his job as it's supposed to be done. But he wants to be a philanthropist, then he should probably quit government and do something different. I'll leave it there. I want just to encourage Azimio members to continue preparing their suites, because as Christina Dika said, hii kitu ni kama tumechukua. Thank you, Ndemba.
Thank you. Now, there are two gentlemen. I allowed you guys to come on as we are closing, because you guys are normally our suspects. Selena is not a suspect. She should be sleeping, but I don't know what she's doing here. But either way, I will give you guys at least 2 minutes, so that you say something, because time so just say something, and then we move on to our rituals of closing. Mmekuja kuchelewa, but it's okay. Nianze na Adams, alafu Mise.
Thank you. Right away. Today, the IEBC stakeholders meeting, I saw Ruto there. It is very simple. From where I sit, my simple analysis, Ruto's options are cornered. He has only one option, and the option that he has is IEBC. When you see the guy talk and speak and just thump and his body language, he believes in his head, because he lives in his head, that he has IEBC in his pocket. So he thinks that he's going to control IEBC through the server staff and the some 54.6% can think of such kind of thing. That is why Raila Odinga is very, very articulate when it comes to IEB staff and is asking them question. So Ruto is cornered, but he believes that he has IEBC in his hands, can play with it. But I don't think so. It's gonna be different. Secondly, he wants to take just to ache about the internet stuff. How do you take internet to the villages in Homabay, where I come from, and what are they going to do with that? Presidency is not philanthropic office. That is presidency, and if you want to be a philanthropist, you do it somewhere. So that internet stuff that he's talking about is a pure scam. Anybody with the eyes who've lived in this country can really see that is the first scam DP is talking about. Secondly, I saw Madam Martha Karua, and I'm here today to declare to you guys that out of 47 counties in Kenya, our county is the most secured, most safe county. This is because today the deputy president-elect was walking in the county on the roads without police, without security, just surrounded by women who are not armed. That one tells you how safe a county like Homabay is, and I welcome you all. And we really know how to welcome people, and Martha did it. Thirdly, IEBC is being checked and is on toes. I've said that is being checked and is on toes, and I think the pressure is going to be mounted from today moving forward. The pressure is going to mount so much for them that they have to commit and do what the people want. When you look at IEBC, the way they talk, those commissioners, Chebukati and these surrogates, there is something they are hiding. But they're so much under pressure. There is nothing they're going to do. They're going to deliver credible election, but they're going to do it under pressure. They're going to deliver it, but they're going to deliver it under pressure. Finally, the UDH Secretary General, Monica Maina, I saw her just stamping some and dismissing some opinion polls. Technically, is trying to say dismiss the opinion polls because they're losing in all the polls. Most polls, they're losing on it. And she was trying to come up with some propaganda on KTN News when she was on the news. But that is just a gimmick, which we are used to. Otherwise, I don't want to take much time on this. Just I've been given 2 minutes. And I would just want to echo what my friend Christina Dikas just said, and I think she said it in French, and maybe I can also say the same statement just that she made in French, but now I can say it in Italic because I was some time living in Italy. So in Italy we say Guinea Osede. Thank you.
Mise, tafadhali.
One second. I just want to make sure that you can hear me, because last time I was issues with my mic. Are you able to hear me now? Are you able to?
Mise, ongea tu nakusikia. We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, and good to see you, Selina. Na usiseme ati Kiswahili ni chafu. So leo tumekuja na Kiswahili sanifu. I just want to thank Adams for making some comments here that I would beg to disagree with. That internet is very essential, despite the fact that the manner which the deputy president might want to roll it out, internet is very essential and has changed the lives of very many Kenyans. who engage in writing, papers. If you remember, some few months or years back, writing papers. There was something in BBC where Kenyans were recognized for writing academic papers for other people in diaspora. So they do so because of internet. So internet is very essential. You rubbishing it is saying that the fiber optic that was laid in Kenya in 2009, 2008, 2009, and 2010 is like it's not like important. It's also through internet that in technology and innovation has been enhanced in Kenya, and Kenya stands a better position in terms of technology and the cell phones, smartphones, and so on that came. So I believe that having internet everywhere will also, in one way, improve by helping the youths to go to centers, for example, if centers are created, so that they can spend some time if those centers are created. But I'm not speaking in context of what the deputy president was talking about, but I was generally giving a general remark in terms of the availability of internet. I sold internet in 2008, 2007, 2008, 9, 2006, 2007, and 2008. I did resell internet in Nairobi, and I do know that the importance of having internet across the country. But that being said, I specifically came here. I didn't get a chance to come. I promised that I was going to give my concession speech, and particularly I made my way here to make that concession speech. Themba, you had asked me to concede. I would love to concede unequivocally that, ladies and gentlemen, media present, members of For the State, Bob.
Right now, not so fast. Hey, you don't give concession speech just like that. Ngoja.
Okay, that's why I came here specifically.
No. That's not how you give a concession speech. I mean, we need drum rolls, we need time, we need introduction. I mean, hey, Mister, what happened?
I just don't want.
You're a lawyer. You know this thing, and lawyers are people of procedure.
I don't want Julia to disappear because I have
No,
flowers.
she's not going nowhere. She's not going nowhere. Relax. In fact, you never know. Maybe you might have to withdraw your concession speech. So relax.
Okay.
Makiadi, tafadhali tupe constitution.
Mr. You are very interesting.
Mimi umekuja na pupa sana.
Unajua labda niliona Wajakoya mahali. Me and Adams were missing for a reason.
Aya, wacha tusome constitution. Tulikuwa kwa article 89, tunaongea juu ya delimitation of electoral units, and we are reading the remaining part of that article, which is 8 through 12. 8, it says, if necessary, the commission shall alter the names and boundaries of constituencies and the number, names, and boundaries of wards. Subject to clause 1, 2, 3, and 4, the names and details of boundaries of constituencies and wards determined by the commission shall be published in the Gazette and shall come into effect on the dissolution of Parliament first following their publication. A person may apply to the High Court to review of for review of a decision of the Commission under this article. An application for the review of a decision made under this article shall be filed within 30 days of the publication of this decision in the Gazette and shall be heard and determined within 3 months of the date on which it is filed. For the purpose of this article, population quota means the number obtained by dividing the number of inhabitants of Kenya by the number of constituencies or wards as applicable into which Kenya is divided under this article.
Thank you so much, Makiadi, for always giving us a constitution. And I see, kwa wale ambao hamwezi kusoma constitution, just stay right here. and Makiadi will be taking us through. It is our responsibility to do civic education, which is also the other reason we have this program. That's why we are saying we are not going nowhere. Even after 9th, we'll still be here. I mean, the Kenyans have to be, enlightened on various aspects of public policy participation. What's your role? How do you participate as a Kenyan? How do you interrogate leadership and governance? How do we want to create that awareness so that you're always, leadership after it has been put in place. If you don't put pressure, if you don't put demands on it, you don't get what you want from it. And that is the kind of you want to do your civic duty by getting information and using that information to demand from the government what it should be doing for you. And they say, if you know better, you do better. So because of that, we are here to inform, to entertain, and also to make you appreciate your role as a citizen of Kenya. And these able panelists here help us doing that, and together with those who are chatting. Now, we are going through the Azimio Manifesto. We are going through Azimio Manifesto because we haven't received any other manifesto. If we had others, we would look for them. But I don't think I want to read any other manifesto. So those people from UDA, once your manifesto comes out, kindly find time, come here and take us through your manifesto. We'll definitely give you time to do that. So the commitment on the economic front, this is what Azimio Manifesto says: to reform the agriculture sector and improve productivity. The Azimio commitment includes 1, implementing minimum guarantee returns to all farmers. 2, promote innovative and entrepreneurial approaches to agriculture. 3, invest in the mechanization, digitization, and application of science and technology in agriculture. 4, improve agriculture infrastructure, particularly rural access roads, electric power, and cold storage facilities in every constituency. 5, promote agro-processing and value addition. 6, improve and expand market accessibility internally and export market. 7, eliminate post-harvest losses. 8, support and promote research, training, and extension services. 9, improve access to affordable inputs such as seeds, fertilizer, and chemicals, and credit. And 10, review policies, laws, standards, and norms to guide the sector. And in that particular area, they gave a flow chain of value chain of the cotton-based textile industry, where you have the cotton growing, the farmer grows the cotton gin turned into lint. Then you have spinning, you have the weaving or knitting, you have fabric processing or finishing, we have made-ups, you have garment production, which are factories, we have wholesalers, we have retailers, and then you have consumers. So there's a whole chain where just by having cotton farmers getting into cotton farming, then you have many areas where people will get jobs, like in the spinning, in the weaving, in the knitting, in the garment production. We have retailers, wholesalers, and of course, consumers. So there's a whole lot of chain there, which is part of agricultural production that Azimio looks forward to. And Baba talked about it. It says instead of us relying so much on important mitumba, we'll of course have them going concurrently. We'll give the consumer an option. You can choose to build Kenya, buy Kenya, build Kenya, which means therefore, if you have competing interests with time, because Kenyans will want to put on a new cloth. I remember when Bata Shoe Company was Bata Shoe Company. When you'd have KTM in Thika. There used to be Kenya Threads Industry. There used to be Rivertex. They used to have those lessons, new ones, and you would access them. for some reason, people would put on new clothes, and that meant you didn't have to just go every time to Mutumba. So that is part of what they're talking about, giving you options as a consumer, options to buy Mutumba, but also put on a new cloth. So those options are the ones that are not available. But if you love Kenya, and if you see most of you, I remember like when we talked about it last time, there used to be KTM, which was a very a fledgling football club. Rivertex used to be in the Premier League, and many others. So all those were brought down because of cotton farmers. Remember, my grandfather used to plant cotton, and I would go to his cotton farm. But that was it, So I think we need to build, the capacity of cotton farmers so that we can employ more people, and Kenya can grow. They say you bake the cake bigger. You don't cut the cake smaller for people to eat. Thank you. Now we want to go straight to our closing song, and that is the national anthem. Yesterday we did the East African. Today we do the Kenya national anthem. And today we have Mise in the house. So Mise will do stanza 1, Adam stanza 2, Julia stanza 3.
E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tukae na uhuru, amani na ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tugane mikono pamoja kazini kila siku, tuwe na shukrani. Nashukuru nimeona Mise hapa, na naondoka nikiwachia Selina uwaja juu.
Nimerara, nilikuwa nataka kuwasikia tu, otherwise chunga wase.
Hapana, au wazee nawaambia wote good night, mtembei, tuonane kesho.
Julia, you have to wait for concession, Julia.
Before Makiati gives us the song, let us hear the concession. Concede, Mr. Saizi, haraka tuendelee tukisonga. Na uoge urudi kwa soko. Linet wa bomba na kungoja hapo chini. We don't mourn for 4 days, my friend.
All right. But najua Julia anasikiza kutoka pale. So I hope that Bob, you will be a very happy man today. But ladies and gentlemen, Mtembei TV and other media houses present, members of For the State, approximately 4 days ago, Bob and I presented an issue that required your determination and participation. And you, the people, spoke, and you spoke so loudly that that voice was in favor of Bob Papa Azimio Mzalendo. The issue that we presented to you was about one beautiful lady, Julia, who just left the studio. And we required your help in making a decision that was very difficult for us. And today we, my team and I, my supporters are here to say that we will not be going to Supreme Court to seek any redress, but we listened to your voice, and you people spoke, and your will is the law. Bob, Papa, my heartiest congratulations to you in your recent victory, and I hope that this makes you feel better and faithful and committed to one Julia. However, we give this congratulations and concession, hoping that you will not have to break Julia. Should that happen, we will come right after you, and there is very heavy punishment. So I want to once again congratulate you, Bob, Papa, Azimio, and to my supporters and those who are watching us. I'm readily available. Lynette, let us meet behind the tent and make it happen. Thank you.
I think this conversation is irrelevant because Bob is not even there.
You can't go more for 4 days then come back to give such a long concession speech. A lot has happened in
Wait a moment. Adam anasema Bob hayuko. Kwani Adam anaona nini?
Wait, Selina.
Bob alishapata kitu ingine different, a new brand car. Bob is another level.
You can't come give a long 3 minutes concession speech ambayo imepitwa na wakati. In politics, a day is so long. So you are coming here to give concession speech of things that are zimepitwa na wakati, my friend. This is how you lost Julia. And this rate you're going to lose Lynette also. Now, wait, just hold on right there. Makiadi, tafadhali tupe wimbo wale.
Sawa kabisa, maridadi. Mwaka wa 1986, yani 1986, Franco introduced a tall, elegant, beautiful singer or dancer with a heavenly voice. Her name was actually Kamenga Kayabote, but she was popularly known by her stage name as Jolie Data. She actually stayed with the TPOK Jazz long enough to sing 2 songs, ambao moja yao inajulikana kama Maso na ingine inajulikana kama Laile. But these 2 songs actually made her really famous. And, it was these songs that actually amongst the most memorable TPOK Jazz song. So wimbo wenyewe leo unajulikana kama Laile. Bob, najua unajua wimbo sana.
Sorry to interrupt you, Makedi. Can I say something before you continue with that song? Please.
Yes.
Okay, so I believe we need to buy Kenya Jenga Kenya. Anyway, I joined this fun time late. I might not know the protocol, but we have a lot of buy Kenya Jenga Kenya. Like, we are too much in Congo.
Thanks, Christine. Unajua mgeni akiingia kwa nyumba anangoja, anaambiwa okay, hii kona ndio mahali unaenda unaosha mikono, hapa ndio unakaa. Wewe ni wale wageni wanaingia kwa nyumba, anaanza kuambia ile kiti toa pale uweke huku. But we hear you, Christine. Uko sawa. Hapa tunachanganya. East Africa is one. So we have Congo, we have all of. Hata wewe ukikuja hapa kesho na useme mimi nataka kuimba wimbo fulani, ni sawa. So don't worry.
Christine, the last time I tried buying Kenya Jenga in Kenya Julia, I was heartbroken. So you have to be very cautious on that.
Makiadi, endelea.
Haya, mistari ndio hii sasa. Wimbo wenyewe stanza ya kwanza inaanza na opening solo ya Jolie Data ambayo inasema Laila afuteli ngai tiketi ya mobali embala kaka na kende kopema mpo atika la kosaka na basusu we na basusu we Yani Laila bought me a ticket for an impromptu holiday. I went to rest so he could stay and play with others. Oh yeah, with others. Alafu inaendelea pale chini nasema Laila akabi bolingo nangai, Laila atahe amor nangai yeye Laila nakosala boni. Yani Laila gave away my love. Laila betrayed my love. Yeah. Laila, what will I do? Alafu monologue inaenda pale chini sasa. Francondi anajibu akisema Laila ndenge nini o trahi amur nangai na yo bavoyaje otinde langai Laila ezalakande po sima nangai otikala kosakana malamu. Yani Laila, how could you betray our love? The journey you sent me to Laila was just to enable you to stay behind and play around with no problems. Okokamata nangai bana, okotindanga namboka ya malili, oyebi pe nazalaka na rheumatism Laile. Yani you take me and the children, you send us to cold places, yet you know I will suffer with rheumatism. Bob.
Hiyo wimbo.
Laile. Sasa huo wimbo ukianza unasikia beats zinachapa Laila futi na ngai hapa. Sauti bwana.
Wacha kuharibu.
Lakini usijali. Hiyo wimbo imeshikwa kwanza, imemgonga sana Papa Bob, amepata kabisa.
Roho ni safi lakini sura ni mbaya bana. Sauti inakataa kupitia.
Makiadi, you cannot Ngala in a cappella.
Ngoja Bob. Unaona Christine Chunga unapogonga Makiadi, DA yuko bomba pale anatetea mtu wake. Nasikia ameshakwambia I hope it's not a personal attack on Makiadi, because that would be looking for trouble. Hiyo itakuwa trouble. Double trouble. Hapana, shika Makiadi kama
asante sana dia kwa kunitetea. Asante sana, nashukuru.
Makiadi, mimi nakwambia kwa sababu sauti yangu najua sio nzuri. Mimi hata sijaribu kuimba. Mimi nangojea tu pale inasema Laile. Bas. Roho yangu inatulia.
Christine unasikia? Mise nani Linetwa Bomba leo hajakuja hapa bwana, na vile amekuwa akiteta sana na kutafuta. Linet uko wapi? Na kutafuta sikuoni. Nimejaribu sana kukutafuta. Barua ulotamani meipata.
And that did you guys realize that Mise is saying that concession speech was a cautionary note to Madam Christine?
Oh yeah, I'm very strategic and calculative.
My friend,
Christine is home and dry. Yesterday kulikuwa na scare ya kwamba anaweza akaacha Bob. Bob was heartbroken seriously, but we successfully made Christine appreciate the reasons why she cannot leave. And today unaona smile ya Bob iko
Christine do not Christine do not ignore.
By the way, I'm wondering what's happening between Christine and Bob. Today Bob is in black, Christine is in black. You guys,
Bob kwani anavaa red. Ngoja. Bob ako na black gani? Ako na nguo gani pale?
You must understand kuna kitu inaitwa telepathy. Unajua saa zingine ni vile ninafikiria yuko mbali lakini anafikiria kama mimi. Inaingiana namna hii. Mambo ni hivi.
Now I'm connecting the dots.
Hata saa hii.
I'm connecting the dots why Julia had to leave early.
What God?
I think Julia is regretting.
Tell them.
I was very faithful.
Mr. Umesikia what Christina said. Christine, repeat what you are just saying.
Christine.
What God has put together, let me say.
Haya, utakuja kulia na utaondoka kwa haraka kama Julia.
Mise.
Mimi niko hapa.
Heri nilia arrange. Sina, I don't mind buying in a range.
Christine.
Ngoja Bob.
Christine, I must say that I am feeling...
Bob, ngoja. Mise, unasikia vile Christine amesema? Afadhali alie kwa Range Rover kuliko alie kwa katuktuk, na zote utalia tu.
Kwa baiskeli.
Na zote utalia. Utalia kwa baiskeli, utalia kwa Range Rover. Si afadhali ulie kwa Range Rover?
Mimi nilikwambia Christine,
mimi unajua hata ile kitu nashangaa vile nasikia vibaya sana, manake kama sasa ninasumbuka akili sana nikiona Christine akibomoa nywele. Saa hii ningekuwa pale, ningekuwa nimemsaidia, na hiyo ndio penzi bana. Mise, unaona?
Aha. Hivyo ndio Julia alianza. Umeona ile mbio ametoka nayo. Na wewe utaondoka. Wewe sasa utaondoka kama bodaboda.
Mise, wewe ni nini? Stop being a hater. Ngangana na Linet wa bomba wako. Mbona inakaa ni kama you are still on denial?
No, Mr. Msema, you don't. The thing is, Mr. anamezea huyu Christine Mate. You don't see this thing?
Hapana. Mimi Christine.
Mr. ni under 18. He should keep off.
Oh, he's under 18, this guy?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Sasa hiyo ndio propaganda. Bob, hiyo ndio propaganda umeanza tena.
Sasa propaganda imewekwa hapo Mise, wameweka propaganda wa kutupe nje. Unasikia sasa unaona sasa Bob Papa alikwambia yeye ni mtu ameweka propaganda huko tayari. Ona sasa. Black amekuja. Christine, usisikize Black.
Can I advise you something? Mise, let me advise you something. Unajua mapenzi si mambo hii ya kwenda coffee, pizza. Saa zingine unasaidia mama kutoa nywele, evening walks, vitu kama hizi. Unajua Mise, wacha nikufunze. Enda polepole.
This guy is traditional. He is following the traditions.
Bob, ambia Mise hapa kwetu mapenzi ni tight kama kifuniko ya gas.
Mimi hivyo hiyo narrative. I'm very familiar. I'm very familiar with that narrative.
Mise, usiingililie mapenzi ya wenyewe. Wewe shughulika na ya kwako. Linet wa bomba anakungoja huko, anashangaa. Adam ulimfanyia nini? Ngoja kwanza Mise. Wewe wacha wivu.
I see Dia here. I was waiting for her to bring back the reply, and she's just busy doing keyboarding down here. Dia, why is you fin?
Lakini ujue Christine ameangusha Mise. Unajua mimi nilikuwa nafikiria gari ya moshi ni kubwa, nikashangaa inapita juu ya reli. Usione wembamba wa reli. Unajua gari ya moshi inapita juu pia.
Mimi ni messenger hapa. Mimi ni messenger. Ya Julia nilisema imeenda ikawa. Sasa mimi nakungoja dadangu, utapelekwa mpaka Victoria Secret, utaona vile utatoka mbio.
I thought ya Julia pia wewe ulikuwa unataka. It's just that you've been MIA, otherwise ungeangukia, haungepeana concession.
Ya Julia niliwacha.
You are not around.
No, Julia aliniwacha.
Well.
No, Julia aliniwacha. Roho safi na nikakubali.
Sasa Mise wewe, Linet amekuwa hapa akikutafuta. Umekuja, Linet amepotea. Alafu tena naona kitu kingine yafanyika. Dia alikuja ametafuta na Yufin amepotea. Sasa zile Dia yuko hapa. What is happening here? Mise, Adams na Yufin na Linet wa bomba. What is going on?
Sasa mtoe Dia, kwa hiyo Dia ametulia sasa ako hapa. Sasa hiyo ingine ni ya Mise waende kutafutana huko nje. Adams ndiye anajua ile kitu alifanya.
Mise, I told you to calm down. I'll teach you the tricks. But you uko na mbio.
Christine, nataka uimbiwe ile.
Mise uko na mbio sana.
Nataka uimbiwe ile inasema barua yako nishaibu ipokea.
Mise, calm down. Wacha kuingililia nyumba ya wenyewe. Kwako kunachomeka. Ona vile Linet amesema.
Mise, thank you for the
inconsistency.
I'm the final decision maker, so nimeamua liwe liwalo, kufa kupona.
Nitaambia nini watu? Linet pia ameniwacha. Sasa tena naenda heartbreak ya pili.
Wacha nijaribu kuona kama ile wimbo sasa Bob anaimbia Christine ndio hii hapa. Imeandikwa na jamaa mmoja anaitwa nataka kuimbia Bob mbili. Mmoja ni ile anaimbia Christine.
Yes.
Na hiyo ingine nikiweza nini ile Julia anaimba sasa. Sasa wacha nione kama tutaweza hii. Hii inaimbwa na Bob. Hii imeandikwa na Don Williams. Na inaitwa You Are My Best Friend.
Who?
So this is how it goes.
Who's best friend? Bob na Julia?
Bob na Christine, man. Where bado uko yesterday.
How can you be best when you are heartbreaking others? That's very questionable. Bad presidents.
You see, DA,
thank you. DA, thank you. DA is a very, very good person, Makedi. This, you know, apewe nini ya bad.
Muachane na DA anakunywa kwa bili yangu sasa. Hiyo ingine sasa ni yako na Yufin.
Mimi na appreciate too. She's very good on this thing.
Aya, mko tayari? You placed gold on my finger. You brought love like never known.
Angalia Bob
you gave life to our children and to me a reason to go on. You're my bread when I'm hungry. You're my shelter from troubled wind. You're my anchor in life's ocean. But most of all, you're my best friend.
Hivyo ndio Julia aliambiwa akatoka akilia.
Mise, unasikia mistari? Hiyo ndio inaitwa mistari. Kijana nikwambia bana, tuliza. Usifundize hii mambo.
Imbia
naona vile umepoteza weight, naona tu umereduce sana.
Hiyo si
Julia,
kitu moja mchezo.
Julia umeachwa sasa na Julia ameachwa sasa anaimba hii hapa. Wacha ni wanaitwa, if you guys have gotten to know them, wanaitwa bagatelle second violin. Anybody has ever had second violin?
No.
Yeah, the second violin.
You ever heard about second violin imeimbwa na bagatelle?
Misa, there is some hope for you. Misa, there is some hope for you because Christine says she still got more than 99 frogs to kiss. So I think you're one of the frogs. You hope.
Christine, you are wise. You're very wise. You don't put all your eggs in one basket.
It comes with experience.
Bob, don't think you are taking Christine for a ride. She's very conscious.
No. Mise, nimekuambia experience. Wewe utashangaa sana, yani Christine akitoka pap replacement hivyo haraka. Wewe mzee hawezi kaa hivi paka itakaaje bila kunywa maziwa.
Unasikia? Okay.
That's a red alert. Christine, that's a red alert.
Nimesema akitoka.
Do not ignore red flags.
Thinking of working to retain me. Like you have options, I can go.
No, we are together. We are together. But now, in case I feel threatened and I'm going to be dumped, how can I stay without milk? Hata paka mzee itakaje bila maziwa.
Na hakuna penye utafaulu. Nitakalia chapati.
Haya, mimi ninawaona.
Kwisha. Hiyo ukikalia chapati basi mambo yangu kwisha.
Wimbo ambao Julia anaimba ndio huu sasa. I would have given you anything that you wanted. I would have taken you anywhere you wanted to go. I would have answered you any question that you asked me. I would have told you anything you wanted to know. We used to live like there was gonna be no tomorrow. As if a new day wasn't gonna begin. But the light in your eyes has gone and said goodbye. And I don't wanna be your second violin.
Second violin.
Unasikia me underline second violin, wewe ni second violin.
Wait, listen. We shall mute you and throw you out of this place now.
Julie has refused to be second violin and she's gone.
Christine, wacha kuna wimbo ingine hapa sikiza.
Please.
Yes.
Can you control DA? DA is spoiling my name. Ati chief wa team Mavisi. Since when? Naona vile nimetulia hapa na Christine alafu mnaanza kunitafutia vitina.
I think it's the way you are swinging like it's the way you're swinging like a pendulum. Yeah.
You almost lost Christine again right now. You better be steady. Usionge sana. Unaweza ukapoteza Christine tena. Jana ulitishwa.
Haya sawa, nitamwambia dia akukujie polepole sasa. Akuzie breaks
Themba.
Mimi na Christine tumeshaamua. Unajua hii fifth floor haitakangi mambo mingi. Tulia. Mambo ni mosmos.
Themba, ngoja Christine asikie hii.
Usicheze wimbo. Usicheze wimbo wewe. Wewe unataka
usicheze. Utafanya tunyongewe hii nini yote bwana.
Haya.
Utafanya tunyongewe hii show yote.
Christine,
mimi tumia tu hiyo sauti yako ya chura nitaelewa.
Imba tu Christine ataelewa.
Christine,
hivi imba wimbo tutaelewa what is in your head.
Christine, hii wimbo ilikuwa inasema are you single and searching? Alafu nataka kuilinganisha na ile mambo Makiadi alisema.
Hiyo ni wimbo misi ama ni swali?
Ni wimbo. Nataka kuinganisha na yale maneno Makiadi alisema. Usidharau uembamba wa reli, kama uko single and searching, wachana na uzito wa reli, wa reli. Mimi niko hapa, I'm available, fresh from heartbreak. I can
lakini Smith anataka SGR ama anataka SGR.
Adam in French we say JPT. I must change my mind.
Richi Makiadi, kuna wimbo inaitwa nini? Azalima lamu muningananga. Makiadi, hiyo ni gani?
Hiyo tu Zalimu Lamu ni kukuuliza kama uko mzima. Huyu Nyabwansu anasema atakuja kutusaidia hapa kutafsiri. Karibu Nyabwansu, you are welcome. You are most welcome.
Welcome. This is a place where kama unataka, najua Christina atakuja hapa na Ohangla tutasikiza.
Yeah, anasema Ozalima Lamu Muninga na Ngai. Yani how are you? Uko mzima my friend. Muninga niliwaambia ni rafiki. Ngai mimi. So na Ngai, Muninga na Ngai my friend.
Malamu.
Kusalimiana ni mbote malamu.
Christine, next time utuimbie Nyasuba.
Christine, I want to warn you to stay away from people like Black. They are very bad influence, they are haters. Usisikize watu kama wewe, acha tuendelee na mchezo.
Dorcas
Black ndio ule wa UDA damu. Is it the same UDA damu guy?
Yes.
Huyo ndio
mtu wa kazi ni kazi.
Usisikize Black. Ukisikiza Black ni hater ni wale ambao unaambiwa usiwasikize kama unataka meli yenu ifike ufuoni, usisikize Black, manake Black atakuchochea. Yeye ndiye alifanya mpaka Linet akamwacha Mise, manake alisema eti Linet anaruka huku na huku, mara Mise ana msimamo. Sasa unajua watu ambao wanawapenda ni kama DA na Makiadi. DA ameamua yeye hasikizi mtu, lakini anaongea sana.
Somebody said that Makiadi, Black is just black outside but white inside. He is white at heart and black in complexion.
Tulisema huyo ni chairman wa Mutema Mabe, huyo ni chairman wa Mutema Mabe, roho chafu. Hiyo tulimpatia na ikakamata.
Makiadi,
huyo ndio gashagwa wetu hapa.
Sijaona kama umefanya kazi yako. Makiadi, Christina aweko kwa group. Aweko kwa group haraka tuendelee kujadiliana mambo ya siasa. Ndio you know yes? Yes.
Umeambiwa upunguze.
Christine,
umeambiwa upunguze speed.
I think for those who don't understand, the same way Bob amesema nikisonga naye pia anasonga. Na siku hizi to be real, atuangalia mapenzi sana, mfuko pia tunaangalia, and then pia tunaangalia experience ya job. Now there's a French word that says that I wanted Adam to translate kama anaweza the JPT term. And I think I'm still making my mind between Mise and Bob. I might change my mind. So if you can translate to them JPT, they understand. Yeah, things might change, Bob. Be careful.
Adam usitranslate kama inataka disclaimer. Utatuandikia huko nyuma ya curtain, tutajifunzia huko.
Hiyo maybe Temba can try. But hapo kwa mfuko, Mise is a secret tycoon. I came to realize not that
wacha tuweke disclaimer kama bibi yako, mke wako na bwana yako ako na shida, ukiingia katika hii last closing usije hapa.
Exactly.
Yes.
Watu wakitoka hapa wanaenda kuchapwa.
Tunaonywa hapa na Bans anasema mchunge sana hizi zenu, mnaweza leta shida. Sasa Bob wewe ndio utatangaza mapema.
Yule akitoka the most experienced atitoa historia ya mahali ulikuwa mapema
utajipata kwa sofa na bed cover.
Niliambiwa Meru, ukikutana na Meru, when a Meru guy wants to beat you or akwambia nitakupigana, kwambia nitakupiga na ashakupiga, ama nitakukata already ashakukata.
So hapa ni free space. Kama utaenda kuletewa wale ambao mko nao ni watu wanaenda kuangalia ulikuwa unasema nini, uletwe juu. Tafadhali usilaumu Mtembei TV. Sisi ni watu tunapenda amani na tunapenda watu waende kushikamana. So kama uko na shida, tafadhali ngatuka mapema.
Na tunapenda Lingala.
Na tunapenda Lingala.
Alafu tunapendana.
Christine ngatuka mapema.
Hapana, ngoja, mimi siwezi chapwa, mimi niko independent. Christine, nimepata meaning ya hiyo na mimi niko tayari kuchukua hiyo. Junior basic training niko sawa kuendelea. So niko sawa.
Hata pesa ninajua uko sawa. Si unajua ulianza kuuza internet kabla hatujajua internet.
Ndio hiyo.
Christine jamani lawyer bwana. Hata wacha mambo ya internet. This guy is a full lawyer. Mfuko amekalia ni mzito.
I'm done with you, Bob. Move on. Bob, move on. Ulisema utamove on.
Christine jamani juris doctor mzima bana.
Anacheza naye. Ndio maana nimeambia Bob alikuwa ananitisha ata move on. Move on.
Karma is real.
Okay, ile kitu naweza sema ile kaza sema Julia Mise.
Unaona unaitwa Julia sasa.
Mise. No, Mise.
Hiyo ndio watu kwa makosa. Unaitana majina mengine.
Mise.
Mimi hata natoka. Mimi staki hasira ya Bob.
Hapana, mimi nilikwambia, si unaona nimepatiwa green light.
Ngoja Bob, ngoja kidogo. I really cannot watch this kind of no. Christine, it is not fair. It is not fair at all. It is not fair. You don't ngoja Mr. No, Mr. Ngoja. No. Wewe kwanza wewe.
It is not fair, Temba.
No, it is not fair. What? This guy, this Mr. Ako na Linet wa bomba. How can we just decide?
We cannot
all of a sudden. No. Wewe uko na Bob na tunawalazimisha kwa leo. In fact, we want to.
I have to take care of my own interest before I start taking care of Bob's interest and your interest.
Tafadhali to vote na hapa tunafanyanga ikifika mahali kama hapo tunaenda rerun. Sasa rerun tena leo ya Bob na Mise.
Hapana.
Na ni Christine. So tafadhali tunaanza kuhesabu sasa. Wekeni kura hapa ikuje mara moja between Mise and Bob.
No, I'm not gonna love somebody because of a vote. I'm following my heart. Now my heart is kwa Mise.
No.
Said he can move on anytime, so I want to move on.
Hapa tunafika okay na mtu.
Sasa Ndemba.
It's so nice.
Bob tunaanza kuingia. Wewe Bob
dared a low lady from Ugenya.
No. Quiet. Kura zimeanza kuingia. Haya, Bob hapa na Mise. Haya, Bob hapa.
Ngoja. Mimi na being guard.
Tuendelee kura. Mise 1. Tafadhali hesabu hizo kura.
Mimi pamoja. Kura yangu nimeabstain.
Ine kwa moja. Tunaendelea hapo. Mise ana lose tena. 4-2.
Hakuna nini?
Adam, be honest, you are like my brother. Nimekwambia
leta kura chap.
Why should you abstain? Why don't you advocate for your sister?
Yes.
5-2. Namazeni bwana, kura zinaendelea kuingia 5-3. Kura zinaendelea kuingia hapa chap.
Mbona Bob anaenda kujivotia
hata kulalamika na IEBC inaendelea kuhesabu kura 5-3.
My hands are here. I'm not voting for myself.
6-3. Unafunga show. 7-3. Mr. You can't be losing every election bana. 6-3. 8-3. Haya tunafunga in the next 1 minute.
Mpaka IEBC inanionea bana. Kama sote zinanionea Bob.
Haya,
kura inaenda Bob Mise.
Bob. Basi. Tumefunga kura. It is Bob and
no. You cannot.
Until further notice.
No, kuna kitu inaitwa due process. Na due process ina demand
kwamba lazima mpango wa kando. Si unajua mpango wa kando ndio anachungwa kwa.
Bob,
I'm willing. Bob sitakuacha.
Sikia Bob. Mali bado ni yako. Usisikize mambo ya
na unajua nilikuwa
True Temba, but Mise atakuwa mpango wangu wa kando, na unajua mpango wa kando ndiye anakula poa.
Mise kuanzia leo you'll come tomorrow and give another concession speech. Kazi yako ni kupeana concession speech.
Yaani huyu Chebukati wa hapa
I wanted to give Mise an offer.
Unajua ngoja Bob, unajua nyinyi mnangangana hapa na kuna jamaa anaitwa Bans huko kwa comment section anajaribu kunivunjia yangu. Sasa hata imebidi niingilie katikati, sikuwa nasikia mnasema nini. Na jamaa anaitwa Bans huko Nyags anajaribu kunichomea bana. Mimi nimetengeneza hii yangu siku mingi sana, sasa nataka kuiharibu na siku moja. Usikubali hiyo maneno. Usikubali.
Unajua nilikuwa nataka kuelezea Mise.
I think we
Haya,
need
nataka sasa tufanye hivi, watu wawili ambao walikuwa wanaongea, tutasikiza especially victory speech kutoka kwa Bob, alafu concession speech kutoka kwa Mise. We want to say this, Adams, tafadhali tafuta Eugene, we want peace to prevail. Makiadi, chunga boma yako, kuna mtu anaitwa Barnes hater huko chini anataka kukuharibia nyumba. Haya, Bob tafadhali, victory speech, alafu Mise concession speech, kama utaleta kesho ni sawa, alafu tufunge show.
Yangu victory speech yangu ni kusema asante sana kwa wafuasi wangu, lakini bali na hayo nilikuwa na contingency measures. Unajua mtu ambaye ni mtaalamu wa mapenzi lazima awe na plan B.
Utaharibu.
Nilikuwa nimeona Christine.
Kuna jamaa anasema upewe microphone. Utaharibu, achia hapo. Hiyo imetosha.
Huyu ni Rigadi.
Nilikuwa nimeona ya kwamba kwa sababu ya Mise alikuwa anakuja na style mbaya.
Imetosha.
Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia, unajua
usiongeze.
Ngoja.
Nyanganya yeye microphone.
Wacha nimalize kidogo tu. No, wacha nimalize kidogo tu. Unajua Mise wewe ni wakili, na kwa sababu wewe ni wakili nilikuwa nataka kukuandika kama wakili wangu, private attorney, ili uwe ni kazi yangu peke yake na utakuwa ukifanya, ili Christina akileta mchezo nikate mfereji na ukose kazi. Kwa hivyo mimi nikiwa fifth floor ninajua vile kufanya hii maneno, lakini Christina amekubali matokeo. Wewe jaribu huko nje tu, lakini mimi ndio mwenyewe. Asante sana.
Haya, Mise concession speech.
Christine, your gesture that you have extended to me is undeniable. It is appreciated, and it's indescribable. I want to tell you that this is not the end. I know that the person that you see here today, he is the person who was yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I believe that sooner or later, he will be living, and you and me will have a good time going forward. But most importantly, I wanted to tell you that a hunter cannot shoot a deer that he doesn't see. You can see me, you can only shoot me, and you can only be with me. But Bob is invincible, so you can't see him. So I urge you to keep the spirit and know that I'm here and I will be there, and forever I am indebted for your guest today. Thank you very much. Bob, I want to tell you that your victory is short-lived. It shall come to pass that you will be coming here looking for another person, and your character trait will be known, and soon you will be alone. May you be alone starting tomorrow and going forward, so that you will not have any competition.
You take that long to kuambia mtu to congratulate mtu bwana. Wewe namna gani? Haya. Tosha. Adams. Ujumbe kwa Eugene.
Yeah, ujumbe kuu kwa Eugene ni die bana, fanya kama wewe bana, leti die Eugene huko hivi. Mwambie kwamba kuna nini imejaa, everything is fine. Let
ati nini imejaa?
Haya.
Mimi yangu ni mafupi ndemba. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Barnes, sijui kama ni mtu wa UDA ama ni wa nini, lakini nimekuona na nimekuonea 18. Nimekuonea mbali sana. Mtu akae kwa mistari yake.
Haya. Sasa tumemaliza. At least Bob is going a happy pan, and that has happened. Mise, thank you for being a gentleman. Yule ambaye anakubali kushindwa, at least wewe umekubali matokeo na umempongeza Bob at least for today, na hiyo ndio the most important thing. Usisikize Christine sana. Unajua hiyo the speed in which ameacha, alikuwa anataka kuacha Papa Bob is the same speed anaweza kuchukua na kuache. So don't be very usikubali mtu anapomwacha mwingine kwa haraka wewe unafurahi.
It is the same
Stand by,
speaker.
stand by. Judgment should wait. Judgment should wait. The concession speech for Mise really moved me. I almost cried. Yeah, like Arayo Sauti by them in Changamsha. So I don't know.
Bob Nyamaza. Bob Nyamaza. See you guys. God bless you. See you tomorrow. Sitaki tena.
Good night to you.